Good morning, folks. Good morning, and welcome to Grandson in Switzerland. Next to me, we have Kathleen Tock and Tyler Bjorn, our expert commentators, and we are in the start sequence for race number 1 of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam. There it is, right behind us on the lake. And let's go out to our camera on the water, our famous America's Cup camera, operated by Shane Smart out there. Hi Shane, good morning. And on the water we have Louis Habib, and we are approaching 2 minutes, I believe, towards the start of race number 1. 9 races over the next 3 days, and then on Saturday we're going to have a big blowout. The top 10 go through to the quarters, semis and finals. So out there on the water, Louis Habib, how's it looking?
Digby, it's looking absolutely spectacular. The La Bise has kicked back in after a lull this morning. We've got about 12 gusting 16 knots, and the boats are all crammed into the starting area. We can see the town of Grandson behind them and the beautiful Jura Mountains. It's just a spectacular sight, Digby. And, I've just got to say, you've never seen this many Olympic medalists on one track. I've never seen it in 25 years of doing this. It's quite incredible. But I'll hand you back because we're right into the last couple of seconds here. There's boats cramming into the line, but there's a lot of boats up at the committee boat end at the moment, Digby, but what a sight.
And look at that blue flag on the committee boat, just dropping there, the blue Peter. 1 minute to start race number 1 of the SSL Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel. And Kathleen and Tyler, what a fabulous sight here. They're all lined up. We can see the start line towards the town of Grandson. And as Louis says, quite a big bunch up at the committee boat end, Tyler.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty good. It's a great breeze today, as Louis was mentioning. They all seem, you can hear the sails flapping in the wind. The wind definitely picked up nicely. The guys are very excited about that. Nice early start. It looks pretty even. Everybody's sort of spread out. You got the German in there near the top of the line, Xavier, which Louis was mentioning as his favorite of the day, is approaching the line. So it looks good, and I think it's going to be a great first race.
Oh, look, we're 5 seconds to go, and there's a huge bulge over that line.
Look at that.
Here we go. Look at the star flag on the committee boat.
Yep.
About to drop. They've gone. Boom. That's the gun, and they're off.
Clean start.
You saw that as a clean start?
Well, there's
no
postponement's up.
AP flag on the committee boat, the little red and white striped on the committee boat. That's Sharon Burke, the race officer, principal race officer. In fact, we can see her at the back of the committee boat. Wasn't happy with that. Obviously, a little issue with the wind changing direction. Kathleen.
Yeah, we also saw the Italians down at the pin end, definitely pushing the line. That was Paolo Nazzaro from Rome. Got an early start there, probably helping to push the fleet over. There has been some talk about the size of the line here this week because it is a lake, and there's concern about being able to get such a large fleet on such a small starting area. So there's definitely not a lot of room.
Well, so just about 76, 77 entries here, almost 80, and Sharon Burke was saying, she's giving them as much as she possibly can on that start line to get them all across at the same time. She's trying to run 3, possibly 4 races today because there's good breeze and the forecast is for it to drop a little bit tomorrow. But as we can see from our lovely picture from Shane, it is glorious, beautiful sailing conditions, and I think these guys are in for a ripping day of sailing here.
So you're aware it's going to be a restart, yeah? Yeah. Yep. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a restart. There were 2 guns. I think they're going to relay the line.
Yeah, no, the postponed flag is up, so they're just going to try. They may even shift the line a little bit just to make it a little more favorable to one end, or even it up a little bit. But geez, look, there's so many boats. It is going to be tough to get some clean starts here, but maybe she'll just bring in the black flag or the individual recall to settle them down a little bit and get that first race off.
Louis, Kathleen, Louis, we're now seeing boats coming back towards the line. It takes these guys a little while to figure out what's going on, and now they're beginning to come back towards the starting area and the committee boat, and we'll see a restart within 10, 15 minutes or so.
Usually after a general recall, a lot of the sailors want to continue going upwind to get their wind readings, to kind of see which side comes out. There are some boats who tacked off immediately after the start. Even though they know that the race has been postponed, they go because they want to they're looking at their compasses to get the angle of the wind and to see how long the shifts are going from one side to the other. So they're getting information, and they did not know that it was some might have not heard the gun for the general recall, but they're gathering information going upwind there.
Fair call. Little bit of practice. So, so some nerves out there, I would say, and you know, this competition means quite a lot to the sailors. A lot of points are at stake.
3,000.
3,000 points, and the idea is that just to run through the format of this championship, it's a 4-day championship. We're planning on running 3 races per day, and all 76, 77 boats will be racing. And then in fact, it is the top 11 who go through to the Saturday Grand Slam final. And there, whoever wins,
Copy? Is it?
whoever wins, we can still hear Louis. Louis is still live with us, sorting out his little coffees on his boat. Well done, Louis. And Louis dropped now. So the top 11 go through to the Saturday Grand Slam final. Whoever wins this round robin, these 3 days of racing, gets a bye to the semi-finals. Yes. So it will be 10 boats in the quarterfinals, then 7 boats in the semi-finals, and then just 4 for the final itself. And amongst those 4, they share up the prize pot of $100,000 or the majority of the prize pot, which is pretty cool for sailing. Kathleen, I'm guessing that, in my experience, that's fairly unusual.
Yeah, we rarely see prize money in the sport of sailing. There's some money in match racing, also some in professional windsurfing. But in one design small boat sailing, it's rare that we see it. And so the Grand Slam and the Star Sailors League has really brought the professionalism into sailing. And it's really gotten a lot of people back into the class, some great names into this event, and it's really building momentum in the sport.
Well, talking of great names, who are we looking at there? Torben Grail
right
with Guillaume de Almeida. Torben Grail, obviously a legend from Brazil, multiple gold medalist, and his trusty crewmate Guillaume, who's persuaded him to get back on board and start racing here. And
well, that was a great week. Yesterday's ceremony displaying his statue in the museum at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne last night was that's got to be a pretty good feeling to come out here today after having that done, as Mark Reynolds was also honored. And I think that's going to be something, a little bit of motivation for them as they get into that first day.
Yeah, Torben and Guilherme have spent most of the winter. They've gotten back into the class. They've come on strong. They did the winter series in Miami. Torben's pretty busy with professional sailing, keelboat sailing, but has made time to do his own sailing in the Star class with a return with Guilherme. And they were also at the European Championship with a 3rd place finish. So we're looking for some good sailing from them here today.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually that hard to convince Torben to come up to Miami in the winter. I definitely wouldn't need a lot of convincing to come down from where I am in the winter in Canada. But for sure, these guys, he's always a player. He's always a player, as well as Mark Reynolds too. And there's also, I mean, Mateus, the Polish sailor, is here with his crew. He hasn't sailed, I don't think, since Nassau.
Yeah, we haven't seen him on the circuit at all.
But they always make time for this, and it's not hard to make time for an event like this because it is a special event compared to most of the events you do on the circuit.
Well, folks, we have Jenny Tulloch here running around doing some interviewing and presenting, and let's have a little look of geography, where we are in the world, in Switzerland, and we'll catch up with Jenny Tulloch chatting, I believe, to Xavier Rohart, and she's going to set the scene a little bit. And Shane, I'm just going to let Shane know that you've got a couple of minutes respite. We're off you in just a second, Shane. Let's go.
Welcome to the Star Sailors League. in Grandson, Switzerland for the first Lake Grand Slam. There have been 2 events on the open sea in Nassau, Bahamas. Now it's time for the sailors to test their mettle on lighter and often shiftier conditions of Lake Neuchâtel. Almost 80 boats, more than 150 competitors are here to duke it out over 3 days and 9 races to see who qualifies through to Saturday. Then think ATP tennis tournament style, the top 10 making it through to the quarterfinals, the top 7 to the semis, and then the final 4 to see who gets the biggest piece of the $100,000 US prize purse. Not bad for sailing. So let's check in with Xavier Rohart, 2-time Star World Champion, Olympic medalist, and reigning European champion, about what to expect this week in lake sailing.
As you can see, it's the best period of the year to sail in Neuchâtel Lake. La Bise is the famous winds from the north. It's quite cold, but it's very steady, very good. So it will be a very fair race. If the wind is coming from France, from the Jura, it's called the Joran, and then it's going to be more tricky. It's a combination of sea breeze and some synoptic winds, and so it's very shifting with patch. And the last wind is more from the east, so it's more warm with the rain most often. And this is also quite classic, and it's quite good because it's more half and half. You have to choose your side, go on one side, on the other side. You can't play the middle. So no security, only high-level emotions.
The racing is almost on, so let's get into the studio with Digby Fox, who's going to take us out to the action on the water.
Well, there is the beautiful sight on Lake Neuchâtel, and as Xavier said, it's going to be pretty tricky here for the sailors, but right now we've had some good consistent breeze, and in our studio Kathleen and Tyler chatting us through. Hello everybody watching out there at home and at work, yay. And we have 3 races in store today, possibly 4, and we've just had a restart, quite a few boats over that line, but they used the postponement flag and had a general recall, and we'll see if they go straight to a black flag. I doubt it, Kathleen.
Right there we've got Mark Mandelblatt and Brian Petit from the USA. They are the winners of the Nassau finals
SSL
last year.
finals, yes.
And we haven't seen them sail together since the finals. So, and Mark just arrived last night from United States. He could be a little bit jet lagged, but Brian's been here for a couple days getting the boat ready. He was out sailing on the windy day, so we know that Brian's ready to go. And it'll be interesting to see how quickly Mark can get the boat up to speed after so much time off the boat. He's been busy doing a lot of pro sailing.
I like that. Poor old Brian, he comes in and sets the boat up, and Mark Mandelblatt, rock star sailor, comes in at the last minute. So here, using our fabulous tool, Virtual Eye, there is Lake Neuchâtel, and at the bottom left of the lake, there is our race course. As we zoom, come down through the mountains, we've got mountains on the left, mountains on the right, and our racetrack running up and down the lake, which is quite handy. On the left-hand side, you can see Grandson, a little town of 2,000 people, very small but very charming Swiss town. And there is our start line, and there are our 80 or so boats, and the breeze coming straight down the lake. We're expecting some pretty good breeze here on Lake Neuchâtel, and I understand, in fact, technically this is the biggest lake in Switzerland because Lake Geneva is split between Switzerland and France. So here we have the biggest lake in Switzerland, and the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake, and we are minutes away from a restart. And there is Xavier Rohart, the medalist and former world champion, this time not sailing with Pierre-Yves Ponceau, he is with Lilia there. And Xavier, the reigning European champion in the star class with Sébastien Guidou, but unfortunately Seb can't be sailing with Xavier. Seb's in our studio. Hey Seb, good to see you, mate. And he's gutted that he's not out on the water because he's had to organise this entire regatta. So we thank him very much for that. And there is our live picture. There we can see the committee boat. I think we must be into a sequence now. We must be within 4 minutes. Let's just pile out very quickly to Loué Habib, who is on our TV boat. Loué, how far off a start are we?
Yeah, hi Diggers. Yeah, we've just seen the P flag hoisted, so that was 4 minutes has just gone. So we are less than 4 minutes to a start, and all the boats are back in the starting area. I cannot see that they've changed the line at all, so that was just over-eager competitors according to the race committee. And if anything, the breeze is building. We can see more white horses out here now. I'd put this breeze at probably 14, gusting 16 or 17 knots. So what a fantastic start. Let's hope we get one. But they're all in the starting area. The P flag is still hoisted. So, as I say, less than 4 minutes to go. Probably, I don't have a clock on it, but probably about 2 or 3 minutes to start, Digby.
Well, as soon as we see the blue Peter, that blue flag go down, we know it's exactly 1 minute to the start. And on the start, there'll be a gun and the star class flag will drop. And I have a great pleasure in announcing, Loué, that Mr. Dennis Connor, the one and only, is with us, Mr. America's Cup. Dennis is in the studio with us. Hey, Dennis, we've got a little camera over there. Wave to everybody. Nice to have you with us, and quite an interesting prospect, this Grand Slam on the lake.
It's really wonderful to be here, and it's quite a difference than the last regatta down in Nassau. With water is a lot smoother here, and it will be shiftier on the edges of the lake. I thought that the fast guys were trying to get the left-hand side of the starting line, a little bit eager there in the pre-start, but I still look for the left-hand end to be crowded unless they change the line, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a few boats called over early.
Well, we're into the second attempt at the start. They had a general recall on the first attempt, and as you say, it looked like the bulk of the fleet were trying to hit the pin end and climb their way up the lakeside furthest from the camera as we look. And beautiful conditions. We've got sunshine, we've got breeze, we've got a nice racetrack. It's approximately 1.8 nautical miles up to the top mark, and they're doing a straight windward-leeward course ending down at the bottom gate. And we're about 15 seconds to go, Loué, and the line looks clear to us.
Indeed, yeah, the P flag has now come down. I believe they're flying the U flag. The U flag means that you cannot cross the starting line in the sequence, and it's definitely a more orderly start, although I can see a bunch of boats right up at the pin end. They look the nearest to the line at the moment. Not so many boats up here at the committee boat end, but it looks like there's a few early, and we'll have to wait and see, Diggers. We're hanging back to give you this beautiful view from Shane's camera, and I've got to say there's some boats over there at the pin end. I'd be amazed if they weren't over the line. We'll wait and see, but back to you in the studio.
There's the gun, and there is the general recall. The postponement flag goes straight up, and that was a no-brainer, Loué. We could see it here on land in our room, Tyler.
It looked very favored on the pin end, just through the virtual that we had there. So I mean, you know, a lot of the guys are going down there, and it's going to be tricky to get a good start off if you have the pin so favored like that, especially with the guys that are really gunning for it.
And it's not a very long line, is it, Tyler?
No. Well, there's not much space. I mean, it's like an eye. You know, there's not much space from side to side. So it does make it really tricky for the race committee. It makes it hard for them to do that properly. But definitely got the postponement up. And you know, they're going to go off. They're going to half of them probably didn't hear the postponement go up. So I mean, they're so far at the other end of the line, and they're just going to keep going. So that kind of makes it a longer day. You know, to bring them back in 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there, it adds up pretty quick. But from what Loué is saying and looking at the pictures, we've got some great breeze, so we should be pretty nice for the day.
Well, that's a good point. It will be a hard day for these sailors, particularly as the principal race officer, Sharon, is trying to get not just 3 races, but possibly 4 races in, which each race is going to be approximately an hour. It'll be 50 minutes, an hour long. They'll go up and down, and finish. And she'll do a long first leg, take them up to the top, then they'll stretch out a bit, and then she'll shorten the course a little bit for the second lap. So these guys are going to be stretched. It's good regatta conditions, a perfect first day for the Lake Grand Slam of the Star Sailors League, as some of the boats turn round and head back towards the start area. And as Kathleen mentioned earlier, quite a few boats just testing the beat now. They're testing the side, which side is favoured, getting a feel for the upwind, and using this little bit of time to tune in to the conditions on Lake Neuchâtel. And they're steaming in. Who are we looking at
well,
there,
it gives
Tyler?
it gives them a good opportunity just to see how good was your start. Can you cross on port, or even the guys at the boat just taking a quick little shot out to the right hand side and take a quick hitch? Is that beneficial? So it is. You do have a chance to take the opportunity to test out here. He's just going to tack over and see where he sits compared to the fleet.
Francis Mercier and Jean-Luc Chabot from France. And there they go, just tacking away, and they're in no hurry to go back to the start line.
No, well, I mean, it depends, right? Your race committee, your head is everybody has their personality, and some of them they go on clockwork. And if you go as soon as the post smoke goes up, unless they're going to shift the course around or change the start, they wait maybe 1 minute. Boom, let's get right back into it. So you have to be conscious. You have to be on your toes. And these guys obviously will learn quickly how Sharon likes to run her show.
Digby, you could see that the boats on the right were a long way behind. They're going upwind on port. So put more pressure on the left-hand side of the line unless Sharon changes the angle.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I suspect that's what she'll do, change the angle, because I think the majority of the fleet would like to be going left. I think we're establishing that, and we can see that from those 2 starts. We're now getting ready for a third attempt at a start for the first race of the SSL Grand Slam on the lake. And we've got a bit of time to fill. We're looking at Shane's marvellous picture, and we're mixing it up with our virtual eye. We have trackers on every single boat, and we'll use virtual eye to give us the mathematics. And a train just running through Grandson there. Very pretty lake here in Switzerland. We're towards the French side of Switzerland, so everyone's speaking Français ici, which is good for Tyler, coming from Canada. And Dennis, we had an amazing evening last night. I have to say, let's kick back and talk about last night, because we all went to the Olympic Museum in Lausanne, and they opened up a new exhibition of sailing, and some of the guys here donated memorabilia, medals and jackets and medal jackets and bits of kit and boats and all kinds of stuff. And in the Olympic Museum, they opened up this kind of thing, and the president of the Olympic movement, the Olympic Association, made a very nice speech. And quite ironic that the stars have been flicked out of the Olympics, by pretty much ISAF, the International Sailing Federation, for more sexier, faster, more TV-friendly boats. But here we are, and the stars have kind of claimed their stake and say, well, actually, we're part of sailing history, and I thought the Olympic Museum was very welcoming and very nice to the stars.
Digby, you could see by the presence of the star class with Mark Reynolds and Torben Grail, and the statues there wearing their uniform, and the likeness was almost spooky how close they were to the real life images right alongside. But you could see the presence of the star class and the influence they have in the museum where they stand in the world today. And I think that's why the Star Sailors League is getting the credit they deserve here finally. A little late from ISAF, in my opinion, but at least it's coming, and hopefully there'll be more so after a great showing here in the largest lake of Switzerland.
Well, ISAF has awarded the Star Sailors League special status. along with events, half a dozen events like the America's Cup and the Volvo race. So, that's a nice thing for ISAF to do, I think, and it's recognizing the work of the Star Sailors League. They're taking the stars and creating this leaderboard, this ranking system, and then trying to eventually have 4 Grand Slams through the year. One on the sea, like we have in Nassau, which was amazing. We've had 2 of those now. This is the first one on the lake. And then they're intending to have one on the bay and perhaps one in a city centre. And so this whole model is based on ATP tennis. You imagine Roland Garros and Wimbledon and, on clay, on grass and on these different surfaces where some people will have an advantage and some will have a disadvantage. Here on the lake, I'm imagining that it will actually help some of the inland sailors, the people who, sail like Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, who I've got my money on today, by the way, the doctor. It's going to help these guys, perform and get a bit of that prize money.
Yes, Digby, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Star Sailors League move to a bigger venue where more and more people can watch from the land as well as on the virtual broadcast. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an announcement next year to find the event in the middle of Germany, and a lot more people will be able to watch.
Okay, and eventually perhaps in a city centre, which would be rather interesting and a different beast. I know we see quite a few city centre style of sailing now, but not with the stars at the moment. So now here we go. We're looking. We're about 5 minutes towards the gun, I think, and there are the boats looking at Virtual Eye. I think we're within 5 minutes to the next start. Virtual Eye zooming in, giving us that bird's eye view, and we can see the majority of the fleet are at the committee boat end, and perhaps they'll all start working their way towards the pin end.
Yeah, they're going to head down there. You can see through the graphics already that the pin is still somewhat favored, and they're going to eventually move down towards it. So it's going to be close to see if we get another AP, but maybe they're going to put the black flag up and try and control the fleet just a little bit more.
And here we are with Shane's camera looking at that committee boat. They have the star flag up within 5 minutes. The next flag.
That's the black flag.
Black flag.
Black flag is up.
And what does that mean, Tyler?
Well, that basically means within 1 minute of the start, you cannot cross the line, and if you do, you're disqualified. So it's to push the guys back, make them a little more nervous, because you don't want to start the regatta with a DSQ. I mean, as they say, you don't win the regatta on the first day, but you certainly can lose it with some bad results. So they're going to be a little more cautious, and usually when that goes up in the first or second race, it does enough to push them back that we're actually going to get a start.
Well, Sharon putting her foot down. She's had enough of the stars trying to push the line, and there's a lot of gamesmanship and tactics on these starts, and clearly if you get a bad start, you can be completely stuffed.
Digby, I think they've evened the line out quite a bit, and you'll see much more action at the race committee boat end. You could see some people hanging back a little bit to crash the line a few seconds late and to be able to tack off to port with clear air, because the start is a big factor here to get out in the front on the lake and then play the shifts after that.
Okay, so there is the live picture. We can see the line between the 2 orange flags. In fact, right in the distance you can see the pin end of the line, which is a great position to be, Shane. Fantastic by our TV cat and our drivers out there, and Louis on the water. Louis, what can you see, mate?
Well, what I can see, Digby, is the same scenario we've seen in the last 2 full starts. But as Dennis Connor's rightly pointing out, and also Tyler, black flag means they've got to be more conservative. So we'll see how this pans out. We shouldn't have any current here, so we'll just have to see how it goes. But what you'll probably see is you can see the beautiful Grand Saint Chateau there. And that's now probably below the ley line. So the boats are still going to head left. That's a convergence zone on that side, and you know, only God Almighty can change that at the moment. So we're still going to see these boats going left, I'm sure, for this start. But as the special guests are pointing out there, it's definitely more conservative. We can see there's no boat within 2 or 3 boat lengths of the line, although there is one right out. The nearest boat to the line is right on the pin end. I couldn't possibly tell you it is here, but I bet you any money you like it's Papathanaisiou and Sotras. Yeah, they are the kings of the pins, and they're definitely the nearest boat to the start here. And it was definitely more conservative approach. There's a midline sag as well, but again, it's that pin end. There's definitely boats going to be very close to the line on this start, this pin end. But I'm going to hand you back to Virtual Eye, you can say for sure. Digby in your studio.
We'll just stay with the live picture at the moment because we can see from Shane's angle, we can see both orange flags. You can see the far pin end orange flag there. I mean, that is a clear, we can see as well as the race officers. And they're all hanging back. As soon as that star flag drops and the gun goes, that's it.
Yeah, they're starting to come up. They're just going to creep up, and as Louise mentioned, there's that midline sag. So there's just, you find that it becomes a bit of a U. So the middle guys that aren't too sure where the line is, they fall back just a little bit, which gives it a definite advantage. Here they go, coming towards the line, the pin end. There they go. It's gone. It's a clear start. So we're looking good.
Clear start. We could see that from our picture. Great spot to be, Shane. Fantastic. And
Nice.
off they go. So, and on the back of the committee boat there was Sharon giving it a high five. She's pretty happy about that. She's got her fleet away, and the race officers, you know, have a hard job to do sometimes. And well done to Sharon and her team there.
We got the Greeks on the boat end for some reason. I guess he's changing up his tactics for for this week. I know he's feeling a little sore. I guess a little too much exercise yesterday in training for the Greek. But there's France 8270. So I think that's Rombo. He used to sail with Xavier, and he's actually out here with a laser sailor, a French laser sailor. Did very well in Rio a couple weeks ago, and he's here for his first shot at the SSL. Doing just a few more events and just trying to get some rankings and hopefully one day get to the finals in Nassau.
Well, now we're on virtual, flying over the entire fleet and just getting a feel for what is going on here. The bulk of the fleet going left up the track towards the Grand Son side, and Virtual Eye is giving us a very early reading of
Look at that.
George Zarif with Bruno Prada on
Usual
the
suspects
lead
here.
line on the left-hand side of the track with Reynolds and Hainault, those double gold medalists, and then Staniek
Staniek, world
and
champ.
Klein, the current world champs. Great to see Fritjof Klein back on the star. He
blew his knee in some basketball, and he took a year off. It's interesting you sort of talk about so much other sports with all these injuries and their comebacks, but for sailing, that's definitely one of them. Fritjof coming back from it's a pretty serious knee injury, but he's looking fit and strong, and I think he wants to get back to Nassau after missing last year.
Well, some very good starts over on the left by Staniek and Klein, Polgar and Reynolds and Hainault. So, and George Zarif, the young Finn sailor, he's Brazil's bright hope in the Finn class for the Olympics coming up in Rio, and he really is an exceptionally good sailor. He's 21 or 2 and already
well, he took it to Robert and Nassau last year, so you know, he's hungry and he feels pretty confident there. And I also see the Cyprus letters up on the boat just below France. He was the Olympian that got the silver medal, I believe, in London. It was Cyprus's first ever Olympic medal.
All right, so Virtual Eye giving us the look here, and Kuznirovic and Jitsky are in the mix. Reynolds and Hainault, 2 class sailors, and Dennis, I'm guessing you know Mark Reynolds from for many years.
Since he was a young man, I took him to the Olympics with me when he was 12 years old. So he's been around a long time, a veteran guy. He's had a lot of experience in the lakes, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the top group or even on the stand at the end. They're very experienced guy and probably the one of the top sailors of the star class of all time.
Yes, without a doubt.
And it was funny, in the Olympic Museum, the Star Sailors class commissioned 2 wax statue, and one was of Mark Reynolds, and it was from 2010, I believe, when he won his gold medal. Was that right? Or
No,
2000. Sorry, 2000.
Sydney. Yeah.
So they the wax modelers from Madame Two Swords apparently made these 2 models of Torben and Mark Reynolds, and you know, it looked fantastic. It was great. We did a little interview. We'll probably show it tomorrow. We did a little interview with Mark next to his statue, and it was a great likeness, and it was quite a cool idea, actually.
I think it's a great idea. It lays in the history. It's there forever, as a lot of people said last night. And I think all the apparel that was given, we take it for granted as sailors, because we're so used to seeing our gloves or our pinnies. But when you go into the museum now and you actually take a look at the gear, it's like seeing the weightlifters' apparel, or the fencer or the track stars. When you get to see their gear and what it's like, you get a different perspective. And yesterday they had Bruno's gloves and his pinny out there, and it's all beat up and ripped because, you know, it's rough out there, especially in places like London or Nassau. Even though it's pretty, it gives you a feel of what it's like and what they do.
I've noticed that Mark had a good start, but he slipped back a little bit. I wonder if he has a little problem with his speed. You can see him out there. He has a gold star. Next time they pan in closer, I believe it's number 8129.
Mm-hmm.
But
Classic.
he's about fourth place now, I think.
Well, it's pretty good. I mean, as Dennis would point out too, it's such a thin lake that there's going to be a lot of tacking, and once they get closer to the shore, there's not going to be any more track. You have no choice but to tack. So it's going to play a key factor in the decisions that they make and how they approach the windward mark as they move along here. But the fleet is definitely over on the left-hand side. There is one, I think, is that Brazil that's coming up. They're looking pretty good. They went closest to the land. And they're actually looking pretty sharp, at least from this angle here. Yeah, it is Grail, the wily veteran, multi Olympic medalist, world champion, and all these things. He's looking pretty good as they're coming up. But according to Virtual Eye, Stanjek is the leader.
Well, Staniek and Clean with Reynolds and Haenel, and then Zarif and Prada, Mendelblatt and Farty in the mix. Some pretty big names up there in that top 10, Polgard and Coy, Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins, and then the next guys, I don't know who they are, Kashina and
Ukrainians,
Ukrainians, there we go, and Bernaz and Pascal from France, and then Benamati and Sergio Lambertenghi from Italy.
Well, what's going to be interesting too, I find, is that because the fleet there's going to be some amateurs out there that are going to come out. They get a good start. You keep the fleet stays close. So you're going to get a couple of these, I guess what we'll call unknowns, that'll be able to fight up in there. The windward, the fleet does stay pretty close on the top mark, but when they go downwind, that's when the real techniques come in. And I believe it's a 6-knot wind range where they're going to allow you to pump. So I would imagine it's going to be the O flag, Oscar flag will be up, and we'll be able to see a lot of the physical aspects of the sport come to life.
Well, chatting to some of the sailors, in fact, from the Netherlands last night, they were saying that it's going to be incredible to see how much pumping they do and how physical it's going to be, and the fact that it will probably be overall quite a high-scoring regatta, high-point-scoring regatta, which means that you know, it's the results are going to be fairly mixed up over these 9 races. So quite a long way to go. 9 races over the next 3 days, possibly 4 races today, if Sharon feels that you know, it's appropriate to run another one. But technically, the idea is to run 3 races today, 3 races tomorrow, then 3 races Friday, and then the top 11 go through to Saturday's Grand Slam quarterfinals, semis, and finals, all battling away for a prize pot of US dollars 100,000, which is pretty cool, I think, for racing and for sailing. On the whole, we're an amateur sport. You know, the The Olympians are professionals, pretty much funded by their national authorities. You get paid in the Volvo race and the match racing and the America's Cup. But at the lower, kind of smaller keelboat ends, it's not a professional sport. And, you know, this is quite an interesting mix of pros and amateurs on the same racetrack.
Well, that's the beauty part of sailing, is that you get to play with the top dogs as long as you can keep up. I mean, the start line is really where you really get to mix it up. But it is one of the unique things about our sport, is that you can come to an event and you can mix it up with these 16 different medalists and all these pros, and you can see what they do, and you can try and outdo them quickly at the start. But usually the top guys do get their way forward on you. But it's pretty fun.
As we approach the left-hand side of the course, they're going to be tacking soon, because they'll be on the port ley line, and there won't be much of a chance to pass. So Thorben Grail with Mark Reynolds and Middleblatt not too far behind. So Americans are off to a good start, and I don't think there'll be much of a passing lane here for the rest of this race. It'll be pretty one-sided on the beats, and you can see that it'll be a parade up the left-hand side right now with not much chance to catch up. So the race pretty much going to be decided here as we get up to the weather mark.
Well, we're looking at the America's Cup camera, operated by Shane Smart, doing a wonderful job there, Shano. And the Swiss flags flying from people's lakeside properties, and back in the far distance you can see some vineyards and hills and mountains, and very pretty part of Switzerland towards the French side, and there's their train going through. So fabulous conditions in Switzerland for the Lake Grand Slam. And look at this bunch in our frame, a bunch of superstar sailors all duking it out, as Dennis said, on the left-hand side of the track. And I suspect that is going to be the pattern of the day.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be favoring that left side for sure up the beat. But like I said, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams work downwind. There won't be a lot of lanes to go and pass, but again, with the physicality that's hopefully going to come into play, and you do have a potentially 4-race day, your conditioning is going to make a difference as the day goes on.
I think we're fortunate to see this much wind. The forecast was for a lighter breeze today, so the race committee and the Star Sailors League are breathing a big sigh of relief to see this much breeze, and they're hoping they could get a few races in here in case the wind dies off later in the afternoon.
Indeed, and tomorrow I believe it's forecast to drop a little bit, so a bit of danger zone, and then apparently Friday and Saturday it's going to pick up. But we are in the middle of two mountain ranges here, the Jura and the Alps, and there are valleys and lakes and all kinds of mad thermal conditions which make lake sailing up in the mountains so tricky. And here's an interesting view from Virtual Eye, running us along the lead line. A bunch of guys who have gone right up the track, and right at the bottom of our screen we can see some guys really overstanding the ley line. And there, interestingly, third in, Papathanasiou and Chotras, the Greek pin end heroes, have taken a right-hand track up this beat, and we'll see how that works out for them. Professionals, Reynolds and Haynolds
looking nice
working the middle, very nice, with Zarif and Prada, and then a whole bunch of others on the left-hand side of the track. So Reynolds, being a total pro that he is, has worked his way back in towards the middle and is playing both ends.
I think it's interesting to see 3 of the top 6 or so from America, because this is not their specialty of lake sailing. They're usually a better with the boat speed and open course and a bit more sea and swell. So I think it's a little bit unusual to see them doing so well.
Okay, big contingent from America, and as we were chatting earlier, Brian Farty flying out a few days early, preparing the boat and going out with a local sailor, and then Mark Mendelblack turns up in rock star fashion, jumping on at the last minute.
But that's the way it is. I mean, I'm a crew myself, and I many times had to come in early and prep the boat. But that's the role we play. We don't mind, and it's we all joke about it. And it's good to actually have the crews. We take over the venue for a couple days. We have some fun. We rig our boats, and when our boys come in, our stars, our steers, our skippers, we bring them in, and then we just go out and have a good time.
Nice one, Tyler. Well said. And we're approaching the business end of leg number 1 towards the top mark. And there'll be a top marker and a little spreader mark just for safety. And they'll go around the top and then around the spreader and then head downwind. And right now the leaderboards is giving us Reynolds and Haynel, the double gold medalists, Grail de Almeida just taking that top spot, Staniek and Clean, Mendelblatt and Fati, Diaz and Boltins, Polgar and Coy, and then Benamati and Lambertengi with Zarif and Prada, Zabo and Ducamont.
That's a lot of star power right there for
That's
sure.
Quite a list of people. And there they go. And we're meters from that top mark. Loué Habib is out there on the water, our eyes and ears on the water. And Loué, what can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you, Digby, is if you look further back the track, you can see the very height of the Jura Mountains. That's about 1,700 meters. And we've been watching the cloud building up over those mountains. And for me, that's saying sea breeze. I know we're on a lake, but that's pumping in that extra breeze. And I wouldn't mind betting that's the local effect we're having here. So at the top mark, we can see a lot of white horses. There is more breeze at this top mark. So what it's going to be about at this top mark is getting around clean and then extending with a good hoist, rather a good set. So I think it's going to be a very interesting top mark. You know what? I like the look of Zarif and Prada.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be really hot downwind. Zarif is awesome in the fin. Prada also awesome in the fin. I wouldn't mind betting that they make a move on this downwind run, but at the moment it's very difficult for us to call. But I have to say, the boats that went up the middle or near the middle, they don't look too bad at all. They're also on starboard with the other boats, the flock of boats that went to the Grandson side coming in on port. So I don't know, we probably got about less than a minute to the top mark. So I'll turn you back onto the camera and virtual eye, but I reckon Zarif Prada for the next downwind leg. Back to you in the studio.
It looks good, especially with the funnel effect that's going to happen as all these boats start hitting the windward mark. But it is an incredible technological advancement with this camera work to be able to see the sailing the way we see it, and the picture we had there before of the two Brazilians and watching Torben sail up.
And here we're on virtual eye, giving us the mathematics towards the top mark and the spreader mark. And there is Grail and de Almeida with Staniek and Clean just tacking over onto the ley line. Mendelblatt and Fati a little bit further behind them. So getting crunchy now, and let's go back to our live shot.
Well, there he is. Yes, exactly. Grail.
There's Torben Grail and Guillaume de Almeida blasting around the top mark and the spreader of race number 1. Fantastic result for those guys.
Yeah, no, and this is where it's really going to get interesting, is when they come around. We have a little bit of a spreader mark just to put a little space between the boats, so you can avoid the collisions with these machines that they have out here. There comes Zabo and Diaz. The poles up in the top here. It's going to be interesting. The breeze looks good. It looks a little calmer, but I think the effect of the wind looks always lighter through a camera. But they're going to be, Grail's gone around, so he's starting to head to the bottom mark, and then now it's not necessarily a parade, but I mean everybody's just going to be coming by one after the other. You're going to see 70 boats within the next 2 minutes come around that mark, and it makes it hard. It's not going to be easy to pass, but again, if the Oscar flag is up and it's opened up the pumping, there's a lot of room to be made and gained through technique.
Well, we're watching through our America's Cup camera, and keep it fairly wide, Shano, for everyone at home, friends, families, to see everybody, all their heroes, going around the first mark of the SSL Grand Slam here on Neuchâtel, Lake Neuchâtel, and a bunch of Swiss guys going around there, and quite a bit of traffic on the first top mark. Very interesting, but I think everyone is being pretty civilized at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the rules are simple, starboard over port. So as you come into these marks, no one wants to have any real altercation. Again, it's the first race. You don't want to have any troubles out there. You don't want to lose the regatta because you do a stupid move. So you don't want to push it too hard. And you just have to get around clean. Once you're around, then you start picking away. For these guys in the back of the fleet, it's one boat at a time. You just have to stay focused. Don't get stuck in a big clump of boats. Get your clear air. Start working the boat. And look, the race it's not a short race. You still have 45 minutes and a couple miles of track to catch up, and like you mentioned earlier, it's probably going to be a high numbered points for the results. So every boat's going to count. Every boat you can pass is just going to be helping you. And every time I've done an event, I know that by the end of the regatta, I can see where I missed out on sixth over seventh, or because of 2 points, and 2 points is right in front of you. You can pass 2 boats on this little spreader leg, and there you go. You can move up.
Well, that's the majority of the fleet now around the top mark and the spreader mark, and we're looking at the lower quarter of the fleet, just bringing up the tail, and just wonder if we could flick to Virtual Eye and give us a bit of a feel for what's going on virtually. Boats still hammering around that top mark. And there's the big picture as we fly up over Neuchâtel and then heading down the track, Grail and Diomeda. So I think what we should do is stick with virtual for a little while and allow Shane and our TV boat to do some repositioning and turn themselves around and head back down towards the front runners. And at the moment, Virtual Eye is giving us over 50 meters advantage of Grail and Diomeda over Staniek and Klein, the reigning world champs. And there are 2 class acts with Kuznierovic, gold medalist, with Dominik Zicki from Poland, and then George Zabo sailing with Dukumum. How do you pronounce that, Tyler?
Well, let me...
Come on.
Dukumum.
There you go.
Zabo.
And then Arnie Diaz and Boltins, Augie Diaz, Arnie Boltins there, hammering down in that top 5 with George Zarif and Bruno Prada, followed by Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, who are kind of dropping, as you say, Dennis. Perhaps they had a bit of a speed issue going upwind.
Also, I see some people taking a little chance with I think Mark Reynolds' jibe, and is off on port. You can't see him in the Virtual Eye, but he's staying more in the middle of the pond. Maybe there's a little more breeze out there as opposed to a shift away from the shore, out of the lee of the land. So Mark taking a bit of a flyer here.
Yeah, no, I did actually observe this morning when I was walking around the park was the breeze did seem a little bit more on that right-hand side where Mark is. So maybe he's sort of thinking a bit about that aspect this morning. It did pick up. Here we got a great shot of how the crews stand up and really start getting physical with these boats. No, they do not have any line hanging or attaching them to the boat. You need to hang on to that mast. So because if you go in the drink, it doesn't bode well for your results. But you can see them all hanging out, just rocking the boats. Oscar flag is up, so they're going to just give it, and that's without a doubt one of the more physical aspects of the race. And what's interesting is you usually had one aspect of the race you could probably rest, so to speak. But now with the pumping downwind, there is no time to rest. And when you come back upwind, you got to hike as hard as you can, just keep the boat flat and keep racing. So it's a 55-minute physical workout.
I noticed the U.S. A boat, the 8320, has the rig further forward than all the other boats. Seems to be going a little faster, but if you look behind, some of the boats are, the rig is more vertical, which is not usually the fastest way to proceed downwind. So look at them going pretty good there with that mast forward.
Yeah, no, well, everybody's got their technique. I mean, Dennis, you can attest to that. There's so many different styles in the star class. Some guys, and the skippers, that is, really feel more comfortable with the rig further forward. It does give you a little bit more power sometimes. It makes it sometimes a little tippier. But yeah, everybody's got their technique, and if they can make it go fast, then they can. It'll be always good.
Well, here we're looking through our America's Cup camera as Shane pans left towards the business end, the front end of the fleet, through the guys working their way downwind. And there's Grail and De Almeida. De Almeida standing up, the crewman, and putting a lot of work into this downwind leg. He's keeping the bow down a little bit, extending the waterline length, perhaps lifting the rudder a little bit off the stern. I'm not sure, Tyler, how much difference that makes with quite such a heavy keel.
Well, look, everything that you do is going to be is got to be a benefit, and one of the things in sailing is you don't want to technically steer the boat. You want the boat to steer itself. So there is a balance between the crew and where they stand and how they heel the boat. And as you get better, as Grail is, you can virtually sail the boat on its own without touching the rudder. So as you'll see, each one time they roll, they're going to bear off down the waves, catch it, and then the boat just it'll find its own way down the waves, which is the fastest when let it go, just let it go, as they say.
Well, I should just let viewers know that dear old Shane is right on the end of his doubler there. That boat is a long way away from our TV cat, and as Shane comes wide, we begin to see the castle of Grand Saint and the fleet making their way downwind. And indeed, they're going to be passing lanes here. They're going to be puffs of breeze in one spot and not the other. And this is where the sailors can make some great leaps. And just looking at that front pack, already stretching out with the beautiful scenery of Grand Saint and the mountains behind, and some vineyards and rather lovely local wine that we had a go at night before last. Yeah. And what a marvellous sight for the first Grand Slam on the lake for the Star Sailors League.
Incredible.
And some beautiful shots, beautiful light as we make our way downwind. We're still on the first lap of our first race over this 4-day competition. And there's a lot of work going on these boats, and you can see the helms pulling the main sheet in as the crew moves, and it's a little dance, a downwind dance.
Well, yeah, but it's all technique, and this is where, and Dennis would probably agree to this too, is where your crew becomes pivotal. There is a selection process for every skipper to have the better technique or the more physical. There is, like you say, a bit of a dance up there. I mean, you're standing on a moving apparatus, as you'd say, much like the balance beam in gymnastics. There's not much room to move the feet. You have to hang on to the mast, but the mast is no bigger than a small pole for your hand, and it's slippery when it's wet. So it's not easy, but the guys that have the feel for the boat and the technique is obviously going to help each boat move faster downwind.
Well, in that little group, it's George Szabo with Patrick Ducomont from the USA, just leading that little bunch there, doing a very nice job in 4th position on the downwind leg. And as we pan wide with our America's Cup cam, we can see there we've got a little leaderboard on the left-hand side of our shot, Shane, and that's good for us. Just hold it there, Shano, that's all good. And Grail and De Almeida still leading by over 40 meters from Kuznierovic and Zitsky from Poland, with the reigning world champs Staniek and Klein just ahead of George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont.
And I think actually you can see when you have teammates that have been together for a while, it makes a difference in these conditions for sure. The Poles have been together since 2004. Grail has been sailing together with this guy on and off many years, and the Germans, coming off of a world championship not too long ago, have a lot of synergy together. And the teamwork is critical in many different ways. Here we're going to be watching Torben, or we were going to watch Torben come into the leeward mark. You can show a little bit of the technique. You got to get the mast back, the pole down. Here they go. They're going to be ready to go. It takes a little bit of time, but all of a sudden, as soon as you start heading around the mark, lots of things start happening. That poor crew's got about 50. Watch him go.
We'll stay with you, Tyler. Keep talking us
well,
through.
Here he goes through.
Yeah.
So now as the boat rounds up, we're going to get the mast back. The jib's got to come down. Jib's got to come in. There's Torben steering with the foot because he's got about 60 yards of line to pull in. There we go. The boat's going to tighten up, and then he's off. The pole's coming up. Nateas has got a little more of a bring the main sheet in sooner, and then the crew's got to work, just get right over the side. Not much to hang on. Still's got a lot of lines to pull, and then head on up to the right side. Looking for it's just a beautiful shot. It's incredible what you can see with this camera. The technology, as I said earlier, I mean, we never saw this. If when you're sitting at home, for most of those in North America, it's going to be breakfast material. Instead of listening to the news, you can pop up your iPad or your tablet and just sit here and watch a little bit of sailing. And I think that probably puts a big smile on people's faces, and it's something to enjoy and think about all day.
I have absolutely no doubt there are a few viewers at work with this little window at the side with their spreadsheets and their reports and all the rest of it going on, and having a quiet listen. I know Michel Niklas tells me if he's at home, he has it running around in the background, and he tunes in at the marks and really enjoys seeing the racing here. And Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins heading around there in very good shape indeed.
Yeah, it's good to see them up there. I mean, Augie's a veteran. He has been in this class for I don't know how many years, and he's always a player. He's always someone that you got to watch out for. Just by watching the latest results of him and Arnie together, they're on a bit of a roll.
They are on a roll, and they're quite determined, in fact, Augie, to get to the Bahamas, Nassau. Yep. They want to score points to get into the top 12 ranking, to automatically qualify to get to the Bahamas. Because in December, a week in Nassau is a very nice thing too, and it's a great regatta.
Grand. With the money up there for grabs. We've been able to go. I've been to both the first, second event, and it's an incredible event. And to be able to be here and do this at other standalone event is it's unprecedented. And just watching the way that this is working, it's fantastic. Michel and the SSL are doing a fantastic job, and I think this is some type of event that's going to grow and grow as time goes by.
Okay, well it is gathering traction. I just saw my hero, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, rounding the bottom gate, and he's probably in about 30th position. So I'm going to have some words with him between races, a bit of tactical advice, and give him a bit of encouragement because there's.
But it's still so close. I mean, look at. I mean, I don't know any other word, but the mess that you see, one quick shift, a little tack over to the right, get yourself some clear air, and things can change. You can gain 10 boats within 5 minutes with the right tactical move. So there's lots. Even though there's not a huge lake, there's still room to maneuver. Once you get past the top 10 to top 15, then everybody's in what we call the dirt of sailing because the wind is all messed up for everybody. So it becomes a concentration factor where you just need to be able to focus and keep the boat moving, still work with your crew, keep concentrating on making sure the boat's going maximum speed all the time, making sure you're on the right side, the correct side of the course to keep your advantage over the competition behind you, but at the same time try and sort of pick away at the guys in front of you. And you can see how Torben's still maintaining a good lead, and the poles they're extending over Stanchek and Mendelblatt nicely. Polgar and Szabo just keeping within reach with Zarif. I mean, look at that great shot. There's Augie. No, that's Reynolds. Sorry, Reynolds coming up. Still same old technique. It's interesting how as you compete against these guys, they all have a look. A crouch or a hard hiking. You can tell each person's body type to give each other away. And I think having these pennies is a huge improvement to the whole program, and you can see how each guy's got their numbers, their ranking, where they're from, and you know, they got the stars on the Americans here, so they're looking good.
It looks like George Szabo hitting the left-hand side, looking for a little gift with Torben out in the middle now, this time protecting the whole fleet. So they've changed a little bit on the tactics upwind, with Torben just going to play it safe, maintain his lead, and he'll come away from this with a well-earned victory. And George Szabo was fast downwind, trying to get a little gift from the left-hand side of the course to catch up, but he'll have a good race as well. So the leaders aren't going to change too much from here.
No, it'll start just lining up. Again, I think like I said, it's going to be the guys in 15 and behind where you've got to keep the focus, because you can lose just as much as you can actually gain. So I mean, that's the beauty about sailing. It's a long 55 minutes focus, concentration throughout the whole event. The communication between the crew and the skipper, trying to find where's the wind, who's coming along, and also the terminology will be when you're at the back of the fleet, it gets rough back there because there are no friends. There are friends on land, and we all talk, but when it's on the water, it's a competition, and you're not going to give an inch, and sometimes you just tack on your buddy, and then all of a sudden it changes your whole perspective of what's going on in the race. You want to go out to the right, guy tacks, and then you got to take your hitch to the left. Now it's when do you come back? Sometimes you get stuck. Stanjay, he's going pretty hard to the right side right now. He's got a clear air. He's obviously got a reason to go that way. He looks a little bit headed at this point too, compared to the other boats. Still doing well, staying up in a fifth, and anything within the top 15 is what I call a keeper. You can keep that race. That's one. It's good for the results.
What's going on here?
Oh,
Obviously,
he fell out of the boat.
well, I think there's an issue. They must have retired. Papathanasiou and Chotras from Greece, clearly having a bad day on race number 1, and commiserations. Great characters,
Yes.
normally at the pin end. They love that pin end, but this time they were on the committee boat end and
So
heading
something's
right round the track, and maybe they've just thrown their toys out the pram. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah,
Or
they're
they
always
may have,
emotional. Always emotional.
They may well have had some kind of issue on board with equipment. And so I think we're back with Torben Grail, is that
Yeah.
right? Leading this pack, and what a beautiful rhythm of the bow slicing through the water. These
That's a great
guys
shot.
working seamlessly together. Torben, an absolute legend, double gold Olympic medalist with a few other Olympic
Yeah, a
medals
couple
to
of
his name.
two or three other
yeah,
medals.
I think he's got 5, hasn't he?
I believe so.
I mean,
One the
that's
Soli.
absolutely phenomenal. Great sailor, looking around. Of course, he won the Volvo Ocean Race as well. So
Yep.
he is a multiple world champion, a master of small boats and large. And there you can see the gold star on his sail, signifying a world championship win.
Exactly. I mean, there's not many guys really that have accomplished as much as Torben in such an array. I mean, if you took track and field, he won the 100 meters and he won the 200 meters. He's done the long jump and he's done the pole vault. So I mean,
it's like the 100 meters and the marathon. You know, if some short course
great
racing
example for
and
the Volvo.
around the world, which is quite stunning. And one of the reasons I rather love sailing, Dennis, and you've done a bit of around the world Whitbread racing.
Well, I've only done it twice, but
Only.
it's a tough race. Thinking of this race now, we see Torben staying out a little bit towards the middle because Middelblatt was gaining out there, and George Szabo, he hit the left there, and he's going to end up losing. So the middle was better on the second beat here than the first beat. So the people on the right will have a chance to gain.
Well, we have a bird's eye view with virtual eye right now, and we can see Mark 3. We're on the second lap of race number 1. They'll go up to the top mark and then head down towards the bottom gate, and then do a little hook through an upwind finish line towards the bottom of the track. So really, they've got a lap and a bit to do. And
Yep.
the leaders beginning to work their way into the middle of the track, away from the shore side. Grail and De Almeida still commanding this race by over 50 meters from
Praise Taki.
Kuznirovic and Jitsky, with Mendelblatt and Fatih in third, Staniek and Klein in fourth, Polgar and Coy in fifth. So a good showing by the Germans here, and the Americans, Zebo and Ducomont, and Diaz and Bolt in seventh, with Brazilian Zarif and Prada in eighth position. Bruno Prada, of course, a long-time crewman for Robert Scheidt, another legendary 5 Olympic medalist from Brazil, 2 golds and a couple of silvers, and he's now back in the Olympic laser class and working extremely hard towards Rio at the grand old age of 40-something, and he's back in on the laser and having a go for another medal. An astonishing athlete, actually, Robert Scheid, with Bruno Prada, and they make a wonderful team. But Bruno now sailing with the young Brazilian superstar George Zarif. And there we see Kuznirovic and Jitsky, also world champions in the star, with the gold medal up top there. And they are, I've always called them the danger men, because they always keep their low profile, and then they suddenly always appear in the top 5, and they come from nowhere, and boom, look at this. Mateusz Kuznirovic was saying, you know, he's a very humble man last night, chatting away, and he was saying, well, we'll see, you know, I don't know. He's very keeping his cards close to his chest.
Exactly.
And
but I mean, he historically, I mean, what I find really interesting about a lot of these sailors, you got a lot of Finn sailors. You know, Bruno, these two guys. I remember racing these guys in the Finn back in the 90s. And Mateus, obviously a gold medal, bronze medal in the Finn class. Dominic was always, I mean, unfortunate for him, he had to compete against Mateus. So it was a pretty tough guy to beat. But Bruno, he was a great Finn sailor. All these guys, I mean, it's a testament to the skill set of the Finn class. And I think it's because of the physicality that you can bring into the star class. It used to be in the day, there was no weight limit in the star class. So you, as Dennis probably remembers, you just got the biggest guy that you can put over the side, and you power up this boat and you get going. But now with the weight limit, now it becomes a real physical aspect of the game that comes in. You really got to hike. Your crew is no longer the huge man. I mean, they're very big guys, 220 pounds, you know, 100 kilos. But now you want them to be able to hike and do the pumping. It becomes a real physical aspect, and that's this great sport.
I was chatting to Marcus Coy last night, and I mean, he's enormous. And if you forget, I mean, you're talking to him, and your kind of neck is craning, looking up into the sky with this
6'7",
giant German there chatting away, and ever so charming, racing away in all kinds of different classes. I think he works for North Sails.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's you know, he's in the business, he's in the trade, he loves this, and he sails on all kinds of different classes, back in the Star, and doing a fabulous job.
If this picture shows you what your daily activity, that's Marcus's office right there, and you know, it feels good. When you're passionate about something, it makes life a lot easier to do it. And as Marcus has a passion, as all these guys all have a passion for the sport of sailing, they're out here. That's why they're out here at 9:30 in the morning, chilly, you know, having a coffee, getting ready, and going out racing for the whole day.
Now we should mention that we are in Switzerland, and just have a look at this top 20 leaderboard. 6 Swiss teams up there, and they're doing really well. They're on their local patch, and it's nice to see the Swiss sailors with such a good showing and doing well in local conditions. So, you know, these guys, they sail, they race on lakes, and the championship is for them. And Dennis is just counting up a few Americans. Hey, come on, Dennis.
Exactly.
Flying the flag. Like to see that. They've come a long way, the Americans over here to Europe, and doing extremely well. And 2 Germans in that top 5 as well, top
yeah,
6.
they're coming far. I mean, they're coming from the west coast of the States too. So I mean, that's a good 9-10 hour flight over here. But I mean, historically, it's great always having the Americans, because they've always been top players in this star class. I mean, since I can always remember, you never don't have a, if that's proper English, have an American in sights here.
And talking of Americans, there's Mark Mendelblatt with Brian Farty just executing a beautiful tack there. And Shane will stay with these guys and just chat about Mendelblatt and Farty just for a mo, and look at them go. And Mendelblatt just shuffling forward, both getting their weight into the middle of the boat. They're finding that sweet spot, aren't they?
Well, there's a synergy here now. If you watch this, slowly they're going to start just rocking both together at the same time. You need to use all that weight. I mean, the boat's heavy. You can't just use one person. You need all the weight to be moving back and forth as they go through the waves, pumping it. Brian out in the side there, you'll see he's got his hand forward just on the jib sheet. There's a fine tune, so you're always adjusting that sail to make sure it's perfectly trimmed. You'll see in the mainsail, you can see the windows. Well, up top, a little bit higher, you can see the window. Brian's always going to be taking a little peek to see how his jib is trimmed, and Mark always adjusting the lowers or the uppers as he goes through the waves. I mean, there's a constant adjustment to be made to these boats just to keep it in the perfect trim to get the maximum speed. Here they go on a nice tack. You know, Brian's going to launch his body out. Come on, Brian, there you go, buddy. Pulling the jib, and then now they're just going. And I mean, what a beautiful boat, and great athletes to boot. You can't be sailing these things without having the great athletes.
Well, that was a very nice moment there. Watching the crew work on the Star class, and we're going up towards the leader. There's Torben and Guillaume de Almeida, still dominating and commanding race number one. They've gained themselves a 50-meter lead, and I don't think they're going to lose it.
No, it'll be some. I don't even want to say it. Something terrible will have to happen.
The curse of the commentators.
Curse of the commentator. You don't want to give him that, but you know, I have all the confidence in the world. I mean, when a guy like that gets even a 2 or 3 boat lead, boat length lead, it's hard to pass. You give them something like that, they're going to just cruise to finish. Probably maybe take it a little easy once they feel kind of secure in the result, just to keep the energy level, save some of the physicality as we get into race 2, 3, maybe even 4, and that'll play a lot during the rest of the day.
Well, we'll stay with our live picture just for a moment, and Loué Habib is out on the water and has been listening to us. Loué, talk us around the top mark, and what can you see?
Well, as you say, Torben Grael and De Almeida have got a great lead there, but it's worth pointing out this is the last scoring regatta before the Star Sailors League final in Nassau, and currently Grael is 8th ranking and Almeida 11th, so they need the points to make Nassau. As you were saying, we were talking to Kuzniewicz this morning. He hasn't been in the Star since Nassau, so an incredible effort. But these guys literally grew up together, Dominic and Matthias. So then, you know, it's just like riding a bike for those two. Mark Mendenblatt, Brian Fatty, they certainly were. Mark Mendenblatt didn't look too awake at about 6 a.m. this morning after his long flight, but he's definitely woken up. And there you go, Staniek and Clean. Now those two are back together. Clean picked up a knee injury and was not at the Europeans, so those two have got back on the bike as well. And then Polgar and Coy, as you say, Polgar over 2 meters, 110 kilos. You know, Coy, I beg your pardon. He's quite an amazing athlete, incredibly fit. And we could have 4 races today, so this is only the first rubber. But those 4 have got quite a bit of breathing space on Zarif and Prada, who are coming through now. Reynolds and Hanel, they actually came out on the right-hand side at that last bottom mark, and I don't think it paid for them. Yeah, we definitely, those front 4 have definitely got some breathing space. They've got a lot of traffic to get through. But we're seeing, we know, the cream rising to the top there with those top 4. Breeze-wise, there seems to be more breeze at this end of the lake than at the bottom end of the lake. But definitely shifty. There might be a little bit more wave action down towards the middle of the lake as well. It's been blowing hard for 3 or 4 days, and I think there's more wave action in the middle of the lake. But yeah, cream rising to the top would be my headline at the moment, Digby.
No, exactly. And that's always the way it is in racing. The cream does rise to the top with enough time to go around the track. And it is an interesting point because, the waves, they're going to start bouncing off the bottom of the lake. And then it's going to make it more and more tricky to navigate those waves because they're not going to be
It's
sort of
it's got to be
continuing,
down the bottom. It's got to be down the bottom.
You see the Croatian looks he's up in there right behind Zabo, and then you see the couple Swiss boats pecking in that top looks like that top 10. So there are some local guys that are showing they're here to take a little piece of the pie away.
Tyler, I'm just looking at this wide shot from Shane. You can see the puffy clouds at the top of the hills, top of the mountains. It's a pretty clear day. It's very clean light, a fairly chilly breeze. We're looking out of our window, and it's quite clear. But you can see that the little puffy clouds are building over the mountains and keeping the breeze on tap, I would say.
Well, it's always been interesting with the lake. I guess it's called lake effect. When we sail in different parts of the world, whether it's on the ocean, in Miami, the weather is always dictated a lot by what's happening. The clouds give you a very good indicator. Whereas when you get historically the Swiss guys, when you come in and you're sailing with some of the locals, they know what's going on out there by just looking at some of the cloud effect that you see.
Well, as our TV boat repositions, we'll stick with virtual eye just for a minute and get a flavor of how the race is panning out. Kuzniewicz and Zitsky from Poland, now some 60 meters behind Grail and Diomeda, hammering it down towards the bottom mark. We're in lap 2 of race number 1, and if you've just joined, this is the first race of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake in Switzerland, Lake Neuchâtel, and they're heading down towards the bottom mark now, where they'll do a little dogleg upwind to finish race number 1. And interesting because there's a few people here, a few crowds watching, standing by the lake. There's a lovely little event village going on, and they want to put the finishes near the sailing club so that the spectators on the land can get a nice view of the start and the finish. And I think they will get a lovely view today. And Grail and Diomeda doing a marvelous job, and now they're all lining up behind them, heading downwind. And there is Torben Grail helming with Guillaume Diomeda, rocking that boat, just ooching away, and the helmsman working pretty hard as well, Tyler.
Well, you mean exactly. It takes two to tango in this boat, and that's a big mainsail. So if you have the ability, the strength to pump with that, as you see Torben giving a little shot right there with the kinetics, it'll make a huge difference. And if you can catch that wave, you can get just one little surf. That's the difference of gaining 20 yards or 20 feet and losing 20 feet. So there he goes right there. That's a big one right there. Exactly. And when again, this camera gives you such a great sight of what's actually happening out on the water in the boat with these teams. And now they're starting. You get a rhythm going too. You can't just pump. There's a rhythm and a synergy that you need to have. There you can see a little scoot right there. You just get that wave, that right little spot, and the boat will scoot forward. And then once you get scooting, you try and keep that scoot going. And that's the experience of the helm. How many times have he done this? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, how many thousands and thousands of miles has Torben sailed just the Star downwind over his last 20 years? He knows exactly where the sweet spot is, and once he gets you don't get a lead as he has without knowing a few of the little specifics of the Star.
Nicely put, Tyler. Nicely put. So we're still with Shane and our virtual eye camera. We could pan a bit wider, Shano, and just see what kind of lead these guys are pulling out over the poles, and yet to see the poles.
Solid lead.
That is a good lead.
Solid lead.
There you go. There's plenty of boat lengths between first and second place in this race number 9, almost 70 meters. So just while we were talking there, Tyler, while you were giving us that lovely explanation, they pulled out another 10 meters from the poles by working hard.
Well, again, it's downwind is so key in all of sailing, but it doesn't matter what class you compete in, and that's why they bring out the pumping rule, because it makes it more physical, and the techniques that become involved in going fast really play a part. And you know, the fin classes like that, the laser class is getting to be more like that, and now with the star class opening that up, each technique is different. But again, the downwind is where really that's where the game is won in sailing, because you can do only so much upwind damage to your competition, but downwind, as you bring in a guy like Grail, or even more so Scheidt, is so good downwind. He just extends on everybody, but the poles, everybody's getting better, and everybody has their own technique.
Dennis, you gave us a lovely chat at the Olympic Museum last night, and mentioned that when you started star sailing, downwind the cruise didn't move. You kind of put the helm in the middle and just cruised on downwind.
Well, the kinetics in sailing have definitely changed the ball game. We were in a dark age when, 40 years ago in the Olympics, we had too much vang on, not enough twist in the mainsail. We couldn't really play the sail without it stalling, and we didn't understand what the kinetics of ooching and pumping and working the helm really meant. We thought, well, we'll just keep the tiller in the center and we'll have less drag. So we didn't really know what we were doing, and as in life, things have changed, and things have gotten better. Certainly, the case here in the starboat.
Well, I think you're being slightly modest there, Dennis, because if anyone knows what he's doing on a sailboat, it's you, sir.
Yeah.
And it's great having you with us, actually, and nice seeing you over here in Switzerland and enjoying a bit of viewing of the star class. Of course, two-time world champ, Dennis, and I understand that you have a claim to fame in the stars of being unbeaten in a star world championship.
Well, I was very fortunate. I had a good crew, and I was very fast. Mater was just coming on the scene with his new boat, and I chartered a new boat there in Kiel, and it was very fast through the water, so it was pretty easy to win all the races there.
Always.
I like the way Kenny Reed, in his commentary on the America's Cup, he says that, the tactician, speed is your best tactician.
Well,
so,
exactly.
That was very nicely put. And of course, speed is key. But I don't know how much difference speed plays here between these boats. I know there are a few different manufacturers, but they're all pretty similar. I know that some of these guys spend a lot of time tweaking their boats. But Virtual Eye, let's have a look at Virtual Eye, see how far roughly we are towards the bottom mark. They go around this little gate and take a little hitch to the left of screen, to their right, to the finish line. So not long to go. It's about 170 meters for Grail and Diomeda to get down towards that bottom gate, and they have maintained their 65-meter or so lead over Kuznierovic and Jitsky, with Mendelblatt and Fati in third, Staniek and Klein in fourth, Polgar and Coy fifth, Zarif, Prada in sixth, Zebo and Ducomont in seventh, and Diaz and Boltins in eighth. And then Croatians, is that Gaspic and Revkin? With Josh Revkin. So Ivan Gaspic, Finn sailor, he's hooked up with the American Josh Revkin, and away they go. So around that mark go the Brazilians towards the finish line, and we know that Lue is out there on the water. We can see Torben just shifting up onto the side of the boat there, and we'll not far off that finish line. Lue.
Yeah, hi there, Digby. I think it's important to point out, it looks like Torben Grail and De Almeida have got this one in the bag. But the prize money goes all the way back to 20th in this regatta. Only 11 boats make the finals, but the prize money goes all the way back to 20th. So the top 5 or 6 boats, that doesn't look like they're going to change position. But a bit later on, we'll see a huge peloton of boats around the sort of the teams that are fighting for those top 20 places. But Torben Grail, De Almeida, they're approaching the line now, and that is definite bragging rights for the Brazilian. An astonishing start. He got ahead, he stayed ahead. He looks like he's got good boat speed, good tactics, and he has absolutely stamped his mark on this Swiss Open, the Grand Slam on the lake, to take the gun for the first race. But to stay with this one, because there's going to be a hell of a punch up in the top 20 at least, Digby.
Basically, the finish is downwind though, because you go around the leeward mark there on the left-hand side, and it's a close reach to the finish line. So there won't be any passing after you go around the leeward mark. So whoever gets around that leeward mark really is going to finish wherever that is. And I think you could see a foul here at the leeward mark, because they'll be pressing it hard as the boats come close together. For instance, the group that Mark Reynolds is in, 3-4 boats right neck and neck. It's easy to tap a guy trying to get around the mark on the inside. So.
Well, we're on Virtual Eye. Shane, let's pan back towards that bottom mark. We're still on Virtual Eye, and Shano, you can give us a bit of the action as the leaders go through the finish line. Grail and De Almeida nailed race number 1 ahead of Kuznierovic and Zitsky, Mendelblatt and Fatih, Staniek and Klein, Polgar and Coy, and now a big ball of boats going around the bottom mark there, and we can see in our live picture the action as they process. I think Dennis is off. Dennis, absolutely great having you with us for race number 1. Thank you very much indeed for your time, and we've enjoyed your commentary as always. And I see you're wearing a nice Olympic Museum t-shirt there. Nice job. And we'll see you later and enjoy the day. So a little cheerio from Dennis Conner, and our race number 1 is concluding as a whole ball of boats
here's
heads
exactly
down
what
towards
he was talking about.
Reynolds going around that mark, and we can see from Shane's picture, look at that bunch of boats going down to that bottom mark.
Yeah, if we only had a little bit of a speaker down there to hear some of the conversations happening as you close in, especially this group right here. I mean, this is huge. You can go from being the first one around the boat, like the Cyprus guy right here coming around with a nice jibe, to the Swiss 8351 and being the outside boat. It's a difference of 10 boats almost right there. So again, the whole tactics of approaching the mark, how you set yourself up, as Dennis said, coming downwind and getting yourself into. There's the Italian with the best wind coming around. So
I think that was Xavier Rohat just going around through there, and
82.37.
Is that Benamati?
Benamati, yeah, best wind.
He's going the Croatians. Okay, it's all going on down at this bottom mark.
Yeah, and stuff. There's a Croatian got right inside, or the 2 Croatians right there, coming in right inside and just taking out the Italian and the Swiss. And there is a bit of room. I mean, it depends on the size of the of the finish line. And again, here it's not necessarily going upwind. You're just on a little bit of an angle where speed can be a factor, but then you need to be physical. If you can straight leg hike, as you see, a lot of the guys are sitting down. A couple of guys are over. But if you get some guys, the physical ones, if you can just put a little bit of a straight leg, which it'll tire you out. And I mean, I remember having to do it sometimes. If you last 30 seconds, it's quite a feat. So it's not easy, but the speed difference that you can gain, I mean, you only need to be an inch in front of the guy to get the results ahead of the next one. So you can see there's the Swiss guy. He's hiking pretty hard, and bow number 21, a lot more than the German or the Croatian there hanging over the side, bowing out, putting it into the wind. There's a Swiss just underneath, so I mean, it's not easy to pass. It's not easy to gain the spots in the last one. But again, as you go through the results throughout the week, you will see. I mean, if all of a sudden you come 21st and it's a point between you and 19th, you'll be upset that you didn't put that last little bit of effort on the first race.
Well, bow 21, Zimmermann and Miller from Switzerland, just climbing into that top 20 position. So there is the top 20 on our leaderboard as the rest of the fleet comes through downwind and through the finish line. It's an interesting frame from Shano, great one, as some of the boats complete their downwind leg and the rest of the boats complete their pass through the finish line
Yep.
with the beautiful Grand Centre. There's a little observatory in the background there, rather pretty. Nice property on the lake.
How
and
clear is that picture?
that is super clear. It's
That
a
is
clear day.
incredible, yeah.
It's a phenomenally clear day, and lovely Swiss mountain air up here. And
Well, it's a beautiful venue.
It's a beautiful
you know,
venue.
it is classic lake sailing. Small lake, thin, shifty at times. Probably not so shifty today, just because it seems like the breeze is coming in with some good strength. You'll see probably a little change up maybe near the end of the day as it sort of warms up and maybe the wind sort of dies down a little bit. And that's another aspect of the game that we play here in sailing, that the conditions vary throughout the day. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys make the various adjustments to their boat. You have a lot of adjustments. I mean, you can adjust the mast, how much tension you have on the shrouds, how much rake, the tilt into the mast backwards. All these play a key factor in your speed, which is very important right off the start line, just to get that bow ahead, as Torben did in the start of the first race. So it becomes a veteran's game and a game of experience. As you see in the virtuality, everybody just sort of coming to the finish. The also rans here, but still, a lot of the guys here too, they just want to participate. They like to be out here. They want to be on the start line with all these guys, and then they have all their little packs. And there's always the races in the race that you have to work with. So even though you're battling in the 30s, you're battling between 30 and 45. So there's still a 15 boat race that you have.
Well, Guido and Dorsey, Sebastian's brother, just finishing there mid-fleet. Nice job. And the Yuckleys from Switzerland,
Yeah.
doing well. And we're just on Virtual Eye. Shano can chill out just for a moment. We'll stay with Virtual for the next minute and watch the fleet go through the line virtually, and then we can see everybody's name and who's who. And if you're watching at home, and your loved ones and friends and family are racing here, we'll just stay with the Virtual Eye finish. And
A lot of similar names like
Yeah.
Mahler and Mahler. So I mean, is that two brothers? Is it a father-son
Yeah.
duo? And that's one thing that's nice about these races. And not to talk just too much about the actual star class, but it does bring that aspect where there are a lot of father-son teams. I believe there is a girl out here sailing. Father-daughter, and you don't see that very often, but that's got to be a pretty cool thing. I mean, I have a daughter, and she's a little young, but to sail, but I think it would be a pretty big rush if I was ever out in the race course, being able to sail with either your family member. It's fun.
good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Good fun. Yeah.
And she's young too. She's a young one too. I think she's the youngest.
19?
19, yeah, I think so, something like
Yeah.
that. So I mean, that's an impressive, and to be out here, and it's a tough boat to sail. So a testament to her skills and her go-gettiness of sport.
Fair play. Very nice. So we're still with Virtual Eye, and we're watching the tail end of the fleet heading around that bottom mark and up through the finish line. I wonder, Chris from Virtual Eye, if we could just pan up and just see if anyone else is heading downwind, down the track.
Now there's always a few more, but
Yeah, a few more tail enders coming down there.
ooh,
Is that?
the Swiss with Milne, Max, the reigning gold medalist, crew, which is another team. I can't really say how
Yeah.
good they're going to do here, but that's two crews. And usually I think that if you put two crews in a boat, you probably have a pretty powerful team. But something must have happened there, because I don't think they must have broken something, because
okay.
having the skill set they have to be the tail end Charlies is not right. So we'll have to find out. It'd be interesting to find out if Louis could get a little bit of a intel on that finish.
Okay. Well, we have Louis. I doubt he'll be able to comment on that one, Tyler. But Louis, some tail enders coming through, and I imagine Sharon is setting the line and getting ready for the next race start. I know her intention is to get the next race off within 10-15 minutes of the last boat finishing. So that's the scenario. We're probably about 15 or so minutes off from the start of race number 2. But meanwhile, the tail enders are coming around the bottom mark and finishing off race number 1. And Lue, you're on the water. Is there anything you can tell us?
Yeah, first off, no flags at the moment on the committee boat, so we're not in a sequence. We're not preparing for a start. I have to say, Papathanassiou and Sotras, they bailed out at the first top mark, and I cannot confirm it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they got black flagged at that start. They both had their heads in the boat. They weren't trying to fix anything. It was pretty obvious from the body language that they weren't happy, but they weren't, trying to fix a sail or trying to fix an appendage or anything. I've got a feeling they could have got black flagged on that start, but that'll come out in the wash for sure in the results. Conditions. Probably we're looking at about the same wind speed, but really shifty up on that Grandson side. A lot of shifts coming down off the mountains there, and it's definitely a one-sided race course. There's not an awful lot they can do about that. The cloud build-up over the Jura Mountains, particularly the highest points to the south, there's a lot of cloud there, and that's what's pumping this breeze up. But not really any major changes to the conditions out here. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Greeks got black flagged in that first race, Digby. A lot of boats just going downwind towards the starting area, but at the moment we do not have any flags on the committee boat. And at the moment we don't have a pin end laid, so for the now we're still waiting here. I can't see there's been any major wind shift, so we'll see. But obviously some of the boats have only just finished, but we're going to have a little bit of a break here until the start of race 2. From this beautiful location, as you say, the stunning town of Grandson with a beautiful chateau there, and I wouldn't mind saying that I think that most of the fleet are going to be heading towards that chateau on the start of race 2, and working up the Grandson side of Lake Neuchâtel. A lot of boats heading back towards the starting area. We're going to try and get in position again. We'd love to get the boats all looking down the barrel at us if we go over to the Grandson side, but it's a pretty dangerous spot for us to be in, because I doubt if we can not disturb the fleet. So I think we're going to go to the same starting position, so you should get those great shots from Shane on the camera, and we're going to head over to that position now. So we're going to head over to the other side of the committee boat and wait for the start of race 2. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thanks, Lue. Nice job, nice work. I'm just going to let Shane know that he can take his hands off his controls just for a minute. We're on a beauty shot, so Shane, take a 5-minute break. Wonderful coverage from race number 1. Thanks, mate. I know it takes an awful lot of concentration, Tyler, to actually operate that camera. It's like there's a lot of buttons and dials and things like that. And Dennis has left, and Kathleen is back with us. An upgrade in beauty, I have to say. Hey, and lovely having Dennis Connor with us in the race studio. Yeah, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that. That's probably un-PC, and Dennis will be very upset that I've said that. No, absolutely. So that's race number 1 done and dusted, and we've got about 15 minutes or so for race number 2, and we'll just kind of wrap up race number 1 and have a little 5-minute break, tea break ourselves. But some pretty stellar names in that top 20.
Oh, for sure. Just looking at Grail, Reynolds was Reynolds top 20, but I mean, you got Zarif, you got all these guys. Augie was in there. It's a good look. You got your first race done, but we still got so much more racing. So it's almost it's not really necessarily a source of relief, but we've got one down. It's a keeper. I can put that in the bag. I don't have to worry about a drop race. Now I just focus on the next race. What do I have to do in order to prepare for that? So I think for most of them that are in the top 20, it feels good to get that first race out of the way. I've got a keeper. Now let's keep going.
And I think for some of the teams coming to a lake to sail after been sailing on the ocean for so long, some teams were probably a little bit nervous about sailing on the lake. But today we didn't exactly have lake conditions. They've got some nice breeze and some waves out there. It wasn't the typical shifty light wind lake conditions that I think people were expecting. So I think people are going to be a lot more free, calm, and relaxed in the next race coming up, knowing that they've got some nice breeze out there. And we saw some interesting things. We saw Mark Blendenblatt and Brian Fati from the USA, who haven't been in the boat in about, 7 months, 8 months, start off slowly and climb their way to the front. So that was a pleasant surprise. And then also we had some different names up there. We had the Swiss teams. We had 6 teams from Switzerland
Zimmerman,
in the top 10. And then we had Caleb Payne sailing with Ian Coleman. They're a team from the U.S. And this is Caleb's, I think, first time in a star.
Yeah, the Finn sailor. He's sort of the Olympic hopeful in the Finn. See, you always bring up the Finn. The Finn guys are always solid players in this fleet, and it's not just the physicality that comes into play. It helps, but they're also very good sailors. I mean, they're all very good sailors. There's no real slouches here, but Caleb, you read a lot about this kid. He was down in Rio. He's done really well. I believe he won the World Junior Finn Championship not too long ago. So you just come in, and if you got some skill, you can play. And he obviously is a bit of a player here.
Yeah, and the 14th place finish is excellent for his first race in the Star. But one of the interesting things that the Star Sailors League is doing is they're taking these skilled skippers, these expert skippers, and they're putting them in the boat with an expert Star crew. You can't start off in the Star with a new skipper and a new crew. So they're coming into the Star class, but they've got a rock star crew helping them, showing them the way. And as we've mentioned before, this is such a crew-driven boat, especially downwind.
Nice.
So Caleb's doing great, but he's also sailing with Eamon Coleman, who sailed for years on the U.S. team in the Star. So he's got an experienced crew there. But it's great to see a young guy like Caleb, I think he's only 23 years old, who's training for the Olympics in the Finn class, out here on the lake and having a top 20 finish in 14.
No, that's impressive to come out. And I love the point you make about the crew. Because, I'm a crew. I mean, I used to sail Finns
Crew's
too.
union,
The
full
crew union,
strength here.
Pika always, but it's so true. I mean, it's because we have so much pride in what we do as a crew. We don't need a lot of the tap in the back. It's nice to get a little pat in the back sometimes, but we all take such pride in what we do because you know how critical you are to the success. I mean, you have so much to do. You have to keep that mast up, and that's one of the key things about a Star. And if you come in as a rookie, you just want to hold on to that main sheet and steer that boat and just focus. Let the crew do all the real dirty work, as you would say, keeping the mast up, as we saw in some of the roundings at the leeward mark. I mean, you're coming around that mark, you have probably 13, 14, 15 things that you have to do in order to make sure the boat's ready to go back upwind. And if you don't do it right, it's easy to tweak the mast or kink it or something like that. So he's obviously got a good crew, but I mean it's a two-person boat. It's a team. It's a team effort, and you can only go so far with a good skipper and only go so far with a good crew. But together, he's obviously done something nice.
So the Star Sailors League Grand Slam final on the lake is off to a good start with a race in the bag and some good results. We're planning on having 3, possibly 4 races today. Sharon, the race officer, is in her start procedure. We're expecting a start in 10 minutes or so, 10-15 maximum. And so if you don't mind at home, we're going to take a little 5-minute break here in the studio just to run around a little bit, and we will join you. We'll leave you on our beauty shot. We've got a beauty shot so Shane can take a break out there on the water as well, and we'll be back in 5 or so minutes with 5 minutes to go to the next race. So just keep the screen going and make yourself a cup of tea, put the kettle on, and we'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are under 4 minutes to the start of race number 2 here in Grand Saint in Switzerland, and we have 76, 77 stars out there on Lake Neuchâtel, all ready to start race number 2. And we're looking at virtual eye at the moment and seeing the boats circle around that start line. And Loué Habib is out there on the water. 3 minutes 20 to go to the start, Loué, as we look at the live pictures from Shane, our cameraman, on the water. And Loué, we can see a black flag on the committee boat.
Yes, indeed, Digby. Straight for the black flag, no mucking about, and this is going to be a very interesting, because the adrenaline's pumping now. We've had the first race, we're into the second race. There is a lot of boats at the moment towards the committee boat end, but more towards the middle of the line. I wouldn't mind betting they've moved the top mark. They might have offset the top mark rather than move the line, because they don't have room for manoeuvre down here. So I wouldn't mind betting that they've actually moved the top mark to try and stop the boats all funneling in on that side. But I don't see how that's going to work. The lines are still parallel. You're tacking up there. It's still the same distance in a straight line. So I've got a feeling, Digby, we could still see all the boats going off left, heading towards the castle on this start. Breeze looks like it's slightly down, but only a notch or two. We've still got plenty of wind out here. There's darker water about 500, 600 meters in front of the start line. I think we'll probably see more breeze coming down. There's a real bullet of pressure just about to come down to the start line. They're definitely lining up for a start here, and again we're seeing a big ball of boats up at that pin end, by the town of Grand Saint. There's a few boats hanging back here behind the committee boat, but I wouldn't mind betting it's going to be a right old punch up at that pit end.
Yeah.
The P flag is still up, so it's more than a minute to go. But Tyler, talk us through this. What are you thinking when you see a black flag straight off like that?
Well, you have to be cautious, right? You have to. I mean, it comes into experience. How's your time and distance to the line? This is where experience again comes in. We're down to about a minute to go to the flag. Now we're going to start slowly inching up, protecting your spot on the line, making sure there's no one to leeward of you, giving you that space just to bear off as you get to 10 seconds to the start. As they sort of luff up. Usually it takes about a minute 30 once you get sort of lined up. You start gaining your position, and then it's hard to hold that spot, and then you slowly come up to the line. But as someone else tries to push it, you have to push it, and it becomes sort of a game of just trying to control the boat. As you can see down with the France, it's a big group down to the leeward end, because you want to get to that left-hand side. That's when it's going to make the big difference right off the stop. There's the Swedes trying to go. I think that's Max. I think is that Max? He looks a little early. There's the gun, and it looks clear. The all flags are go, so it looks pretty good. Nope. General. Well, postponement flag is going up. The reason they do that nowadays is that when you do the black flag, that if you actually get called, you're supposed to sit out the whole race. So one of the ways of making sure that, not that it's a little more of a fair way of doing it, but they put the postponement flags up. That way no one's called over. They sort of say it's our fault and the line's not right. We're just going to do a restart. But it's tough, because I don't think there's really anything you can do. You want that left-hand side, so you can make it so favored on the boat end that regardless, you want to get to the left first, and that's going to be your big advantage. So,
well, Tyler, looking on our monitor here in the studio, you could see there were quite a few boats over the line.
Yeah,
and we could no longer see the pin end with 10 seconds to go before the start. So. Well, they're eager. They're all eager. That's the point. They want to do well. They want to score points. They want to rack up Star Sailors League Championship points and do well at this final big regatta before the grand finale in Nassau in the Bahamas in December. And there is one of the race committee boats just flying across the fleet and telling everybody,
get back
Back to the line.
Hopefully,
back he goes. Look, he's giving it a good wave. Back you go, lads. and they don't want them to sail too far upwind this time.
No, well, then this is where Sharon. I mean, everybody has the role to play, and when you have a race committee led by the people of Sharon's caliber, you go right into the next start, and it's kind of like as soon as you have a boat that comes across, the motorboat saying get back, you got to turn back right away, because within a minute they can start the sequence again. You get too far ahead, that's your fault, and you have to, and then all of a sudden to get your position at the pin end again. It's all time goes by fast, so it's interesting. And I guess probably one of the tough things is I don't know the depth of this lake, but usually they are pretty deep, so resetting the line is very hard. If you have like 300 meters of depth, resetting the line it's a pretty tough call.
I spoke to the Swiss locals, and they said that resetting the line, they're not actually moving the line as much. They're just setting very, very long lines on the bow of the boats, and they're lengthening them and shortening them that way, because it is an alpine lake and it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so race number 2. They're going to have another go at starting race number 2. And where virtually we can see the boats beginning to head back across the start line. And we're on virtual eye just now, zooming up over Lake Neuchâtel, beautiful lake in Switzerland towards the French side of the border. So everyone's parlaying en français ici, and as you say, very deep lake here with two very big mountain ranges on either side of this lake, the range of the Jura Mountains and the Alps, of course, and we're sandwiched between those, and rather interesting topography being shown to us by virtual eye. We're down in this little bottom corner where Grandson is to the left of the start line, and Grandson is our host for the Grand Slam on the lake, and a rather beautiful place it is. And we have sunshine and breeze for day number 1 and race number 2.
Yeah, we were just outside during our break, and it's a lot warmer than it has been the last few days. Also, the wind has dropped from the first 2 days. 2 days ago, the sailors weren't even able to go out and practice. It was so windy. So I think less wind has made it a little bit warmer for the sailors out there. And even waiting between races, the crews tend to get cold on the water. So that's another reason to get these races off as fast as they can.
Yeah. No, definitely. It is. It's September, so winter's coming. You can see a little bit of snow up in the mountaintops, and it does. Sitting around, it gets a little cold. So, from a racer's perspective, it's nice to get the races off 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, Louis Habib on the water. He's with Shane on our camera boat, and doing a great job, by the way, Louis, our driver. They're volunteering their boat for this championship, and we're very grateful to them, and doing a nice job chugging up and down the course and trying to stay out of trouble. And the pictures so far have been wonderful. Louis, any update? What can you tell us?
Well, yeah, the update here is that Francine and Ola are doing a fantastic job. In fact, Francine's just got the kettle on, so we're going to have a cup of coffee. It's quite noticeable, actually. This northerly La Bise breeze is absolutely chilly. Chilly, it really is cold. And as we were saying earlier, the cloud build-up to the south and the west of us, we're seeing a lot of cumulus cloud building up there, and that's what's sucking in this beautiful breeze. But it's a spectacular sight, Digby. The last time I saw the stars out in force like this was on Lake Garda for the Worlds at Malchesney. There's George Szabo just giving us a quick wave there. He doesn't know. He's saying, "What the hell's going on?" I think George, but all smiles, George Szabo there. But what a beautiful sight, Digby, to see all these fantastic sailors all gathered here in this beautiful location. They want to get a start off as well, and it looks like a huge pride of lions just stalking around the territory here, but they're all just gliding downwind at the moment, and biding some time. But it really is tricky. It's a tricky place to sail. It's a tricky place at the moment for the race committee to put out a course. I'm probably going a little bit above my pay grade here, but normally this wind comes from the north. It funnels down the lake, but I wouldn't mind betting there's a little bit of northeasterly in this, and that's making that race course even more one-sided, and that's what's causing the problems. But as I say, I'm a bit above my pay grade. That'd be worth asking one of the locals here, Mr. Berger, perhaps.
Yeah.
He'd be able to tell me. But very interesting, actually, in that last start, the attempt to start race 2, there was a big bunch of Swiss-flagged boats up at the committee boat end, staying out of the mix at the other end. And now I don't know whether that's some local knowledge coming into play, and I don't know. It just gives me a little slight doubt as to whether they will all go over to the Grand Son side of the course. But at the moment, it's just a gorgeous sight to see these wonderful boats, huge sail area, just being beautifully manoeuvred around. I mean, it's incredible skill just to be in this starting area with nearly 80 boats and see them all go around. But it's a great day out here. We've got bow number 30. Someone will have to look that up for me. And yeah, they are definitely got their game face on. That's Stockley and Spaha, the Swiss team, and it's just a tremendous sight to watch so many fantastic sailors all gathered in one beautiful place, Diggers. But hopefully we'll get this start off pretty soon. There is no Blue Peter at the moment, no horns either, so we'll just have to wait and see. But fantastic, the sun's out. I've just had a fantastic local delicacy. Tony, what are we going to call those pies? We can't call that a pork pie. It's a pâtisserie du cochon or something. I don't know. But that was absolutely gorgeous. Tony's already tucked into his baguette. I think he's a bit early on that. I'm going to wait till I've had at least one coffee, but it's just a spectacular sight, and we're just so glad that we can bring it to the viewers at home, free of charge as well, unlike some other events I could mention. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis, and always good to hear about the coffees and teas and pies going on board the TV Cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Out on
Where's
the lake.
ours?
That's breaking news, everyone. We've got some more breaking news, which is that the Greek team of Papathanasiou and Chotras are back in the harbour. Virtual Eye was just flashing them up and showing us that they've retired, and so clearly they've had some gear damage. We'll find out a bit later what the story is with the Greek team. I'm sure they'll be absolutely gutted. They were in flying form yesterday. And is that them coming back out, do you think?
No, well, there's 2 boats in the harbor I see there, so I don't know if that's Max from Sweden. They were the last boat sailing through the first race, so I don't know if they had a breakdown. I mean, I know speaking with the Greek this morning, he did mention that he was in a little bit of discomfort, and he was going to try and go out today. So there could be a physical issue that is ailing the Greek, and he's just decided that he's going to maybe take one race off or get a little therapy, so to speak, and hopefully he'll get back out there in the afternoon.
Well, they definitely retired from race number 1. We saw them just sliding down the coast, keeping out of the traffic. So. Well, that's unfortunate for our Greek friends. They're great sailors and passionate star sailors, and funnily enough, they're both campaigning to try and get into the Greek Olympic squad on the Finn, in the Finn. So, you know,
okay.
they're racing hard, and Emilios Papathanasiou, they're both in the military, and Emilios outranks Chotras, and you know, so they have a good joke.
Stay behind me,
about
that's
that.
an order.
Okay, so the Greeks staying in, it's the Russian crew here of Schnur. So, yeah, that's good pronunciation. Thanks. Sorry, chaps, I'll find out later how to pronounce your names.
It's okay. Look, everybody's butchered my name over the years, so
right.
you know, it's okay. It happens.
Yeah, and I must figure out how to pronounce Ducomont. Ducomont? Yeah, Kathleen, the expert in all things. Yes, thanks.
I do know that the Russians are an interesting pair. They are the number 3 team in Russia at the moment, and they are age 45 and 30, and they've come both from the Finn class. And they sail in a small lake outside Moscow. So they're, I think, not intimidated being here, but I think mid-fleet is kind of the area that they're looking at, but definitely excited to be in this international
Oh,
event.
Kathleen, high five, high five. Good
Nicely done.
research.
Nicely done.
Nicely done.
Yeah,
And,
I have something for you, Digby. If
oh,
we're looking at
go
Duke
for it.
Kamal, Duke Kamal, actually, his name is the Duke. It's a little bit of a typo here, so if you want to know who's saying with
The Duke.
yeah, exactly. Zabo's got the Duke
Perfect.
on board.
Got it.
Local
George
guy.
Szabo and the Duke. Like it. Okay, so we are minutes away from a restart. Let's go back to Louis because he's our eyes and ears on the water. Louis, any news or any rumblings from the committee boat?
Yes, we sure have, Digby. We had a gun about a minute ago. I think we are 5 minutes from the start, or the restart, I should say, of race 2. And I'm not 100% sure on that. It's definitely inside 5 minutes, put it that way, Digby. What I can see is all of the boats now in the starting area. Hopefully you can see that with Shane's wonderful Cineflex camera downstairs. And yeah, we're imminent in terms of conditions. Quite interesting to see. There looks to be more breeze towards the centre of the lake. There are definitely more white horses towards the centre of the lake, but there's dark water over to the Grand Son side. And speaking to Sebastien Guidou, the crew for Xavier Rohart that won the European Championships in Gaeta, he says it can be a bit of an optical illusion. Over on the Grand Son side, it can look a little bit flatter, but what you're seeing there is that this La Bise wind doesn't quite make the water, but 1 metre higher than that, there's plenty of breeze. So again, we'll have to wait and see. Interestingly, guess what? The pin end's looking busy again, but yeah, we're last few strokes away from a start. There's a few boats making the way back across the start line. They're going to have to be quick. Because the black flag is still flying, and we must be very close to a start. I'm going to hand you back to Tyler, who's going to talk you through it.
Okay, well, we're still the black flag's still up, so we still have over a minute to go. Everybody usually, like I said before, they use about a minute 30. You want to plant yourself kind of 3-4 boat lengths below the line. You're going to try and maintain your spot. Everybody's going to be jockeying for the bow out position, getting a little closer. There's the horn. So we have about a minute to go. As you can see, the Swedes are just, they're probably going to get a little bow over because they're probably going to get pushed. And it's tricky because as you see the big clump of boats, there's a lot of rules that are in effect, but really basically the boat to leeward of you have to avoid. So it doesn't make it easy to accelerate if you don't have any space to leeward. They're slowly, as one boat moves forward, the other boat moves forward. It's one of those sort of cat and mouse thing. You gotta push forward. The Poles are nice to leeward. Swedes are in there. The Germans, Staniak is all right. Grail's right in there too. Slowly, it looks like the Swedes are going to bail out. They're a little too close. Little too close. Maybe. Well, it's just. But again, you bear off like that because you want to push the guy that's coming up to leeward of you and push him away, so you can at least keep your acceleration, so your launch pad.
Those Swedes are in trouble, aren't they?
That's going to be close. Boom! About 4 seconds. There we go.
Oh,
That's
I don't
close.
know. I don't
That's
know.
close.
Was that Grail over the line? That was very, very close.
So the starting line, you're looking between the orange flag on one boat and the orange flag on the other boat. So there's lots of flags flying out there, but that is the starting line, orange and orange.
Yeah, orange between orange. I thought they were over, but
Well, we were
in a
just
studio.
we were just to windward of it, so the illusion that it gives is pretty close. But then again, it's true. We're getting.
Okay, Polgar the German and Nazaro the Italian have been black flag, which means that if they see their number at the windward mark, well, they need to drop out. If they know that they're over, they need to drop out of this race. They cannot continue sailing.
Oh no! So Johannes Polgar.
Well, that's part of the game. They pushed it a little bit too far, but it's surprising actually to see that the Swedes didn't get called. Torben was all clear.
No, I'm sorry. I think we've got some wrong info because Polgar and Koya are back in the harbour, aren't they, Chris? Okay, so then maybe possibly that's for race number 1.
Oh, yeah.
So we're in race number 2. The fleet is off. We're looking at virtual eye. And as far as we know so far, we haven't had any word from the committee boat on race number 2 of
any
recalls or
overs,
black
yeah,
flags.
yes.
To my eyes, it looked like Grail was...
He nailed it again.
Yeah, you think he nailed it? Okay,
Yeah.
excellent.
Well, he's looking. There's 3 boats down there, just on the top of the screen, which is the leeward part of the line, and they're looking good. That's a perfect spot. They're going to be the first ones over to the shore. You probably get a little bit of a wind effect to help shift, give you probably a lift on the opposite board, and help them cross the fleet. So I mean, a great job for the veteran.
Now in second place you have Valker and Pfister, and we saw them up in the top 10, top 15 the last race. So definitely one of our top Swiss teams.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see actually the 2 Swiss in the top 10. I mean, it's interesting right off the start. It's how far can you rumble without having any work done to you.
News from the committee boat, no black flags for the start of race number 2. So Grail and de Almeida absolutely nailed that start. What a perfect start, and they've launched already into the lead of race number 2. So these two absolutely on fire, Kathleen.
Yeah, they've had, as we said before, they've had a great season, and they've been sailing together for quite a long time, and not only doing the international circuit, but there's a very, very excellent circuit in Brazil as well, in Sao Paulo, also in Rio. And obviously Torben has some great sparring partners in Rio. He's got his brother Lars, who unfortunately due to work commitments isn't here.
All right, okay. Now another update from the committee boat, and apologies, viewers, for the confusion. But Torben Grail has been black flagged. Torben has been black flagged. He was over the line, and so as Schroeder and Voucher.
The Swiss.
So Grail and de Almeida and Schroeder and Voucher have been black flagged, and that's a shame because we thought that they had a pretty ripping start, but
well, it was a little too ripping.
Yeah,
I guess, but that's part of the game. That's part of the game.
Okay, so that's they will get a discard if they run their 9 races. They'll be able to discard a result, and discard comes in after 4 races, I believe. So that's the story from the start of race number 2. It looked like a clear line, but Grail and de Almeida were over, and I think they may have got the news now as they have to retire from the race.
Yeah.
In the first place, we've got Benamati and Lambertagni from Lake Garda in Italy, and Sergio Lambertagni, I think, is the number 2 ranked crew at the moment. He's been sailing with various skippers on the circuit, representing various countries, but here he's sailing with his own countryman, Benamati from Maltesine. So it's good to see them out in front again.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how this turns out, because you have the top 2 of the race right now. One's on the left, one's on the right. So it'll be interesting to see how it's going to pan out as they get closer to the win mark.
Good observation. Chatting to Sergio Lambertagni as he was rigging his boat yesterday. He normally sails with Diego Negri, but Diego's got other stuff going on, and Sergio runs a little hotel on
Il Caminetto.
Oh, you know the name? Well. Oh, fantastic. So he'd literally been working the night before in the hotel, busy season, downs tools, and comes back here and is now sailing with Benamati, and then he'll rejoin Diego Negri for the next few months as they build up towards the World Championships in Brazil. So that's quite exciting for the Star class. And of course, we're building up as well to the Star Sailors League Grand Final in the Bahamas in Nassau at the beginning of December. Another 4-day competition, but for only 20 boats. It's a hard spot to get to, and they ship the boats in and have 4 days of competition. But here they've opened it up. It's a free entry for all Star sailors, and we've got 76, 77 boats, almost 80 on the track. And as they head out towards the left-hand side, Reynolds beginning to look in a good spot.
Well, but this is seeing the Cyprus sailor, the laser sailor from the silver medalist from the London Games, leading the pack here in his first Star regatta. So it's pretty impressive.
With Mark Struby.
With Mark, a veteran. Veteran crew again from the west coast of the States. Struby is, I mean, he is probably one of the better crews in the world. Literally, he's been around. He's a big guy, multi-sport guy. He even played a little pro football. So you know the guy's a great athlete and a really great sailor, America's Cups crewman and everything. So having that guy on the side of your boat obviously lends a lot of expertise.
And here's our live picture from our camera on the water, and we can see that little clump working their way up the coastline of Grandson towards the Grandson side of Lake Neuchâtel. And interesting what Louis was saying earlier about, it may look flatter and everything, but it's possibly a bit more breeze over on that side of the lake.
Well, that's what's interesting about being the local. If you say there, I mean, it's like I stay on a little lake, and there's all these little things that happen on the lake that if you just have to grow up there to know the little differences. A little around the corner might be a little bit better, and then as you pointed out, the wind just being a little bit higher is truly a good piece of information to have.
So out on the water, Louis is on the TV boat, and Louis, you're getting a sense of the wind and what's going on out there. What can you tell us?
Well, I'd say, the similar sort of situation, similar sort of conditions to race one. I can't see this breeze abating, but there are a lot of white horses toward the middle of the track. So there's breeze across this racecourse. You can see the bullets on the water. So it's very gusty conditions, which obviously the teams are going to be trimming to. But as Tyler was mentioning in race one, downwind you can make massive gains on those gusts and on those waves. So yeah, we've seen a bunch get ahead there, but I have to say there seems to be a little bit of concertina going on right now. There's a lot of boats coming back into it, so a lot of bullets on the water. The trimmers are going to have to be working really hard, and and I think downwind, as Tyler was pointing out, race one, we could see some some changes going on. But very packed fleet at the moment, I have to say. You've got to say there's 80% of that fleet are still in it to win it. So
yep.
It looks like a very competitive race too. We're going to be heading up towards the top mark. Looking up the racetrack, it looks like a lot more contours on the water. I'd say that we're going to have significant breeze up there, and it's all going to be about getting around clean on that top mark and trying to extend away downwind. But back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Louis. And we're on Virtual Eye as we look at this picture of Contides and Struby. Pretty much neck and neck there with Kuznerovic and Zhitsky, Zarif and Prada in the mix in the middle there of that top three. So really not much in it. Benamati and Lambertenghi just tacking behind on starboard, and they are going to duke it out with Zarif and Prada. We've got a good cross coming up. I think they may well be behind those guys.
Well, it's good. He's coming out of the right side or the left side. So I mean, obviously, it did pay. Yeah. He's in the hunt, so that's perfect. They are starting to come into the top part of the cone as they get closer to the windward mark. I like the way the Cypress with Struby tack just to leeward. It's a tough maneuver to do because there's nothing you want to do more than when you're coming across on starboard. If you can get across everybody and tack on top, it feels a safer position. But if you can actually just be able to get underneath, and they have a lot of port tack left to go. So I mean, it was a very right or left-handed side favored for the first part of the beat, and now they have to charge all the way back on port tack up to that first mark.
Well, wow. 900 meters to go, and the left-hand boats, as you say, coming into the cone, the top cone of just underneath the top mark, Kathleen.
Wow, now it looks like we have the Croatian Armada up there in the top 10. We've got 4 Croatians, which we didn't really see. We saw 1 in the last race, but the Croatians are doing really well this windward beat.
Well, they're good sailors. Look, I mean, just looking at the top again. I don't want to always push the fin button, but they're all Finn sailers. I mean, except there's a brother team, the Loriks, that went to a couple games. They're not in the picture right now, but they're from Croatia. But these, well, they're sitting in eighth to ninth spot, so they're veterans of the class. But the other ones, Gaspic and them, are laser sailors and Finn sailors. So again, it's just a testament that when you bring in all these great athletes, we talk so much about the star class and the boat, but really this event is more about bringing in the great athletes, sailors.
Well, talking of Finn sailors, there is George Zarif sailing with Bruno Prada. And George hadn't really sailed a star before. He came to Nassau last December, and there was an all-star cast of 12 of the best star sailing crews, plus the VIPs from 470s and Finn and Laser. And George just absolutely nailed it. He got into the top 4 final, which was astonishing, really. And the year before, none of the VIP guests made the final cut of the last day. So Giles Scott, George Zarif in Nassau managed to do that with Gaspich, 3 of them. And now we see George Zarif, this superstar sailor from Brazil, young talent, Finn sailor, very good prospect for a Finn gold medal. It's on his home patch in Rio, but he's up against a few of his opposition here, including Ivan Gaspich.
Well, that's a great shot. Look at that, just charging. The horse is charging up to the top of the cone. But I guess the other aspect that's really interesting is now that people are starting to find out more about the SSL, they're seeing that this is something that they can try and compete in. So there's probably a little more stealth training going on in various lakes that people aren't talking about. They see a starboat at their club. Caleb Payne is one example. He lives near a bit of a star fleet. I'm sure he goes out when he can. Doesn't talk about it, but just gets just 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and get just a little bit of experience.
Well, we heard that Jochen Schumann would be coming up to the finals in Nassau as a VIP guest, and as you say, apparently Jochen's been jumping in a star and getting straight on with it.
No doubt.
He's a competitor who likes to win. A few gold medals clanking around his neck in the past. A legendary sailor from Germany.
Few. I think there's more than a few. But I remember as a kid that you always heard about Joachim. What he is an incredible sailor from the Soling class. But I mean, still, what a great sailor! And to hear the news that he's coming to Nassau, that's going to be an interesting flavor to bring in.
Well, I don't want to sort of maybe I shouldn't mention this, but I was talking to Dean Barker in Portsmouth, America's Cup sailing. He was saying, "Well, what's all this Star Sailors League, mate?" So maybe he's certainly interested. He was a laser sailor, an America's Cup sailor, match racer, and perhaps, who knows,
Finn sailor.
We'll see. And Finn sailor. So we don't know. There'll be the top 12 of the Star Sailors League rankings, and then 8 VIP guests from other classes, and we'll see that in Nassau. Here we are at the Grand Slam on the lake of Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland in race number 2, heading up towards the top mark rounding. The first top mark. This we'll have 2 laps of the course. It's a windward lured course. And there is Contides and Struby teaming up and getting into the middle of the track and looking really strong, as is Mendelblatt and Fatih and Zarif and Prada. And unfortunately, Torben Grail and Guillaume Diomeda black flagged at the start. So they are eating humble pie right now and heading back towards the start line and thinking about their strategy for race number 3.
Now we talk about the windward leg here, and it's a pretty long windward leg. Stars tend to have a typically much longer windward leg than other one design as 2-person sailboats. So I think they're going 1.8 nautical miles. So there is a lot of time for people to move from the middle of the fleet up towards the front. There's a lot more play in these longer courses. So that makes it a much more strategic boat. So many of these boats are going the same speed, especially at the top. So it really becomes a tactical boat, and when you have such long windward legs, the moment that you choose to tack is really important. They're heavy boats, they don't tack a lot, especially in these conditions with waves out there. So this is a strategic race, and with the very, very long windward legs, you can only control the fleet around you, and if you see boats going to the other side, there's nothing you could do about it because they could be a nautical mile away from you. So you just have to play the pack that you're in right now, and that's what we're looking at, is a pack of boats going upwind.
Well, Kathleen, Olympic class sailor, I think you're going for the windsurfing at the moment for the
RSX
American
Olympic
squad.
windsurfer, yeah.
RSX and two-time national champ in the snipe class, am I correct? 5?
5.
5, 6, 7. All right, okay. Too many
What
to
country are you
count.
from?
Thank you very much for your analysis, Kathleen. And so here we go. We're looking at the live picture of the boats coming in towards the top mark. Let's rejoin Loué for a little bit out on the water and just tell us what you can see, Loué.
Well, as you can see on the camera work, we've got a hell of a punch up about to take place at this top mark. Just so I got 30 seconds, Contides turned up in a taxi 2 days ago, and literally right in front of the coffee shop in the Cercle de Voile du Grand Son, he jumped into the Star for the first time ever. It was still on the trailer. And Struby was showing him how to work the tiller. I mean, quite incredible. I mean, he's a silver medalist in the laser class in the last game, so he knows exactly what he's doing. But quite incredible to see him leading this fleet coming in. He literally got into a Star in a trailer 2 days ago. He is being pushed all the way by, I believe that's Zarif and Prada, and what a strong pairing that is. And Prada now a Finn sailor, along with Zarif, as you say, the young hope from Brazil for the gold. But yeah, the difference is particularly Contides and Struby, they're in clear air. Can they get that extension? And then there's a huge ball of boats from 4th back to about 8th, 9th, 10th coming into that mark. So a very much more competitive top of the fleet in this second race, and maybe that's because a lot of people have worked out what the breeze and what the weather's doing here. So an incredible sight. I hope you're picking this up at home and watching this. This is some of the best sailing you can see on TV. The standard of this top end of the fleet, the standard is absolutely unbelievable, and you can see it right there. But I couldn't possibly tell you what the order is of the boats going around that top mark, but wow, that is sailing at its best. I don't care what anybody says. This class is amazing. Back to you, Diggers.
Thanks, Loué. Well, we're mixing between our America's Cup camera and virtual eye, and it's very hard to distinguish who's going round right now around that top mark. But Mendelblatt and Fatih have managed to get round in a nice position, and I saw Rohart, Xavier Rohart, in a good spot there. He's round as well, and Zarif and Prada. But what a stunning first leg by Contides and Struby, and astonishing that he's just jumped into the class for the first time. Kathleen, you're jotting notes down and figuring out what's going on. Back to virtual eye just for a moment as Shano reads us, and look at that. That is a tight pack going around that top mark and the spreader mark. And it's all going on, and
well, I mean, this is going to make what's going to be interesting is now the downwind part comes into play. It's the technique, and there's such a concentration factor, because now when you do have the clump like this, not only do you have to avoid the boats that are right beside you, but you also have to avoid the collisions, and you got to be focused on making sure you get your wave and you don't get sort of distracted by the boat maneuvering on the side of you. So everything comes into play here. You see Revkin right up to the top, Benamati, Mendelblatt. I mean, this is a good little top pack, and it doesn't look like it, but the boats behind are not far.
Yeah, we've got Xavier Rohart, who we didn't see in the top 10 in the last race. He's the reigning European champion, and he finished 19th in the last race, and we see him running the mark in 7th, and he's sailing with Lilia, who is a star boat builder himself.
Oh yeah, okay.
So they're sailing a
Lilia.
Lilia, a brand new Lilia going downwind. And also Torben Grail is sailing a new Lilia in this event as well. So 2 new boats out there, and actually the boat builder is on the race course, currently in 7th place, sailing with champion
Doing
Xavier
a little
Rohart.
research. Exactly.
Good work, good work. We're looking at the top 5 or 6 on the racetrack at the moment. Contides and Struby pulling out a 36 meter lead over Zarif and Prada. Zarif and Prada, wow. Races 1 and 2 having an absolute firestorm of a regatta so far. Benamati and Lambertengi in the little pocket in third place in a nice position there. And Gaspic and Revkin, Josh Revkin from the USA with Ivan Gaspic from Croatia. And here's a good little battle in at the front of the fleet. Oh no, a little further back. And here we go. I think we're going to see a rollover.
Well, they're just opposite boards now, so I guess it was just a little too close for comfort to keep the concentration factor on. And it's interesting to see Revkin here. He just actually finished second at the North American Championships at the end of last week, and then flew over here to continue his weekly sail. So I mean, he's obviously he's got a lot of synergy. He's ready. He's in his game. He's in his element, and obviously they're doing quite well with the Gaspic, another Finn sailor who is not too far off of his last Finn sail.
Well, that is in fact Torben Grail, bow number 8, still in the race. I guess he doesn't know that.
No, I didn't see. They didn't. We were just looking at the top, and usually they have a billboard of some sort just to indicate it. Though, but there's nothing there to show it.
No.
And until the results come officially at the end of the day, you never know. So unless they tell you to get off the course, you don't. You just keep paddling it out.
But it is one of the things that will affect the race. The other two boats near Grail and Alameda here are thinking that they're still racing, and they're trying to get past them at this point, and they can't. So there's a boat in front of them that's technically not racing in the race. That is a roadblock for them right now. So that's why we like to show the numbers at the windward mark, so that those boats get off the race course, because they're not actually racing.
Okay, well, a lot of crew work going on there as they work their way downwind. Struby doing an incredible job looking around him, eyes and ears, and
there's Prada.
It's a great shot actually of the crews doing their magic, and Struby just by the mast, and
you can see
just
the
through
heels.
Bruno Prada, one of the best crews
going for a jibe
in this whole game.
He's going to have to go back. See, he jumps back. Now here we go. You know, you got the big thing here is you don't want to lose the mast. He's got to get that leeward backstay on, and get and then the windward one has to come off. See, boom. Oh, that's very calm, very easy. Nicely
So when
done.
you say losing the mast, what are you referring to? Tell our listeners out there.
Well, touch wood. I'm lucky. My record is 0 mass over the bow, so I'm quite proud of that. But the mast, as you can see, the lines, the red lines on this picture of the boat, number 98, is holding the mast from going all the way forward on the boat. So you have to make sure they're secure. It is the crew's job, and you can see he's making the adjustment. Each skipper has his own tolerance level of how far he wants to put that mast over the top, and the mast, it's a very soft mast. It's like a piece of spaghetti. So there's a lot of wires holding that thing up to make a precise adjustment. But that's one of the things, as you can see all the boats with their masts tilted forward, just to be it's the faster mode.
Well, Pavlos Contides there adjusting the rake of the mast, tilting it forward. Because there are no spinnakers in the Star class. I mean, it's a design from over 100 years ago with kind of hard chines, big keel, and still going strong with this huge mainsail. So they kind of almost use the mainsail as a spinnaker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of the biggest mains out there for sure, as far as for a two-person boat. That's a lot of sail area, and that's exactly why you have such big crews, both skipper and helm, doing this class. But yeah, for sure, you know, it's tough. It's physical. I mean, to pump that size of a main, as you notice, a lot of them aren't just using their arms; they're using their bodies. You'll see they'll lean back, using all of their weight to pull it in, and again the synergy of the roll at the same time with the crews. You know, you can see Struby always jumping forward, trying to get the bow over the next wave, trying to get it to surf just a little bit. And he's just losing a little bit, and then he's going to try and pull it in. Nicely done.
And we've got Josh Revkin, the young American, 25 years old, in the background, sailing with the Croatian.
Oh, look at that wave they just picked up there. They're screaming through.
Well, that's the difference, right? I mean, if you can catch the wave, one wave is at least 10 feet of difference. So as you see, he's kind of just scooting right through to windward of him, and he's almost out of the screen. So obviously the Croat look, he's got some experience. He did the Nassau last year, so he's practiced, so he knows out of the picture. He knows how to make this thing go. Where the Cyprus kid, he's got a little learning curve to develop, but obviously it's not going to take him too long.
I think one of the things we noticed watching the Cyprus team is the rate at which he's pumping. He's used to sailing not a fin, but a laser, and he has a much smaller sail on the laser, so he can pump it more frequently, more often. And the laser is also a lighter boat, and so we see him pumping his sail a lot more frequently than we do some of the other sailors who are used to sailing a heavier boat with a bigger mainsail, like the Finn or the Star.
Well, we're looking at Ivan Gaspic here in the Croatian shirt, and with Josh Revkin, his crewman, and they've teamed up for the first time at this regatta. And Ivan, a Finn sailor, as you say, really giving it some.
Well, one of the things as a newcomer for the Cyprus kid is that you get a little overzealous because you're so used to a laser that if you just keep pumping it, the boat is so light. It only weighs 130 pounds when you sail a laser, that you can get the surf going. Whereas in a Star, there's so much more weight. It's got to be a nice smooth roll. You got to develop a rhythm into it, and you can see that at one point you get the boat going. One quick pump's not going to make the boat go that much faster. It's getting the roll, as you see, as the roll comes through, then he gets the pump, and then as the boat starts accelerating, the jib will start luffing. So you have to hit it up a little bit just to keep the wind in the jib and keep all the power always going forward.
And Josh is, he's leaning back and rolling the boat with it. He's making the whole boat roll.
Yeah, well, I mean, Josh is 115 kilos, so that's a lot of weight, right? So I mean, that's a lot. When you move that much weight around, it makes a significant difference compared to where the keel is. Pulling the boat over, getting the boat leaning to leeward again, because it's all about how you position the boat and where you want to steer. So it's key to use that weight.
Do you ever fall off, Tyler? I mean, it looks quite precarious up there.
Again, touch wood. I did not. There's a lot of times, I almost did, for sure. But they're guys. I mean, I've seen. I won't name names because that's part of the union deal. But for sure, you just have to hang on to the line. And when you do fall in, you climb in pretty quick because it's not fast to have sort of the walrus over the side.
Not indeed.
I actually remember a Western Hemisphere Championship in Nassau, Bahamas a few years ago, where you had quite a few crews downwind falling out of the boat, and actually one team picked up one of the crews in the water, put him on their boat, and then dropped him off on his boat.
Yes, that was me. I remember that. Well, sorry, it wasn't me, but it was my team, and it was one of our first events in Nassau for the Western Hemispheres, and my skipper was a little out of sorts. Racing for the first time in such a big breeze, and he got caught on a jibe, and it was almost Mendelblatt, I think. Almost ran him over. So it was a good time. It was a good time.
Well, we're approaching 100 meters to the bottom gate, and Zarif and Prada still have managed to actually climb into the lead. I think Torben Grael is out of the picture now. I think they've moved out, but Benamati Lambertenghi in second, really taking it to the Brazilians, with Gaspic and Revkin, who we've just been chatting about, in third place, and the French team of Bernaz and Pascal in fourth, and the reigning champs Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen in fifth position. So that'll please the Germans no end. Contides and Strub in sixth spot now. They had a great first leg, and perhaps technique, who knows, but they've been rolled a few times on that downwind leg, and Mendelblatt and Fatih in seventh. So let's go back to live pictures as they go around that mark, and here we'll just talk through it on the studio a little bit.
Well, I mean, you just saw the Italians actually got inside. You saw a little picture of Grail. Grail's actually leading the pack, but maybe they turned off his tracker just because he's DSQ'd. But I mean, it's interesting. You see the French are coming in. They've got a great crew in there. Cyprus, they lost a little bit, but this is it's a bit of a rookie skill level, and that's got no derogatory to him. He's got a learning curve, but he's still up in the fight. He's still in the top 5, so that's fantastic.
Mendelblatt and Fatih have just rounded the mark again, and followed by Diaz and
Kuznirovic going round the poles, and
Staniek.
Staniek, the German.
Wow, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of boats. That's a lot of boats going around. And what's interesting is, while the tracker tells you first through 20, one quick tack, they do have a gate here, so the guys do have a choice of whether they want to go to the left or to the right, depending on who's the amount of boats they have to round with. You can see a little bit that it looks like Reynolds may have gone to the other one. Swedes are in there. 2 Swedes, Swiss. Okay, so it's a good pack. It's a bit of a mix. Everybody seems to be looks more heading off to the right or to the left there. That's good. I mean, and there's a lot of action going on around that mark. There's a lot of crew work. A lot of the skippers are, I mean, who knows who's saying what in all the different languages. You know, when you get around those marks, it's interesting.
Louet's out on the water. Louet, let's just join in with you for a moment with some virtual and live pictures.
Yeah, as you say, a huge amount of congestion here at this bottom mark. Yeah, Reynolds definitely shot off onto the right-hand side of the course. He's got very good pace and staying out of trouble because there's a big concertina of boats over on that side. But Reynolds is really streaming away here on the right-hand side. Bow way, big spray coming down the side of the boat. And it didn't pay for him in race 1, but he looks really fast over here on the what would I call the right-hand side of the course as we look up it, heading north. And it's just an incredible sight. This is a very, very competitive race with there's places being won and lost at that bottom mark as we speak. Reynolds is continuing over on the right-hand side, and you know, maybe it's just because he's right in front of me, but I tell you what, he looks like he is absolutely smoking up here on the right-hand side. He also looks a lot higher. I wouldn't mind betting there's been a shift here. I wouldn't mind betting there's been a shift. He just took a little bit of a knock. It'll be interesting to see whether he actually decides that the breeze has gone back over there. But he looks a lot higher on the right-hand side of the course at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see. There he goes. He's tacked over now. We'll be interested to see how many boats he gets over. But might be me playing my poker hand here, but I wouldn't mind betting that Reynolds and Haynel have actually made a big gain by going over on the right-hand side. Maybe Virtual Eye can say it better than I can. Back to you in the studio, guys.
Thanks, Louet. Well, we're on virtual now, and we can see that where is Reynolds? He's 14th at the moment on the leaderboard. And we'll see his name flash up any second now. Zarif and Prada heading off to the left-hand side of the track, and Benemati and Lambertenghi, wow, taking it right to the coastline.
Yeah, you know, that last mark rounding was definitely different than what we've seen in the previous race with the teams splitting marks. In the first race, we saw everybody rounding the same gate mark, and this time there could be a shift out there indicating, because we've seen teams going around both marks. So definitely a lot more tactical on this next upwind leg, with a lot more players on both sides of the course.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Virtual Eye will always give us a little bit of an indicator on that one, but still, I think going off to the left is your best bet. It seems to always. I think you get a bit more of a shift over there. There's Reynolds coming in. He's still. I mean, he's got the clear air. There is a pack ahead, but still, you know, you don't need to win the race to stay in the hunt for this top 10 shot and top 20 worth of prize money. So you just got to keep playing. I mean, you keep racing, right? You keep focusing, trying to get one boat at a time. But watching these guys, you know, you still have the usual players up there. But it's just interesting to see the French team up there. Exactly, you got Rohart. There's another one, Xavier's former crew was up there, Pascal Rambaud, who sailed. He's coaching the sailor that he's with there. They're sitting in about 4th or 5th. He's a laser sailor, did very well in Rio, so he's back into the boat. A little learning opportunity, but obviously he's still got great pace.
And Chris from Virtual, I'm just wondering if we could pull wide and just see if there's anything going on, any boats heading up the right-hand side of the track, if there's any action on that side of the lake. Not a lot, no. You can really see the bias of the course.
Yeah.
You know, all the stars are heading left, and it's not looking very good for Laubert and Meyer down here heading up right. I think they're taking a bit of a risk, a bit of a
Yes.
flyer with the Müllers, and that's not going to go too well for them. I don't think.
No, well, yeah. I mean, look, every lake and every place you sail in the world has some tendencies. So I think with the wind conditions we have today, whether you like it or not, left is where you got to go. So it's going to be you have a quick fight off the start line, and if you get the left, then you can have the best chance to get a good result. So that's the way it's going to be all day, I'm sure. You could get a few guys just off the start to get a little bit of a right as everybody starts off at the same time, but the tendency is to be on the left side.
Well, that's the view from our commentary position, and we can see out the window. Beautiful sight. And very easy for us to commentate here with, you know, millimeter accurate GPS trackers and who's doing what, but much harder out on the water, Tyler.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, look, it's tight racing. I mean, it's exactly. We're sitting on the couch here, watching and making easy commentary on how the mistakes they're making. But when you're out there and the water's spraying you, you know, the temperature is a little cool. It's going to warm up, but you're hiking. You're getting tired. I mean, some of them, yes, they just got off the plane less than 24 hours ago. You know, so you've got a little jet lag starting to creep in. So there's a lot of factors out there that make it very hard for the competitors just to keep their focus and concentration. So without a doubt, I can appreciate the efforts these guys are making today.
And it's quite hard for the middle ranking sailors to really kind of pinpoint where the shifts are and which way to go and where the breeze is and who's ahead. And sometimes, you know, it's only at the marks you really kind of get a feel, particularly in you know, the Olympic class style sailing, where the courses are so vast. You know, if you're the distance between the left-hand side and the right-hand side boats can be sort of 2-3 kilometers. It's you know, you almost can't see them, and then they all rejoin at the top. But here, with the luxury of virtual eye and our accurate data tracking through GPS, bouncing up through satellites and down here, and all the mathematics giving us the numbers and crunching. Here we have a fantastic virtual eye picture of what is actually going on, and it gives us a great interpretation of what these sailors and athletes are doing out on the water.
Yeah, and one of the things that you have to realize out there is you'll see in the videos that the crews are very, very low to the water. So they have an even harder time looking at the wind, and then when you add in waves like this splashing in their face, they've got to be hiking out at the same time, looking upwind, trying to see the wind, but they're very, very low to the water, so it's difficult for them to see. But the crews are also the skipper's eyes so much of the time out there.
Well, there was Xavier Rohart, Stefano Lilia just tacking over the French boat in pretty good shape here at this regatta.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier is just such a quality sailor. I mean, like I said earlier, you know, sailing against him in the Finn back in the 90s, and then he got into the Star in the sort of the 2000s. He's such a quality guy in this boat, lots of experience, gone through many different crews, and always seems to come out on top. So I mean, it's just he's calm, he's relaxed, he just keeps fighting each way, and then there he is, right on the front of the pack. So
and the reigning European champion, of course, with none other than Sébastien Guidou from Grandson. And Sébastien is in our studio and running all the trackers and running this regatta. And he's slightly gutted that he's not out there with Xavier, giving it rocks. But fair play to Seb for helping out with the SSL. And well done to Xavier out there, one of the founders of the Star Sailors League, which is, you know, not just a bunch of administrators. It's very much a grassroots sailing movement.
Well, that's how it usually works, right? I mean, the sailors know what other sailors want, and I think the genesis of this idea is built by the sailors for the sailors, as they say.
And I tell you what I really love about this Grand Slam concept and the competition format is the 3 days where everyone gets to race, whether it's 20 boats or 70-something, 80 boats. And then on the final day, it comes right down to, it's just 11 go through. Yep. And that brutal cut-off. So we're in the foothills at the moment of the competition. And then tomorrow it kind of gets a bit more dramatic. And then come Friday, in the final races of the round robins, let's call them,
Yeah.
before that cut-off, it gets really sort of quite crunchy and brutal. And I think the sailors quite like it too. They think, whoa, come on, we've got to make the cut, got to make the cut. That is all they're really thinking. It doesn't matter if they're winning races or anything. They just want to get into that top 11, and that's the mission. And we'll see some big names tumble out of that top 11
Yeah, that's
come
really interesting.
Saturday. Some medalists and world champions, and that's going to be quite hard for them.
And I think with prize money at stake, it's definitely going to be a different game out there. Sailing is a very Corinthian sport, whereas when there's right away boats on one tack, starboard or port, and there's rules of the road. And a lot of times, if there's a boat that doesn't have the right of way, you might have a skipper who say, "Oh, go ahead, cross us." But now that we have money at stake in crossings like that, port starboard crossings, also at the gate when you see these boats piling up, there's going to be people are going to get less lenient than they might have been in the past with prize money. So
Doggy dog.
definitely going to see the last day a lot more aggressive behavior at the
Yes,
marks and
no
also
doubt.
at crossings.
Okay, we'll look forward to that. It's funny. On land, you meet these characters, and I work in all kind of areas of sailing, and you meet characters like Ben Ainsley and Robert Scheid and Dennis, and they're fantastic people to chat to on land and really interested. But you get them on the water, and boom,
There's
they
a flip the switch.
flip the switch, and it's bang, you're in competition mode. And as you say, they can be sort of pretty ruthless, and sometimes I think you have to have that a bit of that element of
Oh, no doubt.
competitive edge and competitive spirit to really drive yourself forward. So you look at somebody like Torben Grail. I mean, he's kind of rock, isn't he? He's got this rock-like quality to him.
Yeah.
And you can imagine him on a Volvo round the world race boat as the skipper, just kind of being that rock in the middle of the boat, in the middle of the crew, and inspiring everybody, and everything evolves. Like Ian Walker, another example.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a hard guy on the boat, charming and wonderful and great company, but get him on a boat and he's a weapon. And this is kind of part of our sport, part of our game.
I think also at this high level, you don't, and if some of you might do some big keelboat racing at home and you'll hear yelling at the marks and things like that. At this high level, especially in the top 20, you don't really hear that yelling at the windward mark, the leeward mark. And you also have to remember that some of these guys have been sailing together for 30 years against one another,
Yeah.
together. And so they know what to expect from their competitors and how they're going to behave at crossings, at the windward mark, at the leeward mark. You'll have somebody like Augie Diaz who often waves people by, people who want to stay out of trouble, want to keep going the way they want to go. But these guys already know and can expect the behavior from their competitors because they've been sailing against one another for so long.
Well, Loué's out on the water, and Loué, we've been talking about the competitiveness of the sailors here. What can you say about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got to concur. The one thing, having spoken to some of the real top guys, is that sometimes at a top mark, if you're coming in on port, as a few boats will be fairly soon, you'll almost try and pick out the weak one. It's almost like picking off the weak one of the litter. And we saw that last bottom mark, the Cypriot Contides, he's green in this, and he definitely lost out at that bottom mark. And we've got probably 10 boats going to be rounding this second top mark altogether. And I wouldn't mind betting that there's a few gold stars looking around trying to wheedle out the weak one in the pack that they might take on starboard. But at the moment, we've got a lot of boats coming in on port, the leading pack, and they have no threat on starboard. There's a couple out there, but I can tell you the breeze is definitely up. We can see a lot of cloud movement now over the Jura Mountains, and I think this breeze is going to be building and building and building. And going on through the day, they've already been out there 3 hours, and in terms of tennis, we're already in the 5th set, and they're going to be looking at 7th, 8th, and 9th set. So I think stamina is also going to be part of it. Fitness and stamina is also going to be a part of it today. But they're coming into this top mark now. The water's a little bit flatter up here now, but the general condition is that the breeze is definitely in. and doesn't look like it's going anywhere fast. But there you go. You can probably see now on the Cineflex camera there with Shane behind it, looking straight down the barrel at these leading boats coming up to this top mark. And I'll let you on virtual eye tell us who it is, because at this angle it's very hard to tell you until they're right up on us. But fantastic conditions out on Lake Neuchâtel for race 2 of the Swiss Open SSL Grand Slam diggers.
Well, Virtual Eye has kicked Torben Grail off the leaderboard, having been OCS'd on the start line, and but they don't know that. They're still in the hunt. So technically, Virtual Eye is telling us that Gaspich and Revkin are the leaders, with Rohart and Lilia with bow number 2 in second place. And this will be interesting as these boats converge towards the top mark. We're seeing Torben Grail just there, tacking off the left-hand side of our screen as we zoom into Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, who are in 5th position, coming up to the top mark. But it's the Croatians, Gaspic, with the American Revkin, who will be leading around the top. Torben Grail here, oh, he's going to be absolutely gutted, because he's not only doing a brilliant race, but he's expending all that energy.
Exactly.
And so when they get to the finish, they're not going to be too chuffed about that one. So we leave Torben to go through, and here's Rohart just tacking around in front of Gaspic and Revkin, the American and Croatian sailing together, and as they go around neck and neck, exciting stuff. Tyler.
Yeah, no, this is going to be good, and Xavier is obviously going to have a little more experience than the Croatian for the leeward leg, but still, he's obviously proven to be pretty fast because he's still up there in the top of the fleet. Americans coming around.
Benamati and Lambertenghi just coming in underneath Mendelblatt and Fati. Staniak and Clean going around in 5th place, followed by Bernaz
and
Pascal in 5th place. Good showing by the French in race number 2. And then Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins in 7th place. Augie from Miami, I believe. Is that right?
He's born in Cuba and raised in Miami, Florida.
Yeah.
And Arnie Boltins hails from Annapolis, Maryland.
Okay.
Nice.
Rock and roll.
Another 2 great sailors. Arnie, I think he just got off not too long ago from Transpac, doing the big boats, LA to Hawaii. So he's obviously got a vast array of experience on many different boats, long distance, short distance. So a tough customer, without a doubt.
And Contides and Struby just heading around, and they've dropped quite a few places, unfortunately, from a stellar start and a stellar first leg. They've dropped to 10th, 12th, going around the top mark and the spreader mark. And as you say, Contides quite a bit to learn in this class, but still pretty respectable.
Oh, I mean, well, look, as long as you get top 10s, top 15s, that's what counts to make sure you get to hopefully the final day. So, I mean, his learning curve is going to be very steep, and just pulling off a race like this is going to give him confidence. As long as you can punch out in the beginning, if you can get to the top of the course in the first leg in somewhat decent position, top 15, he's going to be able to hold it. It's going to be tough, but each race that goes by, he's just getting that much more experience, that much more skill.
Well, he rounded ahead of the Polish, and multiple medals.
And they're good. Yeah, exactly. So good on him.
Oh, and there's my hero, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, with Gerrit Bartel rounding 13th. So better results for my German friends in race number 2. I think they'll do well. Hubert, former European champ, I think last year, and Great Lake sailor. He's he's a full-time surgeon and doctor, and this is a hobby.
And he just won the Eastern European Championship last month in Holland.
Yes, hemispheres, yes. I mean, look, there's so many good sailors here that even though it's not hard to come 30th, but still be a player. And it doesn't show that, but you will see that there will be some consistency with your Mendelblatts and your Stanjiks, but I think the top 15, there's going to be these guys that come out of what we'd call nowhere to all of a sudden just get a good result. So in the Lovric buddies, their brothers, they're doing well, two-time Olympians and all that kind of stuff. They didn't do a good first race, but right there, they're in the bit of the hunt in the second race.
And here we're looking at the front of the pack. Xavier Rohart doing a marvellous job. The Croatians in there. And who else? The other French crew also in the hunt. And I think, is that Mendelblatt there, USA? Bow number 1 is Mark Mendelblatt, Brian Farty.
Yeah.
And they're having a good regatta also.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he's that good, you know. He is your epitome of the rock star that comes in off the plane, comes in, gets on the boat. The crew's got everything dialed in, and he just has to perform, and he is. So it's a testament to his skill. Look, he's good. I mean, and it's consistent. He just has to be consistent, and he's always sailing, right? If he's not sailing a Star, he's sailing other boats, big boats. So it's in his blood. He probably spends more time on the water than he does on shore. So just going from boat to boat is not necessarily a hard thing for a guy of his caliber.
Well, actually, Mark has spent the last year and a half sailing the Knacker, which is the new co-ed Olympic catamaran. He's been sailing with his wife Carolina. So in addition to doing the pro sailing on the big boats and coming into the Star Sailors League, he spent a lot of time sailing the Olympic Knacker catamaran.
So that is his. So they're sort of putting their campaign together. So okay, that's very interesting. I mean, that's totally different. Pontoon boat, super fast. Probably a lot less maneuvers actually going on, but I can tell you the one thing that's probably surprised most people about that Knack class is the physicality that has come into play. It tosses you around quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's also, you see guys who jump from one boat to the other, especially driving. A guy like Mark who goes from a Nacra to a Star, the speeds are so different.
Yes.
The tactics are so different that it sometimes usually takes them a day or two in the water to get used to how fast they turn the boat, how tight they're trimming the sail. And you see that Augie Diaz, he also comes from the 505 class, and if he goes from a 505, which is a plenty boat, to the Star, just the trimming, everything takes a little more time. But Mark, as we've seen, has easily come to this regatta
transitions nicely
from a high-speed catamaran into the Star, and then he's doing just fine.
Rombaud Pascal there driving with Jean-Baptiste Bernaz, the French team. Down they go downwind, and Jean-Baptiste doing a nice job. Good showing by the French. They're in 5th position at the moment.
He's a
and
new
they're duking
he's a
it
new
out
sailor.
with Benamati and Lambertenghi. Lambertenghi just climbing up onto the foredeck and moving his spinnaker pole, his little whisker pole. I don't. What do you call that?
Whisker pole, yeah.
Whisker pole.
We just call it the pole. Get the pole out, buddy.
The pole.
That's what the back guy says all the time.
So there's a nice little race going on in our picture with the two crews, some Italians and the French, hammering downwind in race number 2 of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam in Neuchâtel.
Interesting enough, as we said before, Pascal Rambaud, who is the crew on Bow 96, is the former crew of Xavier Rohart. But these days they're a little bit too heavy to sail together because there is a weight limit in the Star class.
Yes, exactly. And Pascal's actually, he's a national team coach for France. And that's the guy he's actually coaching is this laser sailor, fresh off from Rio. I'm not sure if he actually medaled, but he was very happy with his performance and kind of thinking, hey, I want to get back to the Star Sailors League, bring him in for a nice time in Nassau. So obviously they want to be here, and I guess I don't want to call him the kid, but being older than most of these young skippers, he's pulling off a nice job here.
Good info. Good info. So big battle going on at the front of the fleet, and you can see them chatting to each other, between each other. They're very close, and there's a fantastic battle going on at the front of the fleet. Mendelblatt and Farty now into the lead, just squeezing ahead of Rohart and Lilia, with Staniek and Klein in the mix, and Bernaz and Pascal also battling away with Gaspich and Revkin. So it's hotting up, Louis. There's a big lineup hammering downwind, and it's getting quite exciting at the front of the fleet. Louis.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've been pointing out, Grail and Almedia at the front there, they are understood to be being disqualified. The other people won't know that either. But it's quite interesting to see what Torben Grail and De Almedia's body language is going to be like when they go through this line and they don't get a hooter. So we'll try and get that with the camera, because if they have been disqualified, they will not get a hooter. But it's not just about winning the race, as we pointed out, as Tyler's been saying. It's about getting consistent results. You don't have to win every race. And behind Torben Grail and De Almedia, we have a line of boats, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that one of them's going to win this race. And it's going to be about getting that extra bit of puff, getting that extra bit of pumping action down the waves to see which one's going to get it. I can't make them out, they're too far away, but the one closest to the shore, he's just pulled out a huge amount, and he seems to be really getting his mojo going. Perhaps you can tell me on virtual who that is, the one nearest to Grandson.
I think that's Stanjek and Clean.
Stanjek
Right.
and Clean, the Germans, are the nearest to the shore side, and perhaps there's a column of breeze just pushing them down at speed. We can put some speeds on, Chris, from Virtual Eye. There we go, we get a little comparative speeds there, just pushing 5.66 knots, and the guys behind, look at them, 6.5 knots, ripping along downwind, and that's kind of interesting. Louis, we're seeing that Bernaz and Pascal have just picked up a little speed coming back into Mendelblatt and Fatih. So quite a good race going on as they head down towards the bottom gate, and it's all on here for race number 2 of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam final on the lake. Grand Slam on the lake, Lake Neuchâtel. But right now it's between Mendelblatt and Fatih and Bernaz and Pascal.
Well, it's also interesting. They are spreading out. They're probably about halfway down the lake now. So you're at the widest portion of the downwind leg, and they're going to start coming again into that cone as we pan out. You can see the cone's going to start getting a lot tighter. So the angles that you're going to have in this last sort of 600 meters, they're going to start coming together. And all of a sudden, this is how you need to start placing yourself. Obviously, looking down the course on the right-hand side where you have the German, he's got the inside advantage to the mark. So he's a little bit more of a positive position, whereas the French are on the outside. If they don't get ahead, all of a sudden you can go from where they're basically in first place with Mendelblatt, but if they lose the advantage according to the rules of the inside overlap, they can go from there to about 8th. So it's interesting how you position yourself.
Mendelblatt and Fatih just jibing now to come back into Rohart and Stanjek and Clean. And Bernaz and Pascal also on the starboard tack as they head downwind towards the bottom gate. This is the final lap of race number 2. They'll go through the gate at the bottom and then do a little small dogleg upwind to the finish line. So Louis, pretty hard to call at the moment. On virtual, Mendelblatt and Fatih are leading Bernaz and Pascal, with Benamati and Lambertenghi in the middle there. But Stanjek and Clean are making a charge down by the coastline of Grandson, and it'll be interesting to see how they come out at this bottom gate. Over to you, Louis.
Yeah, I think what we can see here is there's a bit of a hole in the wind as they're approaching Chateau de Grandson, and the boats are compressing into that leading pack, and you can see that they're not getting the pump action from the boats, and it's Grail and Almedia. I know they're not racing, but they're through that now, and they seem to be into a new bit of wind, but there's a real compression there, and Stanjek and Clean look like they've got it. They look like they're really making a move here on the up by the Chateau de Grandson, and I really wouldn't like to call this one. It's going to be very interesting, but as they go through this gate at the bottom, we can see a few more ripples in the water, a few more contours in the water, and there's going to be a little bit of acceleration there. But this is going to be a very, very tight finish between the boats that are still in it. But I hate to say it once again, I would not like to be anywhere near Torben Grail and De Almedia when they don't get that hooter, because I can see an awful lot of pram There's a lot of toys coming out of the pram when they do. But
Indeed, Louis, we can see the committee boat with the orange flag, I believe. The yacht, is that, am I correct, Kathleen? That's the finish line. So they're going down through the little bottom gate and then up to cross the finish line upwind. And as you say, Louis, that they're not going to be too happy. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll keep an eye on this group now in the race, heading down. Staniek and Clean looking absolutely stellar on that track.
Yeah,
Tyler.
but they're also coming in on port tack, so they don't have the right of way as they're coming into this pack of boats.
Good point.
So it'll be interesting if they can just get past those boats on starboard tack. They'll be golden. So they've got to get a couple pumps and a couple rocks in here to clear the air. If not, they're going to be back a few positions.
Well, bow number 6 is Staniek and Clean, the reigning world champions. As you say, Kathleen, they're on port tack. They do not have right of way, and the guys on starboard tack with the sails over the other side of the boat do have right of way, and you can see them looking over, and it's all going on. They can't risk any infringements, any rule disqualifications. There is Grail and Diomeda heading upwind to the finish line. We'll stick with the bottom mark just for this little group going round. And that is going through who's going through
That's
there? Rombo.
Clean. Mendelblatt.
And unfortunately,
Xavier.
the French have been pushed to the outside of that mark rounding. They've lost a couple of boats there. France, 8270.
And what's interesting is the 8237, which was further back, they just got inside, and because the other guys get pushed out, they're going to be able to just grab 2-3 spots. So it's interesting exactly how the rules come into play in these marks. That you need to start thinking about where's your position. Halfway down the lake, you got to start thinking tactically.
And if I could ask Shane to pan right a little bit towards the finish line, there's Grail and Diomeda, and you can see the pin end of the finish line. They're not on our virtual tracker, but they are on the water. Chris has taken them out of the mix on Virtual Eye, but there is that little dogleg towards the finish line, and we'll go back to our picture. And Grail and Diomeda, as far as they're concerned, they have sailed the absolutely humdingest race in their careers and got off to a fabulous start. But I must admit, it did look to me on the monitor that they were over the line just from our studio position. So let's see what they do on the committee boat, Shane. If we just pull a little bit wider right, we'll see the committee boat. And traditionally there'd be a little gun going off and all the rest of it.
See their heads spinning around going, how come I didn't,
Yeah, but
I've had that feeling where you just have, you sail your great race and you feel very comfortable and confident in yourself, and you come across that line and you don't hear it, you kind of look around.
See, now they're hugging, they're giving each other high fives. I heard a little beep.
I thought so too.
Through our window. So Louis, really, we might have to ask you to go and find out what's going on when all the boats have crossed the line. But we heard a squeak and a beep from the committee boat. Maybe we'll hear a gun as Staniek and Clean approach the finish line. Let's see. Stick with this, Shano. And there's Staniek and Clean just about to go through that finish line. No, didn't hear anything or any guns. We heard a horn. Kathleen heard a horn.
Our ears are a little too old, maybe.
Maybe that's right. Or maybe it's these massive, great headphones that blocking my
I'm always told
hearing.
I don't hear very well, so.
So we
Exactly.
can go back to virtual and just confirm the results. We'll come back with the controversy of the OCS or not OCS of the race number 2. But Staniek and Clean, as far as we're concerned, and information that we've received from the race officer on the committee boat, Staniek and Clean are the winners of race number 2 with Bernaz and Pascal. Nice race by the Frenchman there in second place. Rohart and Lilia in third. And there the Croatian Gaspic with the American Revkin in fourth position. and fabulous sight on virtual eye as they all come streaming down the track around the bottom mark
and this
through
is
the
some
finish
close
line.
finishes. And when you look at some of these boats versus Contes versus Payne, there's really not that much space between these guys for the finish. So when you think of this, we're at just over an hour of racing. These guys are literally within minutes, seconds of each other. So I mean, it just sort of gives you an idea of how close this racing is for the distance that they've covered.
And a lot of boats still heading around the bottom gate, the bottom mark for the dogleg to the finish line. And our Russian friends in a fairly good position, top half of the fleet, and doing well. I think top half at this stage is good work. And here we go, they're all just jibing.
And what you can see right there in the middle of the fleet, it's tough sailing. In sailing, we have what's called bad air, bad wind, and there's only so much wind out there. And if you get behind another boat or between boats, there's not enough wind to go around for all the boats. So this is what you're seeing here. Not only has the wind velocity gone down, but when you've got a pack of boats, there's just less wind there. And when you're in the middle of the fleet, there's not a lot of breeze for you to sail in, and it becomes even more difficult to get your speed up and do what you want to do tactically.
Well, virtually we're seeing the finish now, 15 boats having crossed the line, and you can see the order. Contides and Struby finishing in 11th position. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. They're ahead of Kuznerevich and Jitsky, and that's a good result for them. Szabo in 8th position with Ducomont, Merkelbach and Bartel. Gerrit Bartel in 9th position. My German friend's doing extremely well there, and I was just having a drink at the cocktail reception last night and saying, no more, Hubert, stop drinking now. So that's paying off, that's good, and here we're seeing 20 boats, the top 20 having gone through that finish line. And we might just jump back to Louis for any observations, Louis.
Well, yeah, at the moment, Digby, we're having to stay, away from that area because there are still boats finishing. We're just having the last one pass us now. And if you seriously think I'm going to go and have a chat with Torben Grail about whether he got black flagged on that last race, I'm going to need a security guard. But we can't get over there at the moment. When we can, we'll see if we can just pop by the committee boat and see if they'll talk to us. But I doubt whether we're going to get that. Conditions-wise, just a little bit of a change. I'd say the breeze is slightly down. I would say we're looking at slightly softer conditions now. I wouldn't necessarily say there's been a change in direction, but the wind does seem to be decreasing slightly. Was doing during that last downwind leg, so could be another change in gear for these teams going into race 3. In between races, they are allowed to change rig settings, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the boats going for softer rig settings. The breeze does look like it's down a bit, Diggers, so we're just waiting for the last boats to finish, and we'll be heading back over to the committee boat and taking our usual table with the Cineflex camera looking over the beautiful town of Grandson and the Jura Mountains behind. Back to you in the studio.
And I'm just going to let Shane know that we're going to stick with Virtual Eye for the next couple of minutes. Shane, you can stand down for a moment. We'll stay with Virtual Eye as the rest of the fleet cross the line, and we can actually see the names of all the characters and sailors from across Europe and around the world cross the line here. So if you are the friends and family of the Mullers, there they come, just finishing 37th out of 76 or 77, something like that. Not exactly sure how many boats are in this competition. Who can tell me? It went from 80 to about 77, I think, 76. So 39 boats having crossed the line. We're just going to sit with Virtual as they go, and it does look, as we look through the window, Kathleen and Tyler, I think the breeze is dropping, and I think we'll be definitely on for race number 3. I'm not sure about 4 races today.
Well, I would actually, when you think of the race committees, they're going to probably push for 4. Just considering the conditions for tomorrow, what is expected. If you can get that 4th one in, you probably want to. It's still early in the day, plenty of sunlight, and it all depends on the wind. The other interesting aspect is the wind is dying. So now it becomes definitely a strategic move, an experience move on what are you going to do with the rig? How loose are you going to put it down? How many turns are you going to put on your uppers or lowers? And this is where a lot of this is where the crew work actually comes in, because if you have the experienced guy and the skippers, but they know exactly, they're used to always doing the tuning. So it'll be interesting, because that just one half turn makes a huge difference on your boat speed upwind. And that can be really the difference between getting to the left-hand shore first, or having to, like you said, is getting in the bad air. So it'll be interesting. It'll be a nice third race. It's going to be different conditions. It's going to be something that we haven't seen yet, and I think it'll be probably seeing the same players still coming out top.
Yeah, and some of the sailors who arrived here early in Grand Son to practice have been practicing in very, very windy weather. So this next race is going to be new for a lot of people. I think some of the locals might have an advantage here with the slightly flatter water, and we might see a little more shifty breeze. And it's definitely be a little bit more challenging for them. And when we're talking about changing the rig setting, you're actually changing the tension of the wires that are holding the mast, and you're going to be easing them a little bit, which gives more power back into that big, huge mainsail, into what we call the rig. So they're actually going to ease it off, and they're going to build power in these big boats. They're very, very heavy boats, and if you have a little bit of leftover chop from the breeze that we've had, you've got to add some more power to it. And how much do the boats weigh?
1,500 pounds, I believe, or something like that. So I mean, they're heavy, especially compared to all these laser fin sailors. So momentum plays a key role in maintaining this to get through the waves, as you said. And sometimes there's a lot of slop, and because we're on the bottom of the lake, a lot of the waves hitting the shore, they come back at you. So all of a sudden, waves are going to be somewhat coming from different directions, which will make it a little difficult upwind, keeping your rhythm. It's not going to be the same sort of rolling waves that come through. Now you got waves coming from the back, waves coming from the forward, so it makes it a little hard for the acceleration. It could prove to be a little bit of an issue during the starting sequence in trying to get your boat to accelerate. So it'll be interesting. There's going to be a lot of different factors that are going to come into play for this race number 3.
And I also know some sailors out there who are probably happy that the wind has come down quite a bit. For the third race, the last thing you want for your third race of the day is 20 knots out there. And so people are starting to get tired. The windward legs are very long. And then because they can do kinetics, pumping and rocking the sail as much as they want downwind, they're working probably harder downwind. So with the breeze easing off like this, some of these sailors are actually relieved that they don't have to expend as much energy. But nonetheless, the top sailors are always going full power, working as much as they can on the race course up and down.
Well, we are watching now the back end of the fleet coming through the finish line. 57 boats of 76 or 7, and that's race number 2 coming to a finale. 1 hour 12 minutes duration, so quite a long race for some of these guys. I know Sharon aims for 50 minutes an hour, something like that, as a race duration, but at the moment 1 hour 12 minutes for race number 2, and the breeze is indeed dropping. Even through our little window we can see the boats just going a little slowly, the lake smoothing out, and conditions easing off. But the sun's out, which is rather nice for everyone. The breeze is quite cool coming off these mountains. It gets sucked down through down the mountains, down the mountainside, and there's a nip in the air, but the light and the clarity is rather nice. So we will stay with virtual so that you guys at home can see the entire fleet go through the finish line. And hang on one sec, Chris is trying to talk to me.
We're finished.
Everyone's finished. Okay,
Yep.
so that's everyone through the line. Okay, fun. Thanks, Chris. Okay, so deep breath. The next race will be starting in about 15 minutes. I think we'll wrap up, have a quick tea break here. You guys at home, put the kettle on, and we'll be back with you in 5 or 10 minutes at the 5-minute gun. So don't go too far. And as soon as you see Shane's picture on the water of boats moving around, but we will stay with Virtual Eye, I think, Chris. Just no, we won't stay with Virtual Eye. Yes, we will. No, we won't. Yes, we will. Okay, yeah, we'll stay with Virtual Eye and just keep the boats on the tracker there. So back in 5 or 10, tea break for race number 3. Okay, folks, welcome back to the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake here in Switzerland. We've had 2 races, and we are looking at the committee boat, and Sharon Burke, the PRO, principal race officer, at the back of the boat there in the white jacket, just ready to get race number 3 off the line. And in the studio we have Kathleen Tock, multiple national champ in the snipe class, and how many was it? 7, did you say?
6.
6. Oh, okay. And Tyler Bjorn, and out on the water, Louis Habib. And Sharon, you've got some back of the envelope mathematics of overall standings at the moment.
Okay, we're looking at the Germans, Staniek and Klein in first place after 2 races with a very, very low point score of 5 points. In second place, Mark Mendelblad and Brian Fatih from the United States, Miami, Florida, in second place with a grand total of 7 points. In third place, also from Miami, we have Miami Diaz sailing with Arnie Baltons with a total of 13 points, followed by Gaspic and Revkin, Croatian-American team, in fourth place, only 1 point behind Diaz. And in fifth place, we have the Brazilians, the young Jorge Zarif from Rio de Janeiro, and Bruno Prada from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Okay, so it's the reigning world champs are ruling the waves here in Grandson in Switzerland, and race 3 coming up very soon. Louis Habib out on the water, our eyes and ears. We can see me and Tyler just popped outside and had a look at the lake, and we can see it's getting lighter.
Yes, Digby, very much so. We've definitely got a drop in the pressure. There's certainly enough pressure to race, and it looks like, looking at the flags on the committee boat, there hasn't been a major change in the wind direction. So we're looking at the crews looking to change gear to the style that they need to race in to do well in what's going to probably be light. I doubt if it will be medium airs. It looks like the top mark is in roughly the same position, at roughly the same distance of race, so I don't think we're going to see a shorter race. It might actually be a longer race in terms of time. But yeah, this is going to be about thinking through. It's going to be about eyes out of the boat, and also, I know we've had all those general recalls, but getting away in light airs becomes even more important. Getting into clear air is a massive percentage increase on the amount of wind speed you have when it's light airs. So I wouldn't mind betting that we're going to see a competitive start, even though the black flag is up. So it's going to be a real crucial one, this, to get off that start line and get into clear air. But black flag's up, and already I cannot see the pin end. There's a lot of boats that look like they're in danger of breaking the black flag rule.
Well, Louis, excuse me for interrupting, but we've got a perfect line up here in transit of the 2 orange flags from the committee boat to the pin end, and at the moment the line is very clear. We're just going to jump very quickly to Virtual Eye with almost a minute to go to take us down over Lake Neuchâtel with Grandson, the little town on the left, and there's the line and the wind coming down the lake, and you can see it's about 7 knots of breeze. That's what we're being told at the top mark. We've got a minute to go. It's a clear line. We go back to the live picture. Shane on the camera there with our wonderful America's Cup camera giving this fantastic view down the line. And really it is the 2 orange flags there. That is the line. Yes. The black flag was up. Anybody over that line is DSQ'd or disqualified from that race. And so they're all being a little bit more cautious. And if we can fire up a clock somewhere, 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds. Really hard to get over that line. It's very pin end favored, so it's going to be really favoring the guys in the other end of that line. You can see the French coming up. Oh, there's the gun.
And it was interesting. We saw 2 Brazilian boats down at the pin end, so we got to know that one of those is got to be Torben Grail, who was over at the pin end at the last race.
There's Cyprus. Well, look, I mean, they're so favored at the pin end. Everybody just tacked. As soon as you heard that gun, you can tell almost there's 80 boats, boom, tacked, because that's the favorite tack to be on. You're probably going straight towards the windward mark at this point. So, I mean, the Cyprus guys are looking great. It's tacked back, going over towards the left-hand side of the course.
And we've got USA in front of us here, Gold Star World Champion. I believe that is George Szabo, continuing on poor tack.
Szabo and Patrick Ducommun.
The Duke.
The Duke.
The
and
Duke.
They're punching their nose out into the middle of the track with some clear air just above them, which is rather nice. A good position to be in. But a bunch of boats out there on the left-hand side of the track. Great pictures from our camera. And George Szabo, former world champ in the star class, helming with the Duke at his side, and having a pretty good regatta so far. So this is race number 3. We are running a 4-day regatta here for the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake. And the big mission for all these boats is to make the top 11 after 3 days, when on Saturday, day number 4, the top 11 boats go through to the quarters, semis and finals. And 10 boats will race in the semis, 10 boats will race in the quarters, 7 in the semis and 4 in the final itself. And whoever wins, whoever's top of the leaderboard over these 3 days will get a bye through the quarters to the semi-finals, which is a nice little wrinkle there. They can sit out and watch their competitors duke it out in the quarterfinals. And right now we're looking at the leaderboard with Virtual Eye showing us, this is interesting, Tyler, the right hand side, there's quite a few boats heading out on the right, but the leaderboard is giving us very favoured. And look, if you look at the sort of the line, the angle, I mean that start line is pretty biased towards the left hand side, mathematically anyway.
Well, for sure, and what's going to be interesting is as the wind does lighten up, the tendencies on the race course are definitely going to change. And one of the observations I saw this morning, just walking around the site, is there's always a nice puff on the left-hand side. So when you look at some of the people with the poles, Stanjek over there, maybe they kind of sort of thought of the same thing. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to take a little bit more time to get up to this windward mark with the wind being lighter. And it'll be interesting to see how this is going to unfold.
Well, so we could see a very different scenario in this race. I mean, if the reigning world champions and the regatta leaders at the moment have headed right, there must be a pretty good reason for it.
And they're a lot closer too. When you look at the Virtual Eye, I mean, the right-hand side versus the left-hand side, they're close. So it won't take much to put either side ahead. In watching how this is going to unfold again, it's lighter, and it's when you like you said, we were out there having our little break. The wind is coming down quite a bit. It is a lot softer. Did the top teams make the right adjustment to their rig? How's the speed going to play out?
Well, Torben Grail and Guillaume Diomeda had a great start at the pin end, and we can see them going towards the left. They're in the middle of our screen, and at the moment in top 6th or 7th, and looking pretty good. If they hadn't been OCS across on course side, across the start line in that last race, they'd be reigning supreme right now. So they're clearly sailing well, and we'll see how they get on in this regatta. But it looked to me, Chris, I thought that was a clean line. I don't think there were any people on course side, so everyone's away to a clean start of race number 3.
We've got the Croatian team of Mizurek and Barak leading the regatta. They had a very good start and were out in front with some good speed off the bat, with also their fellow countrymen Stepanovic and Kunijevic.
Oh, nicely done there, Kathleen. That's almost as good as my Russian pronunciation. So between us, we're really nailing it with the fleet here.
No, and it's interesting as this unfolds. The right-hand side is paying off a lot, of course, according to the Virtual Eye. So there, it's changing. The wind's lighting up, and it's changed the complete complexion of the.
And here we go. There in 6th place, Stanjek and Clean. If we pull out, thanks, Chris. There we can see the Germans, and the right-hand side, as you say, it's beginning to pay off. Well, remarkable. And how do you read that, Tyler, out on the water?
Well, I think it becomes a local knowledge bit aspect. You know, something happens. Obviously, I mean, I'm not from here, so I can't give the exact details. But my impression would be something happens when the wind lightens up. It comes for a little more from the right-hand side. Maybe it comes off the shore a little bit. Maybe that's how the clouds are performing on that side. So something is happening.
Well, Lue is our local expert meteorologist. Lue, what can you tell us?
Well, I tell you, it's a fascinating battle here on the right-hand side between Szabo and Ducomont and Kuznetsky and Jutski, and I'm just looking at their rig setting. I don't know if you've focused on that. Now Tyler Bjorn is going to know a lot better than me on this, but the poles look like they have a lot more rake in their mainsail, and you can actually see some of the scrimping at the bottom of the mainsail there, and at the moment they are rolling over the top of Szabo and Ducomont. Ducomont's the local expert, but it looks like the poles have got very good height and speed over here on the right hand side. But yeah, there's a big split in the fleet now. We've got about 50-50, I guess, maybe a few more than that still over on the left-hand side, but a significant number of boats have gone over to the right-hand side. Right in front of us, we've got bow number 41. That is the German team of Nolte and Nolte. And they're quite low in terms of their height, so they look fast, but I think they're going to run out of runway. But at the moment, they might just cross the German pair in there of Staniek and Klein, but certainly the Poles look like they might have got the rig setting right. They've got a bit more rake. Looks like a bit more rake, Tyler. Maybe you can put some magic dust on the Poles setup.
Well, for sure. These guys, I remember competing against the Polish. They were very technically very good, and I could think it maybe put a little bit of a rake in there. It all depends on the sails, right? We all have different sails that we use. There's North, there's Doyle, there's Quantum, and each type of sail takes a different type of setting. For sure, as Kathleen mentioned, the tension on the rig is going to make a huge difference, and being able to play those lighter sections. And you can see just through the picture right now, it's light. We have hardly any white caps right now. So, and the boys aren't over the side. So there's a lot of playing with the jib, a lot of playing with the main tension, and all that kind of stuff that's going to help just continue the speed, continue getting out forward, and focusing on just getting ahead.
Also, the sail shape plays a big factor in the rig tension, what the sails are looking like out there. And I would assume that many sailors coming to a lake event probably would have tried to come with probably a more powerful sail, expecting to have lighter conditions like this. So we might actually see some changes in speed from people who came with sails for lighter conditions in the first race where we had some nice breeze. We might see a little bit of change in the velocity of the boats out there.
Well, Virtuali giving us the running leaderboard in race number 3, and Kuznierewicz and Zitsky from Poland just ahead of the Croatians, Mizura and Barak with the world champs Staniek and Klein in 3rd, Nolte and Nolte in 4th, Merkelbach and Bartel in 5th position. Great guys. And Payne and Coleman, now names we haven't seen in the first 2 races. They're up there in the top 10 with Kashina and Meshatin, with Szabo and Ducomont, the Duke, and then Benamati and Lambertenghi having a consistent regatta, and Edvall and Fagerlund from Sweden in 10th, 11th. Now Bernaz and Pascal. Who else are we seeing?
I think we're not seeing the Brazilians.
We're not seeing the Brazilians. Any Brazilians at all. And I wonder if they all piled left, and now it's beginning to look pretty tasty on the right.
Well, it'll be interesting. We all have to tack back. I mean, there is a part of the trackers that don't take some aspects of the race into account, but there they go. The poles are back onto starboard tack, so they're going to start going into the top of the cone. Enough breeze. Look, there's enough breeze to get Dominic over the side, and that's a powerful move. You want to get over the side. Anytime you can get the weight on the side of the boat, it's faster. So the skipper can move in a little bit, power up the main. But just from this angle, it's a little tricky sometimes with the cameras. But he's looking very favorable going into the top.
And they've got good power and good speed. It's certainly not looking light out on the right-hand side of the track, and we'll see them all converge. But Virtuali giving the poles 36 meters over the Croatians, Misura and Barak, with Nolte and Nolte from Germany in third place. And so our Polish friends Kuznierovic and Jitsky, very, very strong sailors, heading towards the cone, heading back into the middle of the racetrack, and slightly deceptive perhaps with the wind direction on virtual and the ley lines. I'm sure they haven't overstood it by that much. Merkelbach and Bartel playing a clever game in the middle of the pack there, just working the middle of the track. And over on the left hand side, as the sailors look up the track to the top mark, we're seeing Dan Esbo and Boenhofer, names we haven't seen in the racing so far. So an interesting scenario there. Grail and Diomeda, the Brazilians, they've gone to the left hand side of the track, as have Polgar and Coy and Roha, double gold medals there in the American boat. Muller and Muller playing the left hand coast. But right now Virtual Eye is giving us a very clear picture as we go back to the live shot, and we see Kuznierovic and Jitsky piling in towards the top mark, and they are in that cone, Tyler, and my money's on them.
Now in third place you have the Ukrainian team of Kashina and Mechitin, and they had a very, very good performance at the Europeans this year, consistently in the top 5, and particularly fast downwind. But they were also a team that wasn't afraid to go out to the edge. They tended to favor the right-hand edge of the race course almost every race, and it paid for them. So this is not a name that I don't expect to see up in the top 15, but at this level in the Grand Slam, being in third, fourth place right now is a really good place for them.
And the playing field levels out quite a bit in the light air. Everybody becomes a lot more of a player in the speed sort of aspect of the game. So you will see, I'm sure, when we go through the top 20, we're going to see names that we haven't seen all day up there. And of course, the names that we're used to seeing not up there. So it'll shake up the standings. It's definitely going to make it look interesting for the end of the day. And it'll be interesting to see, because I bet you that left-hand side, it's going to actually come back.
Okay, well, we're looking at Virtual Lue, and Virtual Eye is telling us that Kuznierovic and Jitsky are ahead of the Croatians, Misura and Barak in the middle of the pack, with Zebo and Ducomont, the Duke, in third position. But it's not much in it. There's 10-12 meters between first and second, and I think this will be quite an interesting top mark rounding. Over to you, Lue.
Yeah, what I'm eyeballing here is, as you say, Kuznierovic and Jitsky. We've got Dominik Jitsky fully hiked out, while if you look up to the Croatians, they're not as hiked out, and you can see that on the water. I think they've got better breeze, even though it's only 150 meters difference. I think there's better breeze where the poles are now, and I expect them to extend. Inshore, it does look lighter. We've talked about that being a meter higher on the wind, so that's not necessarily the case. But the poles definitely had very good pace on this first beat, and they look like they've got the better of the wind as well. So we're going to have 4 laps though, and in these sort of conditions, it can turn inside out. All things can happen when it goes light. But at the moment, it looks to me with the eyeball as if Kuznierovic and Jitsky are going to be the first ones to that top mark, but it's difficult to tell. The Croatians are going well, but they look like they're struggling for pace. I'd have the money on the poles, but again, Zebo and Ducomont as well, they're going well, extremely well in the middle there, and Ducomont knows this lake. It's his backyard, so I wouldn't mind putting a spread bet on them as well for if it does get a bit shifty in this race. But they're only the first leg of race 3, but at the moment it looks like the right has paid. Digby, back to you in the studio.
Well, as we look at Virtual Eye, and it's giving us the mathematics through GPS tracking. We've just seen the Croatians overtake Kuznierovic, but there's really not much in it, and hard to tell. Diaz and Bolton's looking very good indeed. So right now the leader is in the middle, Misura and Barak, the Croatian sail. Kuznierovic and Jitsky, as we look from our camera boat position, in just dropped down to second. But I think they'll be quite happy with that. They're going to be rounding in the top 5 quite comfortably. And it was interesting to compare the crewing. You know, the Jitski was hiking out, whereas the Croatians weren't. And, you know, they were clearly going very nicely indeed.
Yeah, well, here we go, a little closer. I mean, look, it's a lot harder. The pace is slower, so that cone is going to take a lot longer to actually get smaller. But you can see that you know, the lead boats are probably outside the cone, coming in with the poles. But you know, if you just keep the boat moving, which is the key. If you can get the crew over the side, which means maybe footing just a little bit to take that advantage, you're going to give up a little bit of height, but you're going to get the speed.
Well, Missoura and Barak now crossing on starboard tack, the port tackers coming towards them.
Staniak.
And
just
they're tacking over, so they weren't making the top mark, and that could lead into the hands of the Poles. The Croatians mathematically leading the fleet at the moment, and fairly soon we should see the Poles coming into vision. You can just have a quick look at virtual eye to see how far we are from that top mark. Meters away as the right hand and left hand fleets converge at mark number 1, top mark. So leg number 1 taking approximately 17 minutes or so, and going you know, reasonably fast actually in this race. But it is the Croatians, Missoura and Barak, leading, I think, around that top mark. Over to you, Louis.
Yes, indeed. Missoura and Barak just about around the top mark, and back there about 20 seconds ago, Diaz and Boltins came in on port, but just got in the way of the Poles legally, I have to say that, but my word, did that hurt. The Poles literally stopped in the water because of a fantastic manoeuvre there by Diaz and Boltins, totally legal, and Diaz and Boltins got up to second there, but really hurt the Poles there, who were back to third. Zabo and Ducomont, they're in 4th place. I can see a German team in there. I'm sorry, I didn't see which one that is.
Merkelbach and Bartel.
That's your people for today, Digby. Yeah, I remember that now. And yeah, it's light. I have to say, it's been very well behaved, the top mark, but there's literally, there isn't even daylight between these boats as they're going round. And we've got a couple more coming, 4 more coming in on port. But it's very quiet. I'm the only one shouting out here. I can't believe it. They are missing each other by inches. That is
we heard that, Louis.
Yes.
The French came in.
Yes, the French came in there, but incredible stuff. It is a little bit. There's a little bit more breeze at this top mark, and maybe that's that acceleration is catching a few of them out.
Look at that Swiss boat. They were almost stalled there, trying to avoid the traffic, just going around the edge, and the guys inside probably going to take them.
Yeah, quite incredible. We've got to remember this is the first day of the regatta, and you don't want to start getting disqualified. So you're going to be a bit more, going to be a bit more conservative on the first day. You don't want to end up with a DSQ or doing turns or whatever. So maybe that's worth bearing in mind. But it's definitely lighter. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play on the downwind. We've still got enough breeze to be pumping and ooching. But it's close. We've probably got about 7 or 8 knots. But it'll be different tactics downwind, different settings downwind. And I'm sure that Tyler Bjorn, as a top star crew, will be able to tell us all about that. But again, it's just a glorious sight. The Jura Mountains. Grandson, the Chateau, 80 stars, all in a bunch. It's just incredible racing, Digby.
We're on virtual eye, just looking at this beautiful sight as they all go round the mark, and very compressed at that top mark, and good discipline by the crews and helms as they go around. Croatians, Missoura and Barak leading the charge around mark number 1, with Diaz and Boltins in second at the moment. They've climbed up to second, which is pretty good news. And there is the picture virtually as the majority of the fleet head around that top mark and the spreader. And now if we jump back to our live camera, We can see our leaders, Missouri from Croatia. Oh no, we're looking at the
Poles.
the Poles, Kuznirovic and Jitski.
Mateus, yeah. Well, I think
Heading
I
down
think
with
they
not
took,
not so much kinetics here.
No, I think that actually the R flag's up, so it's
Yeah.
restricted. So they've taken the pumping away from the fleet at this point. So as you can see, there's minimal movement. The skippers are actually sitting. I mean, Mateus has got his driving his tank from the bank, sitting there, keeping it nice and still, keeping a nice leeward heel. Dominic's just on the mast, keeping a little bit of a leeward heel too. Most of the boats, they're probably a little more in the reach angle as opposed to dead downwind, because I think this wind just keeps dropping. So it's a race.
Okay, so very different technique on the downwind leg now from the previous two races, where they were allowed to pump and rock and ooch and do all that kinetic movement to kind of fill the boat and roll the boat and rock the boat and use kinetic movement to drive the boat down. But now not allowed to do that. If they're seen pumping and rocking and all the rest of it, there's a jury out there and they'll get a flag and they'll have to do turns. But it's a very different scenario and very different kind of skill set now, Tyler.
Well, it's not really. You don't really get a huge advantage by doing all the kinetics. The boat's just too heavy. The mains are too full. So if you start rolling, you just more get of a backwind on the main. So now it's subtle movements. It's just a little bit of a lean over by the crew, just enough to get a little bit of a pump. And you'll see different crews and skippers. Each one's got a little different technique. They're probably going to sit forward a little more. The crews are going to be a little more. They're going to be subtle, right? It doesn't take much to make that boat heel. So there's a lot of technique, secrecy technique, so you don't get flagged by the jury. Just to get a little bit of a pump. Every pump's going to count. Every little wave's going to give you. You're not going to get your feet advantage. You're going to get your inches advantage. But everything's going to count. Everything's going to come back in the end.
And I think one of the things that's key there is not being seen. There are judges out in the water, and the top guys will be doing very small pumps rhythmically, but they'll do it so that the judges can't see the flicker of the leach of their sail, and they're very good at it. So the key is to keep the rhythm going, do it, and make sure the jury out in the water doesn't see it. And it's got to be a repetitive pumping for them to be called.
Well, that is, I believe, the jury boat out there at the far side of our picture as we look through the Polish team of Kuznirovic and Jitski. And it looks like the guys nearer the Grand Son side. I mean, it could be deceptive in the fact that our camera boat is moving. Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's looking like they're charging down that side. Kuznirovic and Jitski looking around. They're all looking around. And Arnie Bolton's just crouching down. He's got Missouri and Barak champing away at the bit there. But that's where the action is for the front of the fleet here in race number 3. And we can see just 5 meters between the Americans and Croatians. As we go back and look a little bit behind, we're seeing a Swiss team, Danesbo and Bonhoeffer with Kashina and Meshtin in 4th, and then Stefan and Uli, and then Merkelbach and Bartel in 6th position, Zebo and the Duke in 7th. And then another Swiss team, Zimmermann and Miller in 8th, and the world champs Staniek and Klein in 9th, 10th, with Mendelblatt and Fatih champing away there. And Kuznirovic and Jitski are quite away into the middle of the lake again, playing the same side as they took on the upwind beat. They're favouring this side, but it's looking pretty tasty for the Croatians and these guys over here.
Well, you kind of would think that if it paid on one side, the upwind, you'd kind of want to go on that same downwind side. It would be the logical thing to do, but obviously that's a huge difference. And again, when we look at the results right now, we don't really recognize any of the names. You know, they're all sort of different ones coming in. It's going to shake it up quite a bit. I mean, if you look at the results right away, if we finish the race right now, the Brazilians are far back. I mean, Torben's got a DSQ, and he's going to have a bad one. So, I mean, we're going to shake up the results quite significantly at the end of the day.
And there's Arnie Bolton's bow number 4, just sitting in front of the mast, keeping his windage low, and looking fairly relaxed, I would have to say, Kath.
Yeah, no, what you notice about Arnie, not only the fact that he's low, but he's looking behind him the whole time. Augie's driving the boat, looking forward, looking at the waves, and it's the crew's job downwind to be looking behind for the breeze. So that's what Arnie's doing. Right now, they've got a puff on their side that some of the other boats just to the left of them don't have. But the good crews, not only are they trying to balance the boat, rock the boat, they're looking behind to keep the air clear, and they're trying to keep their skippers in breeze at the same time. So downwind, the crew are the eyes of the skipper who's looking forward and driving.
Well, the Croatian crew, Tonko Barak with his skipper Marin Mizura, kind of different technique actually, and but those two neck and neck as they drive downwind towards the bottom gate. We're still in the first lap of 2 laps of this track, race number 3. Wind much lighter, no pumping, rocking, ooching, and so they're having to minimize their movements to keep the power driving through the sail and keeping the boat going. And interesting view from Shane's camera as we push into this little clump of 3 boats heading downwind. Here I can see bow number Hubert Mertelbach and Gerrit Bartel, and the European champs last year doing really well, and just sussing out this light wind technique rather well.
Well, that's actually interesting that they are, again, closer to the competitors. They were the first boat to jibe out at the windward mark, and they kept going to the left-hand side facing downwind for the longest time. So to see them back and this close to the competitors is fairly interesting, given the fact that they went to the other side at first. They rounded in 5th, and they seem to have stayed where they are.
Maintaining.
Okay, so a very tactical game. It looks light. This is about as far away from foiling America's Cup sailing as you can possibly get, but they are using the same skills and the same techniques and working their way, thinking their way around the track, and it's quite interesting that they're, for me, who works in both areas, it's both extremely engaging and tactical.
And sometimes if you see a sailor on the boat almost barely moving, sometimes just even holding a squat position on the deck or is using your energy. So you'd be surprised at how tiring the light wind can also be, just sometimes for the skipper. Even the light wind is more mind draining for them because they're constantly looking for wind, and you can't get nervous. You see Merkelbach here constantly looking for wind, looking behind him because there's definitely holes out there right now.
Yeah, and I guess every mistake that you make is even that much more costly because you don't have the wind to help you fix it or to get back into the zone. Once you start losing your momentum, it takes that much longer to get it back, and then you just lose feet.
Well, there was Hubert Merkelbach doing a nice job sailing downwind with his compadre Gerrit Bartel, and a fabulous view of the Lake Neuchâtel here in Switzerland, with the castle, the Grandson castle in the backdrop there, like a Swiss fairy tale, as we look at the front leaders heading down towards the bottom mark. Louis, out on the water, you've been very quiet. What can you tell us?
Well, I'll kick off with your analogy between foiling and this particular racing. Well, chess is quite a slow game, isn't it? And Space Invaders, well, that's pretty much faster, but I know which one takes more skill. But maybe that's a bit of a biased view. But it's quite interesting to see what happened on that downwind leg. The Croatian pair and Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons, they got to that top mark first. They had to decide which way to go. They didn't have anybody showing the way. And definitely the right-hand, the Grandson side has paid all day. It's been more consistent. We seem to have more breeze in the middle when the poles were going up on that first beat. But definitely the Grandson side looks like it's paid. Just remember the fleet behind, they can see what's going on in front. They've got those markers. But this is a real game of cat and mouse, because the fleet behind is catching up those two front runners, and there is at least a dozen boats in that. We're only on the second leg. There's four more legs. There's two more legs of this. So there's no way you could say these two boys are going to be there at the finish. Races 1 and 2, you'd have put your money on those two boats being 1 and 2. But there's a lot of golf in this hole yet, Digby.
Oh, loving the cliches, Louis. Fantastic. And as we go to our camera, we're looking at the Croatians, Marin, Misura and Tonko Barak in second place. Now, they've just lost some ground to Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton. So, fair play to the Americans. Shano, if we pull out to left of screen, we should see Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's in the shot, hopefully. And there they are. They've just squeezed ahead very quietly, and some very skillful sailing going on board the American boat there, Kathleen.
Yeah, Augie, he can sail in the very big breeze. He also can sail in the light breeze. He's not a fan of lake sailing, I can tell you that much. But they've put a lot of time in to get ready for this event, doing a lot of sailing, actually not together, but separately. We said Arnie had just done the Transpac, and Augie just come back from the Pan American Games. But right now, you can see Augie just has a very small rhythm, pumping every now and then. And it looks like they're probably driving out here, not only because they're getting closer to the right-hand side, but it almost looks like there's going to be slightly more wind coming in from the other side.
And they're taking on a cruising boat.
Exactly.
Simultaneously. So a
Nice
little jibe around the gate, leading race number 3 around the bottom gate for another lap of the track. It is Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons from the US of A, and doing a fantastic job of downwind sailing. And now they're heading to that Grand Son side of the lake, which they liked last time round. And they are followed by the Croatians, and we can flick a leaderboard up and just see how the roundings are going. Misura, Barak and Zebo and Ducomont. If we go back to our live shot, there's a whole group coming down just behind them, and that's going to be an extremely close rounding for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, with Zebo, Kashina, Merkelbach and Danasbo from Switzerland, with Stefan from Germany and Mendelblatt right behind them. So big bunch up towards the bottom gate. Louis, you are there. You're our nearest eyes and ears at that bottom gate, mate.
Yeah, as you say, bunching up. We're seeing a concertina with this wind speed that's been going down during the first half of this race. But I can tell you what, the breeze looks like it's coming back. And I think that's why we've seen this compression. There's more breeze coming down from the north. And I would say, at the moment, a very interesting move at the moment going on. Let's just check, make sure. I'm pretty sure that's Zebo and Ducomont that have decided to go over to the right-hand side. Have I got that right? Yes, I have. So Zebo and Ducomont, the Duke, knows this lake very well. He's made up his mind. The Poles are following. Kuznetsy and Zutski are going up the right-hand side again, which paved them very well on the last beat. There's no way that Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons can switch over right now. There's far too much traffic. So the leading 4 boats have gone completely different ways up the track. We have got a Brazilian back in it as well. I believe that's Torben Grail, yeah, De Almeida. And he's back in it as well. So, there's a lot of snakes and ladders going on here. There's a very good Swiss pair as well, Zimmerman and Miller. They're going well. They're side by side with Torben Grail and De Almeida. But we've seen a split in this fleet, but there's a lot of boats going right now. So has Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons and the Croatian pair got it right by going up the Grand Son side? The breeze is back up, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Well, fascinating tactics and strategies being played out on the water. Very chess-like, as you mentioned, Louis. Nice analogy. But right now, it's favouring Diaz and Boltons. And Tyler, those guys had a choice. They were at the front of the pack, and coming down to that bottom gate, they could choose which side of the lake they wanted to sail upwind, and they've gone for the Grand Son side, whereas Kuznerovic and Ajitsky and Zebo and Ducamont have gone on the right-hand side as they look up the track. So interesting strategies going on.
Well, they do look pretty even when you watch on the tracker here. It is going to come back to a little bit like Louis says, maybe the wind's going to come back. It's starting to compress the fleet. Maybe the wind is picking up coming down from the lake. It is a bit of a local scene now with the Duke and Zebo, so I would be interested in seeing what he's thinking about, as well as when you come around the mark, you want to pick the side that's going to give you less disturbance from the rest of the fleet. So you want to get out to that edge so you can get right back into the clear air. So all these factors come into play, and as well you get pushed into what's the favorite gate to go against, and it kind of looks like the Grand Son side was the favorite one to go around.
Well, Uri Diaz and Arnie Boltin's doing a cracking job at the moment. They've tacked back into the lake, so they're beginning to cover their opposition.
Yes.
With the Croatians, Mizura and Barak also tacking back into the middle of the lake. Zebo and Ducamont, Kuznerovic and Zitsky are sticking to their guns and staying to the right-hand side as they look up the track. And Grail and Demieda are back in the game. It's good to see them. They're in 11th position, so they've worked their way through the fleet on that last downwind leg.
Well, it's interesting. But look, you've got some quality guys, and because you have such a long racetrack, this is where your experience actually comes into play. So you've got the guys like Grail, Mendelblatt. They'll pick away at each opportunity that they can have with the lesser experienced individuals, keeping the boats moving.
And there's our live shot showing George Zebo, former world champ in the Star, with his gold spot on the sail with Patrick Ducamont, the Duke, and they are heading right as the sailors look up the track towards the top mark, and behind them the Poles Kuznerovic, Mateusz Kuznerovic and Dominik Zitsky, and Mateusz from Warsaw. He was second in the finals, SS finals in 2013. Two-time Olympic medalist in the Finn. Gold in Atlanta in '96 and bronze in Athens. So a real class act with Dominik Zitsky, and Dominik shares that Star world title, and he was 8th at the 2012 Olympic Games. So class act in the Polish boat there.
I think we see the boats that are all on port tack right now, and this is really the first time that we've seen the boats on port tack so early in the beat. And the first beats that we've seen in most of the racings today, people have tended to be on starboard tack. So this would indicate that the wind is a little bit more left, favoring Diaz and the boats over on the left right now. But if it comes back right, George Zabos is going to be looking really, really well on the right-hand side.
Well, look at this bird's eye view from Virtual Eye. We're looking right over the lake. Kilometre to go to the top mark, 0.6 of a nautical mile. And there's Chris giving us the wind direction, and they're on leg number 3 of 4 in this race, so just over halfway through race number 3, and Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins coming back into the middle of the racetrack and doing a really nice job of covering the opposition, because they don't want to let Zebo and Ducamont and Kuznerovic and Zitsky kind of pull out a flyer on that right-hand side. So at the moment it's the Americans playing a very solid game in the middle of the pack, and playing this chess game of sailing masterfully right now. Louis, you're out there and you're chugging away up the right-hand side of the track, and what can you tell us?
Yeah, Digby, it looks like there's very good breeze over here on the right-hand side. Just a couple of white horses picking up, and but it's nice flat water and breeze here for Zebo and Ducamont. And at the moment they're making trees on Augie Diaz and the Croatian. I would say at the moment they're looking absolutely glamorous out here for this last upwind leg. We're having to watch ourselves because we're being pushed right over to the other side of the lake to try and avoid getting in the wind of these boats. But looking at the angle of the boats as well, there doesn't look like there's any shift in it at the moment. But I'd say that Zebo and Ducomont have found the breeze over on this side. And Ducomont, out of probably this entire fleet, knows this racecourse better than many. So might not have been much of a flyer, Digby. I think they may have well pulled one out of the hat here. My feeling is that top mark, it'll be Zebo and Ducomont. They are making trees on Augie Diaz, Arnie Bultins, and the Croatian pair Missouri and Barak. So yeah, I think Zebo's in the driving seat here.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think it's actually a little bit similar of how the first beat played out. That the poles looked really good on that right side as they came into the top mark. So I guess there's a little bit happening. Maybe even the second half of that beat. Maybe there's a little more breeze on that side coming off the shore. So I think it seems to be playing a little bit into George's favor. But it's the coming back into the cone that's really the test of how well things went.
Okay, well, we're looking at the live shot at the moment, right across to Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins leading this race as we look at it from Shane's camera, and they're playing that lovely game up the middle, looking strong. And I tell you what, chaps, look at these sort of all the wrinkles in the mainsail there. What's going on there, Tyler?
Well, it's just I guess we call those speed wrinkles. So I mean, you let off. You're trying to power up the main as much as you can. So he's just let the Cunningham completely off. Maybe he's playing the lower a little bit more. So you'll see that a lot of the boats, they don't want to. I mean, it's not necessarily super fast to have those wrinkles, but to take them out is more of a depowering mode than anything else. So you live with it, and it just becomes part of the game. So you suck it up and you keep going.
So effectively, they've relaxed the tension.
Exactly.
At the luff of the sail, and they're getting a fuller, rounder
deeper
shape,
sail. Exactly.
A deeper shape in these lighter winds, and when it cranks up, they crank it up when it gets really windy, so it's more of a blade to cut through the wind.
Well, and there's more. I mean, as much as it's light and everything, you notice the boats are still bobbing a bit. So there is some chop out there still from the beginning of the day. So they need the power to be able to get through those waves and keep the speed.
All right, lovely attack there from who
Mark
was that? Zebo and the Duke, tacking onto starboard and coming into the middle of the lake. And there, virtually, we can see what that means. So, 2 Americans at the top of the leaderboard right now, with Mendelblatt and Fati in 4th, and the Croatians slipping to 3rd. So some skillful sailing by the Americans, traditionally very strong in the star class, as are the Germans and as are the Brazilians and as are the Swiss and so on. So some great mix of nationalities going on here, but interestingly, and Dennis Conner will be very happy about this, 4 Americans in the top 4, or 3 Americans in the top 4. As we look at Zebo there, George, real character, concentrating, focusing, looking to that top mark, coming into his own now, and some nice helming and crew work going on there. He's not, just hiking out a little bit more.
Well, it's got a little bit more breeze. I mean, and like I said, you want the crew over the side, so the skipper is going to be in and out. But it looks a little bit more. The breeze does seem to be coming in a bit more. George is hiking a little bit more. So maybe we got a bit of an afternoon breeze build that could possibly be happening.
So Patrick has a nice cross there, and the Croatians coming into the mix, just ducking behind the Americans, now getting their track, and they've slowed down through the tack, but Zebo steaming ahead. But I'm not sure. If we go to virtual, we might be able to see if they're going to make that mark, if they're on the ley line. Possibly not. Very hard to tell. And they've got a little way to go to that top mark. But right now, a very interesting battle at the front of the fleet between Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins, with Missouri and Barak, Zebo and Ducomont, Mendelblatt and Fati up there. That top little 4 group on the right-hand side of the track, just above the ley line, heading towards that top mark. And Louis out on the water. Do you think Augie Diaz is going to lay that mark from your eyeball position?
I'd say very difficult from here. What we can see is that cumulus cloud that's built up over the Jura Mountains is now coming across the lake. That would tend to suggest that we've had a left-hand shift, so that the wind has gone to the left, which would open up the mark for them. So maybe that's why they actually went much earlier on the tack. Interestingly enough, I'd say Augie Diaz, Arnie Bolton's doing extremely well here, but what's going through their minds? There's more pressure out in the middle of the lake. It looks like there's more pressure coming in from over the Jura Mountains, and the breeze has gone west. It's a conundrum they've got to think about. I think Sir Robin Noss Johnson summed up sailing in a beautiful phrase where he said it's like three-dimensional chess with press-ups. This is race 3. They're tired. They're having to think through this. Are they going to go down Grandson? Are they going to go down the middle? They're in the lead. There's nobody to show them the way. So, yeah, Augie Diaz, Arnie Bolton's are almost certainly going to make this top mark in pole position, but then they've got to decide which way to go. And the Croatians and Szabo and Ducomont behind them, well, they can then pick and choose. They can say, right, we're going to go with you. I'm happy with my second, I'm happy with my third, or I'm going to try and take this one. So a great game of chess here. The breeze is definitely back up. I'd say we're probably close to about 10 knots of breeze here at the top end of the course. Whether that means they're going to allow to pump and ooch, we don't know, because at the bottom end of the course I think there's less. So the long and short of it is Augie Diaz, Arnie Bolton's are in the driving seat, but they've got one final card to play for this downwind leg. Do they go Grandson? Do they go to the middle? We're going to find out in about 1 or 2 minutes. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. And we have a fantastic shot of Augie and Arnie bashing away upwind towards that top mark. Really nice rhythm. Very calm on board, isn't it? You know, it's they're cool as a cucumber. And Arnie looking very comfortable. He's got a harness on to help his back, hiking out over the side. I don't know how comfortable that is, Tyler.
You know what? When you're in the front like that, it's just as comfortable as a couch. So I wouldn't worry too much about him right now. You know, he's feeling pretty good. He's seen about 79 boats behind them. They're happy. They're comfortable in the front. They're going to come around this top mark and just sort of get on down to the finish. You know, it is difficult to decide what side to go to, but the key is just stay between you, the mark, and your competition, and you should be all right. And they've got enough experience to sail in this light kind of condition. So I would be thinking pretty good about Augie and feeling pretty good over the side.
Yeah, Diaz and Bolton's have been sailing together now for about 5 years. Actually, Bolton's came from Mark Reynolds. He was a former crew of Mark Reynolds. And so the two have a lot of time. And as you said, they've got the rhythm. You can watch Augie's tiller movement with the tiller behind him, steering every so often, but fairly smoothly. And so these guys are really comfortable coming up to this mark. And as you said, they've just got to keep the boat behind them. And they know how to do that. They've been in this position before.
Nice lead.
Very nice lead around that top mark. Just heading out towards the spreader mark. And we're about to see, I think, the Croatians coming in with George Szabo right behind. And that's a close one. Just inside. So they are going to be duking it out on that entire downwind leg.
Exactly.
And it looks like George pushing the Croatians up wide around the mark, perhaps. Maybe not. They're taking quite a wide circle around there as they come round and prepare for a jibe and a bear away.
You know, you've got to give George a lot of credit here. Both of them. They haven't sailed together before. So they come into a major event like this, not having sailed together in an event against somebody like Diaz and Bolton's or the Polish. That's quite something. It's nice to have a local on the boat, but at the same time, every team has their rhythm, their method. They have words and phrases that each one knows.
Did somebody just hit the mark there? or was that a visual a wave? I think
I'm
it was
sure
a
that
wave.
was a
Sorry,
visual
just
wave.
perspective.
Nicely
sorry.
done by the Poles, though. I mean, I think they dropped back quite a bit there at that bottom mark. So they did a great job in coming back up, rounding in fourth. Ukraine's here in fifth is looking pretty sweet as well.
More boats piling in to the top mark. More distance between the boats now on this second lap. As they go round this mark, they have one more leg, downwind to the bottom gate, and then a little dog leg to finish. And at the moment, it is Arnie Boltins, and here we go at the top mark. Is that Xavier?
Yeah, that's Xavier. So they've done a very good job on this second beat. A lot of these guys, the Germans, Stanjik is caught back up. Mendelblatt's still in the game, so it's changed quite a bit. Because when we saw a little bit of, if you went to the bottom mark and you looked at Augie with his current result, with everybody else pretty much out of the top 20, that was going to be a huge shakeup. But I guess these guys have put a quality right-hand side beat together, and they're back in the hunt.
Okay. So we're looking for Torben Grael,
15th.
just 15th, approaching the top mark, having to duck somebody there. And
Torben rounded the last mark
There
in
you go.
16th place, so really only catching one boat on this upwind leg. Once the breeze dies down, it's as Tyler said before, it's really hard to catch back up again.
And the Italian boat there, sail number 74.
Benamati and Lambertenghi.
8-8, Lambertenghi and Benamati. Nice job for them, fairly consistent, doing well.
And you've got George Zarif and Bruno Prada. They rounded the last mark in about 20th position, also not really catching boats. But I think with some downwind skill here, they have a chance of gaining a few more places. And we'll take a top 15 finish here. That'll secure them in the top, but it's going to be a lot of work.
And Contidis and Struby also in the mix
Very
there.
good.
And
Very good.
that's a great accolade for the Cypriot kid.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, again, I mean that's a keeper.
Yeah.
That's going to put him in contention to be in the top 10, top 15 for sure. We still have 2 full days of racing to go, so there's a lot of regatta to play out.
And you said, Tyler, it's the first time he's stepped foot in one of
Yeah.
these boats.
No, exactly. I mean, like you said, I mean, I believe he got out of the taxi, jumped, put his bag down, jumped into the boat with Struby, and took his first star lesson. And what's going on, how it all works. And I remember my first time in a star. There is a lot of stuff to learn right off the bat, especially with the mast. Not very many boats have masts that go so far forward and back for the downwind. The tuning aspect. The boom is really low. So when you want to tack, you kind of have to, I use the term, you got to kiss the floor or you're going to lose your head. So there's a huge adaptation process that has to come into play, and he's done an excellent job at doing that.
Well, we're looking at Virtual Eye at the moment as the majority of the fleet rounds that top mark. Diaz and Bolton's beginning to pull out their lead, if anything. And Missouri and Barak and Zebo and Ducamon are heading out to the right-hand side of the track as they look down the course towards the Grand Son side. But Boltins and Diaz playing that middle game, and I think that's a masterful strategy. If you're out in the front, you want to be covering your opposition, and they're just coming into the middle of the track. That's, I mean, it looks good to me, but what do I know?
Well, what's also interesting is they had a nice little lead, so they could play their own game. Where when the second and third place boat came around the top with Zabo's going to keep him up. So all of a sudden he can't really focus on Diaz. He's got to focus on keeping Zabo from passing him, and then all of a sudden you got all the other boats. So it's interesting how Zabo could be pushed all the way to the Granson side, and then all of a sudden it's going to change, and all these guys on the left-hand side could get an advantage. Now it didn't really work the first downwind leg, but as Louis said, the wind is picking up a little bit from the north, so it could change.
So now, Tyler, just because we haven't seen any flags on the water, are they pumping or ooching now?
No, now it's just it's concentration. It's keeping the boat steady. You'll see that if we get to another jibe, any type of real movement really shakes up the main and it disturbs all the breeze. So the pumping motion that we saw earlier in the day is no longer even effective. It's not going to make you go any faster. It's actually going to slow you down. So right now it's about keeping the pressure in the sail, making the boat bear off just enough that you're going to keep getting that pulling motion. There's going to be a subtle pump here and there, and just maybe get a little bit of a wave. But now that the sea state is actually starting to come down, it's all just about subtleties, keeping calm, keeping steady, keeping still.
And if I could ask a quick question to Chris at Virtual, have we lost the Poles, Kuznerovic? Have we lost their tracker? Because I saw them in the mix
They're in
going
stealth
around.
mode.
They're in stealth mode.
You know, it's interesting. You've got Menablat and Fatih, who were kind of the first boats to jibe out in the front pack at the windward mark. They're on the other side there. And right now it's beginning to look a little bit light over on the right hand on the grandson side of the course. So if the wind should fill in from the other side, Menablat could make some gains.
Yeah. Well, there's also the rule of thumb that you get away from the pack. Okay, the wind. If you're in a pack, there's less wind for everybody because everybody's got to get a piece. So, you know, some of the things you can try and do is just do that quick jibe, get the clear, and then come back in a little bit lower, a little bit clear air, and maybe that's going to help you out, get a little more steady pressure.
Okay, so well, Kuznerovic and Jitsky are on trackers, just not on the leaderboard. But that's okay. Zebo Ducomont in second position behind Diaz and Boltins. Two American boats, the Croatians, Mizura and Barak. And then sudden quick fix from Virtual Eye to reinstate the Poles to their rightful fourth position on race number 3, heading down the track. We're on the final leg of race number 3. They'll go down the bottom and up through the finish line. And it's all pretty steady and calm and cool sailing out on the lake. And, you know, still max concentration on board for these guys.
Yeah, that looks like slow going there. But as we said before, every little slight pump they can make, every little wave that they can use to their advantage, here they're going to win by inches. It's the distances between boats. Every little work that you do to make the boat go faster, you're just getting inches rather than yards when we had the big waves and the wind in the first race.
Well, we can jump to Virtual Eye and look down the track over the boats, all fairly spread out. Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins playing the middle, covering both sides.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking in these type of conditions too, because just you're getting so close to the finish.
Yeah.
Is the wind picking up from behind? How are you going to just keep covering or stay in between the mark and your competition? Sometimes they actually, the perception is they might be getting closer, so it gets a little stressful. So I guess this is also too when the chemistry of the teamwork comes in. So the crews, giving the skippers, don't look back, just focus on keeping the boat going. Keep your nerves, be calm. Everything's nice as happened. You give a nice description of what's going on behind you, and you just let the skipper keep his focus and keeping the boat moving.
Very good point. Much harder to sail in super light winds, actually. I mean, it just it's mentally harder. It's not physically harder. It's just mentally harder because you have to focus. Because any bad mistake you're going to make is going to cost you
that much more. It's stressful. So I mean, it's not a physical stress, but a mental stress. You squeeze the main sheet just a little bit harder. You squeeze that tiller extension just a little bit harder. It's part of the game. It's fun. It's an interesting aspect, and it's another attribute that each team has to deal with.
Diaz and Boltins jibing now to cover the guys right behind them. So it's a classic match racing tactic, fleet racing tactic. Keep yourself between the people behind you and where you're going, and life's looking pretty rosy. Funny enough, my dear wife, Mrs. Fox, tells me that in the light breezes, she thinks women are much better. What do you say about that, Kathleen?
I think it depends upon the boat and your position in the race. Definitely, as we said, you can be winning the race, but in a light breeze like this, if the breeze fills in from the back, there's nothing you can do until it gets to you. You just have to remain calm. And it depends upon the chemistry between the skipper and the crew too. A lot of times, if you sail together, you work with one another, you're much more confident, you're more relaxed. Or if one person isn't relaxed, the other person knows how to make them relax. So I'm not really sure how I could answer that. I think
That was
I'm
very
more relaxed.
politically and well handled, I thought.
But
Nice job.
I think one of the things we see in this downwind leg is really the positions haven't shuffled at all. Everyone seems to be in the same place they were at the windward mark. Now, as we see them coming down to the finish, there might be some more drives, but right now everybody's holding steady in the position that they rounded the last mark in. So
Hello, look at Andy, our vision mixer. He's put a nice picture-in-picture there. Very good. Shane shooting through something. I'm not sure what's in the way, but now we've got a clear shot of that our leaders.
That's our leaders of the
and,
race.
wow, Andy, you're excelling yourself with vision mixing there. That's fantastic. Diaz and Boltins still trundling down towards the bottom. And I'm just wondering, Seb, we were trying to find out from the committee if they're going to run another race. Is a yes, they are going to try for a race 4. Race 4 is planned, but they will go a little bit more north in direction. So looks like we're going to see another race, Kathleen.
yeah, I think these guys, after this light wind, they're probably looking to sail in and
Yeah,
have a nice
exactly.
coffee and maybe a croissant, a good baguette here, and some Swiss cheese, but that's not going to be the case for them. And having 4 races, some of them probably don't even have enough food on board.
Liquids, yeah,
and
exactly.
water, because they don't want to add the weight to their boat. So I'm sure they'll be a little bit surprised when they get down here, seeing that the breeze has dropped, that they're going to try for another race.
Okay, well, that info was from 5 minutes ago from the race committee. They may change their mind. We don't know, but we do know that the forecast is for very light winds tomorrow. So you can't blame our race officer Sharon for trying to get 4 races in today. But right now, very tasty position for the top 2 American boats. Diaz and Boltins, Zebo and Ducamont, with the Croatians in a steady 3rd there, and Kuznierovic and Zitsky from Poland in 4th. And just looking for the Brazilians, Grail and De Almeida, they're climbing up.
moving
They're
up,
clearly
yeah.
pretty good downwind, and their countrymen Zarif and Prada in 20th. And we've got a couple of French boats up there as well, Rohart and Lilia with Bernaz and Pascal, and Laubert, the Finn sailor, with Meyer in 19th position, Contides and Struby up into 18th. So, they're in the top 20. They're going to be happy with that. Consistent day for Contides and Struby, but a pretty stellar day, I would say. And where's Staniek and Klein? 11th position for the overall leaders going into race number 3. And that is a tidy result as well. I should imagine that will keep them at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, for sure. Well, obviously, I think Augie will start claiming the top spot of the regatta after this one, and it'll have a pretty sweet lead. But again, there's still 2 days to go. But you just want to be consistent and get as many keepers as you can. And again, when we see I think we had light air conditions expected today, so you never know what's going to happen on the weather front here with the lakes and the mountains. So it could be different, but again, like you said, a great result for Augie and the Poles. And I guess as it comes down to the finish and how everybody positions themselves in order to get around that leeward mark towards the finish, it could still shake up quite a bit.
Okay, well, Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins 3rd on the overall leaderboard coming to race number 3. They're leading race number 3. So even by my terrible mathematics, I'd have to agree with you there, Tyler. That's going to see them at the top of the leaderboard after race number 3, with a 4th race today in prospect as our leaders go around the bottom gate. They're going to hitch right a little bit and head up towards the finish line just a few meters away upwind.
There you have Guilherme de Almeida from Brazil sailing with Torben Grail, just driving.
Fantastic
Right.
shots as we look down towards the bottom mark. The Croatians just coming in to that gate, and Zebo and Ducamont in the mix there. And I think, what are you pointing to, Kathleen?
That's Mark Mandelblatt with Brian Petit, the Americans.
Oh, it's slow up there on that beat.
Yeah, yeah. There's our regatta leaders winning race number 3, going up towards the finish line. As we pan back to the bottom gate, Kuznedovic heading down, and that is Zebo and Ducomont heading around that bottom mark.
You noticed when Diaz and Baltans rounded the mark, Arnie was in the center of the boat, crouched down. And often when I coach young kids and it's light wind, and I tell them, if you're comfortable, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those cleats are never put in the right spot either on the deck.
Okay, well, it's lightening up down here, isn't it, at the bottom part of the racetrack. I mean, they were hiking out halfway up and heading up that first beat, but it really is super light winds. And we can cut to the finish line, I think, with our camera as Augie and Arnie claim the bullet for race number 3
Nicely
of
done.
the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the Lake Neuchâtel, just off Grandson. What a wonderful result for the guys from Miami, Florida. Boom, they take the gun, and that's a win for the Americans. Very happy with that. And
Keeper.
That's a keeper. And they're just looking behind them, seeing who is right behind them. So very steady sailing. Good chess tactics from our Miami pair there. And coming behind them, I think it's George Zebo and Ducomont, Patrick. The second
The Duke is
American,
coming in, yes.
the Duke. Crossed the line. Second position, nicely played. And they are followed by the Croatians.
Yeah, good job on them. And they're I mean, they've got some experience, but still, they're still a relatively green team as far as star sailing goes. So that's a great result for those boys.
So Marin Misura and Tonko Barak in 3rd place. Thank you very much. Tidy race from the Croatians. As the rest of the fleet trail behind, we can cut to virtual for a sec. There they go. Kuznedovic and
Nicely done.
Jitsky
The Ukraine's coming in right behind the poles.
right behind them.
Fantastic. The Doctor, German.
Dr. Hubert.
There you go.
Merkel back and Gerrit Bartel. Result. One more race. I think they could do it.
Well,
You know?
he's
They
got
obviously
some
listened.
pedigree to him. He's got some good results this year. So
They-
there's nothing to say that he won't do well on light stuff. Evens out the playing field quite a bit. So there's a lot more players in the light stuff.
Well done, Hubert and Gerrit. And then Stefan and Uli coming through. 3 German boats in
Look
a
at
line.
that.
The
Stangen.
Deutsche.
Yeah, Mendelblack there. Okay, Grail. So they've picked up quite a bit actually from more of the racing that they did earlier today. That they've actually got what we'll call more keepers.
Yep.
So that's a positive for these guys for sure.
Indeed. For Mendelblatt and Farty, Grail and Diomeda, they'll take heart from a top 10 result in race 3.
Mm-hmm.
Which will do them no harm. Soon as they get a discard after 4 races, they're going to be looking pretty good, I think, Grail and Diomeda.
Yes, they will.
Rohard and Lilia, French pair, also in that top 10. Or just outside, I'm not sure. Staniek and Klein, I think, crossing the line. Reigning world champs. That's a good result for them, 8th. They were first overall, I should say, coming to race 3. So
Yeah.
that's going to keep them in probably second.
Mendelblatt.
And Louis, we're just looking at virtual eye as the mass of boats go around the bottom mark and a whole bunch simultaneously cross the finish line. We'll just stay with virtual for a moment, Andy, just so we can get a sense of who's crossing the line as the names pop up. Contides and Struby having a good racing day. So folks, if you're watching at home or at work, we understand that there's going to be a 4th race today, race number 4, which will be in approximately 20 minutes. I think they're going to move the course around, wait till the last boat finishes, And in 20 minutes or so, we will have race number 4. And Louis, we haven't heard from you for a little while. Getting lighter down your end of the course there, mate.
Yes, it certainly has got lighter. There was a bit of a purple patch in that race where the breeze came back up. But the news out here is we believe that for race 4, they are considering moving the start line further north. And that means that makes sense because there seems to be more breeze further up the racetrack. So we understand that they may be moving the line further north to get out of the area of little breeze that you can see the boats going around the Leeward Marquette at the moment. Race 4, you know, they've been out here now for a fair few hours. The adrenaline buzz of the start, the 2 races in good breeze, that adrenaline starting to kick out a little bit now, and it's going to be up to the teams to keep their fighting spirit going. And believe you me, Torben Grail certainly knows how to keep his adrenaline going. He was having a little bit of a go at us at the top mark there. We're quite a large boat, and even though we're a long way away, and we were, to be honest with you, well out of his way, he was definitely using us to get his anger up. You know, I think that's going to be a key issue this last race. It's light, it's gone calm, but you've got to keep that adrenaline level up. You've got to keep concentrating, fighting, and you know, muscles are going to be tired and achy. Doesn't matter how fit you are to stay out here for this number of hours. You know, it's going to be hard on the body. So it's going to be an interesting race 4, and I bet a lot of the teams at the start of today were saying, let's just get in good shape. Let's be in the hunt at the end of today. And, you know, they've got to remind themselves of that when they go out for this last race. That they want to finish the day well, so they go into race 2 still in the hunt and you know, still on the game. So be interesting. Again, the start is going to be key in light airs, getting that good start, getting into clear air. Put it this way, in what we've got now, 6 or 7 knots of breeze, if you get that little bit ahead and get that 6 and 7 knots, and the guys behind you in dirty air are getting 4 and 5 knots, you know, that's 30% wind difference. So it's a massive difference in light airs to get clear air. Which side's going to pay? Well, still down the middle, it looks like there's plenty of breeze, but you know, consistency says that the Grandson side is the way to go. That would be probably the most consistent, conservative way to go at the start. But then you've got a pin end which is going to be full of boats. So you know, they'll be thinking about that once they finish this race, rehydrated a bit, about where they're going to start this 4th race. But yeah, still all to play for, and the teams want to go in on race 1, you know, still in the hunt for this Swiss Open and the SSL Lake Grand Slam, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Thank you, Louis. Well, funny enough, on Virtual Eye, we've seen Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins head into the harbour. So they're either voting with their feet or going in for a coffee. So perhaps a little break, but they're not far off to head back out for race number 4. Must be fairly tiring. And Kathleen has done some phenomenal back of the envelope mathematics here, working out the overall positions after 3 races. And there's just a few points in it. 1 point with Staniek and Klein in first overall at the moment, and Diaz and Boltins in second. Then there's Mendelblatt in 3rd position on 16 points. Szabo, and he's up there in 4th. And then there's the dark horse, Mateusz Kuzniewicz, tied on 20 points each with Szabo. So still very close. After 4 races, remember, they get a discard, and that's when I think we'll see Grail and De Almeida come back into the mix. They've had an OCS, an on-course side, from a start line incident, which was pretty upsetting for them, because they were leading the pack all around the track without knowing that they've been disqualified from that race. So as the tail enders cross the finish line of race number 3, we will be standing by and listening out for the principal race officer's word, Sharon Burke, on what she's going to do. We hear on the grapevine that she fully intends to hold a 4th race today, and we've seen on virtual just a few boats popping back into the Grand Saint Yacht Club, into the harbour, perhaps just for a quick break, you know, grab a cappuccino from the yacht club and head back out there.
Exactly, croissant.
Tyler's very accurately telling us that these guys are going to be fairly tired after 3 races of an hour or so, you know,
Well,
an hour and 15.
They've been out there for 6 hours now.
Well, I think we will take a short break. Kathleen, I hope you stay around. Would you stay around for race number 4? That'd be rather good.
I don't know. I might go check and see what Augie Diaz and
Augie's
Arnie
doing?
Bolton's up to. If they've got a nice cup of cappuccino, I might join them, or maybe encourage them to actually go out and race the last race today.
Kick them out, absolutely.
Hey, buddy, you're doing well. Get on the race course.
Absolutely,
Stay
they're
focused.
doing fantastically well, and we're happy about that. And we're going to show a little feature that we made in the Bahamas, just for a bit of respite, and just to let Shane, our cameraman, know that we're off him. We're on Virtual Eye, and Shano, you can take a break for a while, and Lue, if you take a little break for a while, we're looking at Virtual Eye, and we're just going to play a little video clip. Andy, tell me roughly how long it is. 4 or 5 minutes. What's it about, mate?
It's about the kids in the Bahamas.
The kids in the Bahamas. The youth of tomorrow. Sweet. Right, kettle on, everybody. Little tea break time before race number 4, and we're going to play a little VT of the youngsters out in the Bahamas.
Tell me how you're feeling, because you're going to be sailing with some amazing sailors who are really good at what they do. Is that quite a big deal for you guys?
Yeah, yes it is, because this doesn't happen too often, so yeah, very excited.
We're not sure exactly who we're sailing with yet, but it'll be one of the people who were knocked out yesterday. So I'm pretty excited. I've never been in the Star before.
I'm Robert Dunkley, and I work for the Bahamas Sailing Association and as a director of the Bahamas National Sailing School. We have 48 kids, ages 8 to 16, and they sail in the Optimist dinghy, the Sunfish, and the Lasers. Digby and Michelle contacted us about a month ago and asked whether we'd be interested in having our juniors get involved with these fabulous, fantastic sailors. And of course we said yes. This is a tremendous opportunity for our kids to meet many of their idols like Robert Scheidt and Freddie Loof, and you know, the names go on and on.
Some of our kids have traveled internationally and have heard these names. And when they were here last year, a lot of them got signatures and whatnot, and met some of the sailors. What we've got here from the sailors who aren't competing today, I mean, is just phenomenal. I mean, these are first-class, world-class sailors, and they're just so excited to be out there racing with them, and just an amazing experience for them.
It means a lot to them because they get a chance to talk with them, to shake hands, to ask questions, and also to help to motivate themselves as to what sailors can achieve, having the discipline to learn the basics of sailing. So they enjoyed it. They think it's a special thing to come on a Saturday and meet world-class sailors.
Luke, what words of wisdom are you going to pass on?
Well, you know, the rudder's pretty heavy, so I'm thinking we're going to need about 3 guys to help us steer. But I don't know, it's just good to try different boats. You know, I was saying to the guys earlier that I've learned so much over the years from jumping in different boats, so you know, I'm pleased to be able to take these guys out. It's like really like out hiking compared to the hiking that we do here.
Go back. Go. Open the light. Okay, good. Very good.
How different does it feel to what you're used to?
Well, it actually feels really nice. It feels secure.
Relax.
Woo! It feels really secure, actually.
Okay.
A lot more secure than I thought it would have.
No problem.
You're looking like a pro.
I'm looking forward to start doing tactics because I've never been in a boat before like this, and
It's amazing.
I'm looking forward to going out today to sail with some of the good sailors, and because this looks like a fun boat to sail as well. Yesterday I went out in the pin boat for the committee, and I was able to watch all the sailors with their starts and how they finish and how they rock the boat on the downwind. I learned a lot from that. Today I'm going to try to see if we can get the boat to rock and how it sails properly, and I'll learn some more stuff about it.
The Star Sailors League is a breakthrough in sailing, in my view.
We try to develop a professional league based on people, on humans, more than on classes.
You know, as an athlete, you're always looking for good guys to race against, and here within the 20 teams you find most of the best sailors in the world.
The Star Sailors League is a new concept in sailing based on one of sport's most successful circuits, the ATP Pro Tennis Tour. This knockout format adds real energy and sporting jeopardy, focusing viewers' attention on the star players.
The names that there are here, well, they're the glitterati of the sport.
There's a lot of good sailors here, obviously, and for sure it's going to be close racing.
With this field of extremely good sailors, I think it's going to be very exciting.
$200,000 prize money focuses the players' attention on winning. It's a simple concept promoted by the sailors, well run by the Swiss organisers, tried and tested at 2 fantastic tournaments in the Bahamas, with more sea and inland events scheduled. It works for the sailors and the broadcasters.
It's something that we are probably 10, 20 years ahead.
The absolute highlight of the year.
It's perfect. We sail Star for almost 10 years already, and we never had such a perfect events like this one.
The Star Sailors League final is without doubt one of the best events that's been brought into our sport for a long, long time.
I think the Star, because it has so many adjustments, you have to try to keep the boat as simple as possible, because when you come to racing, the things have to be done in a quickest time, because otherwise you lose position and you lose ground and you can lose races. So what we try to achieve, me and Bruno, is to try to make a simple layout, and we try to do the maneuvers many times, so when the racing comes, we know what we have to do in each situation, and that helps us a lot, because we can get meters at mark roundings, and we can make quick decisions on when to do the maneuvers. So it's very important to try to keep the layout simple and to be able to sail the boat in an easy way.
Bruno, give us a quick masterclass in downwind sailing technique from the crew's point of view, would you?
Yeah, we are in a starboard, we are in the downwind. Downwind is when the wind comes from behind. The sail is always open. It's a huge sail. One of the things that we do is that we roll the boat to get more speed. We have to synchronize between the crew and the skipper. This boat is a little bit slow, so we cannot do mistakes. And Robert is in control. He tells me what I should do, and because he's steering, so he has the control of the pressure of the rudder. So we have been sailing for 15 years, so we are pretty synchronized, and that's it. That's our boat downwind.
Bruno, it's quite unusual for a small boat like this, for the crew to stand up there before the mast. Why is that? What are you doing?
Yeah, because I put my weight higher, and then we can roll the boat, make the roll easier of the boat. In this condition, it's pretty easy, but when we have big waves and strong wind, become very difficult. It's like surfing in a big wave. So the balance is very important.
And then obviously downwind, you can look where the wind is coming from. What kind of information are you feeding Robert?
Yeah, I'm in charge to give Robert information about where the next puff will come from, but the final decision is always his decision. But I'm in charge to give him all the information about the wind.
And last question, how much fun is it crewing these boats?
Yeah, it's a fun. It's more fun because I'm with Robert and we are friends since childhood. So we have a lot of fun. And sailing with Robert here in Bahamas, this amazing place, I think a lot of fun.
Robert, we're downwind. Could you give us a little indication, a little masterclass in what are you doing back there?
Yes, basically in one hand I have the rudder, which is, I control the direction of the boat. Second most important, I have the main sheet, which controls the biggest sail in the boat. So that's a very important thing. I have to keep trimming it. And in the strong winds, I have to pump it to produce more speed. I also control, in the light winds, I control the mast forward. So this is a big thing because it puts the mast forward and we generate more power on the sails for lighter breezes. And once the breeze starts to get stronger, then Bruno comes back and helps him with this. It gets pretty loaded up. I also got the vang that controls the height of the boom. I got a jib Cunningham, and I got the ram that prevents the mast from twisting forward and breaking. So it's pretty important things here. I keep looking at the bow and seeing at the waves around me to try to steer the boat correctly in the waves. And I'm in constant communication with Bruno that gives me feedback on what the wind's doing, because he's standing up and having a much better view of the wind than I am. So we got to keep talking about the tactics and the pressure, and basically that's it. It's there's a lot of things, but once you do it many times and once you train a lot, then it gets automatic, and you can concentrate more on the speed of the boat.
And just compare this starboat to some of the other boats that you've sailed. I mean, the laser is as simple as you can get as a dinghy.
It is very simple, and it is very important, the balance of the boat in light winds, because there's not much you can do with the tuning. Whereas in the Star, there's a lot of adjustments that you have to be thinking about, and you have to be doing it at the optimal shape to produce more speed of the boat. So it's more a technical boat and requires a lot more refinement in tuning. Whereas in the laser, it's a boat that you have to just spend a lot of time in it and sail with it naturally.
And last question, the quality of fleet in the Star tends to be pretty high. Why is that?
Well, in the Star you got the best sailors in the world, because there are people who had already a lot of experience in all the classes, and they want to sail against the best sailors. And it's a very technical boat. It's a boat that demands fitness, but also demands a lot of the tuning, a lot of the relation with the crew, the good communication with the crew. And it's a boat that, because it's a keel boat, you have to think a lot more with the maneuver. So if you make mistakes, they will cost you a lot more than in the smaller dinghies.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SSL Star Sailors League Grand Slam Lake Final here on Neuchâtel in Switzerland. For race number 4 of our first day, we are looking at the committee boat with Sharon Burke on the bow there, testing the wind angles. The 2 orange flags denoting the start line, and there's the star flag. We're in under 5 minutes, and the black flag is flying, so we're under 4 minutes, so we are 2 minutes something or other towards the start of race number 4 today. And with me in our little studio is Tyler Bjorn and Kathleen Tock, our co-commentators for today. Thank you very much, guys, doing a marathon job. You know, it's tiring for us, but these guys will be physically pretty tired. Loué Habib is out there on the water. Loué, we have around 2.5 minutes to go, and what can you tell us?
Yes, well, we've seen a slight increase in the pressure. I'd say we're probably around 6, 7, 8 knots of breeze. It looks pretty even across the race course. Boats are pretty upright on the start line, which they have not moved. So the line's still in the same spot. So again, we're going to see a really tricky race here. I think tricky could be the operative word. Pressure looks very even across the race course. Getting off this start line is going to be crucial for the boats that want to get out in front. But it could be a game of snakes and ladders for race 4, Digby. We'll see how it pans out.
Thanks, Loué. Well, we have a super view from our camera boat out on the lake. Shane operating. We can see the 2 orange flags. We'll just dip Loué's mic for a sec, Andy. Yep, looking down the line, and 1.5 minutes to go. We're in a black flag scenario, which means, just remind me, Tyler.
It just means that you cannot cross the line 1 minute up to the start. So it's
somebody's
there to keep
over the line.
I think that's Torben.
Is that Torben Grail just coming back?
Well, he still has 10 seconds.
He does indeed. He does indeed. And remember, Torben Grail.
That other one's done though.
Looks very American.
So Virtual giving us the mathematical view and graphical view of the racetrack, and we have the live shot.
Postponement's up.
Postponement. Oh, okay. All right. There we were. I was looking forward to this one. All right. Okay. So I guess Sharon wants to move her line around a bit. We can see the is that the pin end moving around? There's Sharon on the bow of the committee boat.
It kind of looks like it's gone left a bit, so that just makes it so hard to get across the line.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I think it's just it was just too much favored in the pin that there's no way we're going to have a clean start on that one.
Okay, so Sharon is organising her troops, the race committee, all around the racetrack, at the bottom gates, at the top marks, and across the start line. And she obviously wants to set the fairest course that she possibly can, but we are on a lake with very shifty thermally conditions, and very tricky place to sail and tricky place to run a race course. And there we can see Sharon taking a bearing of the true direction of the breeze. So she's got her technical stick with a bit of tape on it, or wool, and good old-fashioned compass. Great stuff. So Loué, a bit of jiggery-pokery going on with the race committee, and can you see the pin end moving around?
Not at the moment, Digby. There's just too many boats in the way with my eyesight. Probably see it better on the Cineflex, but just to explain maybe what's happening with this shifty weather, and forgive me if I don't use the scientific terms, but as the sun starts to get a bit lower in the sky, it tends to heat up the side of the mountain more, and that's how you get this different thermal effect later in the day, as the sun is sort of penetrating more into the side of the mountain rather than on top of it. There's a few boats that have decided to go and have a look on the left-hand side, so we've got some idea of the kind of speed they're going to be doing in this next race, and it's going to be pretty slow, I have to say. The top mark looks like it has been moved closer. It's also more towards the shore. So, it's going to be a very tricky one to pull off this race 4. and I have to say it's going to be probably a very slow, tactical race where people are going to have to keep their wits about them. We're seeing that group of boats that just had a look at what the beat was going to be like, a couple of them coming back. Yeah, these are difficult moments. You know, when you've been out here for over 6 hours, there's another postponement. Trying to keep focused and trying to work out, you know, what you're going to do on this last race becomes difficult. It's very easy to lose concentration when you've been at it this long. So we saw a few surprises in the last race in terms of other boats getting up to the front, and we may well see that happen again this race. But at the moment, it's light conditions, shifty, and it's going to be a fluky race, in my opinion, Digby, race 4.
Thanks, Louis. And I hear there's a job going at the Met Office, which I think's got your name on it, mate. Good work. And Shane was just showing us some cloud. In fact, Shano, I think if you could pull wide and give us a bit more cloud and geography and, you know, visually, we in the studio and our viewers at home can see. I mean, that's a very different scenario to
totally.
a few hours ago. There was one tiny little puffy cloud above one of those ridges, and now look at it. So so that's having a squashing effect right now on the lake, and Sharon, the race officer, is moving her course around. She's probably moving the top mark around a bit, Tyler.
Yeah, well, the observations I made just when we went outside during the break was they're moving the course. They've actually pulled up all the marks. They're moving the windward down just to make it a shorter course. I mean, and when you do that, it's not necessarily going to make it a shorter time-wise, but distance-wise, and move the start mark around a little bit. It does seem like they actually might be moving forward, like Louis said, to the north. So there's probably a little more wind up there. So that's going to take more time. And I guess the really interesting factor here is that we have been, or they have been out there for 6 hours. I mean, that's a long day. This is going to be at least an 8+ hour day on the water, and you know, it's a full day's work for sure, but that's a lot of concentration. The heat, the temperature, the water, all these factors, they're draining. So it's good on them for pulling that one out, and hope they're ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, another thing is with the shortening of the course, we have almost an 80 boat fleet here. When you shorten the course, that there's less spread between the boats as they arrive at that first mark, and that makes things even more complicated and more tactically challenging. The longer the first leg of the race is, the more the boats are able to spread apart. It also makes it easier for the people judging the races, scoring the races. But having a shorter course, you might think, oh, they get to sail a shorter race. As we mentioned, it's not necessarily shorter in time, and also it becomes
more compressed.
More compressed, and there's not a lot of wind out there, and when the boats are even closer together, it makes it even slower for everybody.
Well, we're staying on Shane's shot. You can just hold it there for us for a mo, Shano. As we see, the committee boat has physically moved position. They've moved up the lake a little bit, and our TV boat is moving along with them. And everyone is pretty much in holding pattern as Sharon reconfigures the race course for race number 4. Now, we could give you some back-of-the-envelope calculations for the overall standings. Kathleen's done some fantastic mathematics, and talk us through it a bit, would you?
Yeah, well, interesting. In the sport of sailing, we have what's called a discard, and after the 4th race, these sailors will be able to discard their worst score. So between race 4 and race 9, you'll be able to discard their worst finish. So that shakes things up a bit after this race, because you've got people like Torben Grael with a 1st, did not finish, and a 12th. And after this race, if he has another great race, if it's not a DNF, he'll be able to discard that and essentially put him back up into the top again. Along with George Zarif from Brazil, he had a 21st in the last race, and Gaspic from Croatia, sailing with Revkin from the US, they had a 38th. So those sailors, those teams will be able to get rid of those scores and just take their top 3 best scores. So that'll definitely shake things up a bit. In the standings right now, we've got Stan, Jack, and Clean from Germany in 1st place, but only by 1 point ahead of Kristina Dritz and Dominic from Poland.
Zitsky. Yeah, Krznierewicz and Zitsky. In second position.
Yeah, and then we've got the Americans, Diaz and Boltons and Mendelblatt and Fati tied only 2 points behind the first place boat. And all those top boats, they don't really have big scores to drop, but you just go down a little bit further, and as we've mentioned, you've got Torben Grail, and his over the line early during the black flag, that added 69 more points onto his score, which he will be able to discard after this race, provided he doesn't have another over the line early.
Okay, and just running through the overalls in 7th, Jean-Baptiste Bernaz and Rambo Pascal from France, Xavier Rohart, Stefano Lilia in 8th, and Ivan Gaspic and Josh Revkin in 9th position, with Croatians Marin Mizura and Tonko Barak in 10th overall, and George Zarif Bruno Prada in 11th, and my heroes Hubert Merkelbach and Gerrit Bartel in 12th at the moment. So those are the overall leaders after 3 races, but as Kathleen has mentioned, we will have a discard after race number 4. I wonder if we just pop back out to Loué on our camera boat out there, bobbing around in the middle of the race course. Loué, how's it looking to you?
Well, it's certainly looking light out here, Digby, and no sign of a P flag on the committee boat at the moment. So they're still cogitating how they're going to play this. But all these boats very much dead upright. It's going to be at the moment a very, very light airs race. It'll be interesting to see what the tactics are, because the problem they've got is that you've got this convergence zone along Grandson, along that side, and it's very difficult to get away from. So there isn't an awful lot they can do to stop those boats bunching up at the pin end other than hoist the black flag. So I'd expect to see a lot of boats up at that pin end, looking to get that advantage of that shoreline, of that convergence zone, and we could still see some boats that are going to be OCS. It's almost like Russian roulette up there. It was interesting to see in that last start that the Polish team, Krznierewicz and Zitsky, they stayed up at the committee boat end. They've got a nice clean set of results, and they haven't got any nasty discard. They decided, we're not going to go down there. It's not worth fighting for that pin, and getting a disqualification. And that's what you've got to decide. Do I really want to win the pin? Do I want to take that risk? Do I get about 5 or 6 boats in, and then when those boats come back on port, I'm on starboard? Have I got enough speed to be able to negate that advantage of getting over to the shoreline? Or do I just stay out of the mix altogether and stay over on the committee boat side? And as we've seen, the centre of the track has definitely paid as well on occasions, particularly when it's gone light. So, there's all sorts of ideas, and probably where you lie. For example, Torben Grail and Dale Media carrying that discard, they do not want another discard, because quite frankly, another DSQ, because that'll be regatta over, quite frankly. So will we see them down at the pin end? Well, if that was me, and if that was the Poles, say, they would never be down that pin end. So it's down to how much risk they want to take and what position they're in after 3 races. So it's a really interesting mind game every single race. And just to round it off again, light airs, clear air, that's where you get your boat speed from, and you can be a tactical genius with boat speed. So we'll just see how it pans out. But at the moment, no, we've got no sign of a flag off the committee boat. There's enough breeze for them to race, and I'm sure that they'll have a go at this. But it certainly looks a little bit lighter, 5 or 6 knots. So real tricky one, this, Digby. We're just waiting to see what the race committee are going to do. But for now, back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Loué, and some good analysis there. We do have some news, which is not great news, but it's not terrible news. But the reason that our Greek friends came in after race 1 was that helmsman Emilios was not feeling too good. So he's whizzed off to the first aiders, and hopefully we'll see him back in the ring tomorrow, and we hope he's okay. I don't think it was anything particularly serious, but he just was feeling a bit off. So Emilios Papathanasiou and Antonis Chotras are out at the moment, which is a shame. But we are here with Sharon Burke, the principal race officer. She's chugging up the lake, you know, could have a few miles to go before that wind gets good. And she's taking her flock of stars with her and trying to set a fair and square course for race number 4. And I imagine there's a little bit of chatter on board right now about whether to pull the plug and get everybody home. But, you know, just reading the body language through our camera, I don't see a race officer. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. I don't think she's. I think she's fully intending to go for race number 4 at the moment.
Yeah, I think it just looks like the wind may have gone a little left, so it's just making it more difficult for her to set that line.
Also, with the length of the lake, the further. Oh, actually went left.
Well, I think so. I mean, it's tough because she keeps pulling it forward, which is just making the line more square to the land. So. You know, it's a tough one, especially at this time of day. The wind does get tricky around here. You want to race, set the fairest race possible. Yeah. And you want to get the racing in, just because you never know what kind of conditions you're going to have tomorrow. But I mean, just looking at the mark out there, just sort of bobbing around. It is a tough call because as a competitor, you want a fair race. You want to make sure that there's no sort of real luck involved, and as a race officer, you want to make sure you do a good job for the boys and girls out there, because you know they're the ones you're doing it for.
Well, if it goes too far left, she's going to run out of runway, frankly.
Exactly.
So, I mean, if we get a cross lake breeze, then that's rather tricky. So, well, the race committee, they are still bobbing around. They're still under anchor. So they're actually, as you mentioned earlier, Kathleen, pulling in and out on the anchor line just to set their course, and the clouds building over the lake, and patches of blue sky, but weather changing before our eyes, and that is part of the fun and the challenge of holding a championship on a lake in the middle of Switzerland.
Yeah, and I think so many sailors are going to the same venues year after year. Everyone goes to Miami in the winter. In Olympic classes, you're traveling to the exact same venues every year. They know what to expect from the conditions. They know that as the sun goes down, then the breeze will do this or that. And here, because so many people are near this venue, they don't actually know that if it cools off, if the sun goes down, if the clouds come out, what to expect. So it's really hard for anybody out there to make a decision or a judgment on the race committee yet about any decisions made. So it's definitely cooling off out there as these clouds approach. And if we were in a venue that we knew, we could probably tell you what was going to happen. But most of us here haven't. It's our first time in Grand Slam.
Apart from our weather expert Louis out on the water, who is applying to the Met Office as we speak. So Louis, heard anything on the radio? Any crackles? Any kind of inside info from the race committee, Louis?
No, not at the moment, Digby, but I can tell you one thing, and I don't know who chucked the banana peel in the water because they're not supposed to, but I just saw a banana peel in the water and it was definitely showing a little bit of current. There is actually a river which is south of here, the Teal River, which emanates out of Orb, and apparently that does give some current. Now, the banana peel wasn't exactly zooming up the lake, but it certainly was moving up the lake, and that would suggest if you were going to play that current, which becomes more into play as it gets lighter, again proportionally to the amount of wind, the middle of the lake is, I think, about 50-60 meters deep. You'll have more current there than you would do on the shoreline. So maybe there is a little bit of current to play, but you'd have to ask maybe some of the crews when they get in about that. But there might be a little bit of current in the middle of this lake which could come into play in these light airs. But at the moment, no, we've got no sign of any flags on the committee boat. The breeze, if anything, is getting even lighter. I would say that at the moment it is barely saleable. So we'll just see how it goes. Difficult decision for the race committee, but I'm sure they'll make the right one. But at the moment, no flags on the committee boat diggers.
Thanks, Louis. So, bit of current out on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. If you have just joined us, we are waiting for the start of race number 4. They had scheduled 3 races today, but Sharon, the principal race officer, was trying to get another one in because the forecast is super light tomorrow. And in our studio, we're just looking at this wonderful camera, zooming around and telling us the story in pictures of what's going on the lake. Sharon having still on the bow, still trying to figure out what the wind is doing, and perhaps it's shifting around left and right actually, and the sailors all in holding pattern, and tricky conditions for any race officer out here. And there's Sharon on the bow there, just looking around, seeing what's going on. She's getting information from her compadres at the top mark, and there's less wind pointer action going on now, Tyler. Oh no, there she is. She's still at it.
Well, no, she's going to consistently check that breeze. But I mean, when you just look at Mark Mendelblatt there, I mean the main's not even flapping with the wind, so it's getting less and less of a real sailboat race, if you would, as far as conditions are concerned. But look, you've got to stay focused out there as one of the competitors, because you have to be ready to go. That's your job. If she does decide that there's going to be a race, so you need to stay. And it's tough because you have to stay focused. And
She's looking at her clock, watching now, going, man, what are we going to do? Okay, so big decision on for Sharon, Tyler.
3:30. Well, look, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. You got to think, if you're going to have a race, it's going to be at least an hour and a half. That's 4:30, 5 o'clock. You bring everybody on shore, 5:30, 6 o'clock. That all of a sudden becomes a closer to a 12-hour day. So you've got to take that into a bit of a consideration. You want to make sure it's fair. So we'll see. But again, the boys, they have to stay focused and just make sure they keep the stuff moving around.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks and viewers at home, we're going to play a little VT, a video clip from yesterday's evening opening ceremony at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne. And we had the IOC chief, the boss of the Olympics, Thomas Bach, who we got an exclusive interview, and he did a little chat to the Star Sailors League. And it was a fantastic ceremony, and rather interesting to see the Star Sailors League and the Star class being commemorated in the Olympic Museum. And let's just watch that for the next 3 minutes. Shane, take a 3-minute break, and we'll be back with you in 3 minutes with news from the committee boat.
Dear fellow Olympians, dear fellow athletes, dear friends of sailing, ladies and gentlemen. When I was coming here, I was looking at the lake, and I was a little bit surprised. I couldn't see any sailing boat there. Now I know you're all here, obviously, and enjoying this very special moment with such an impressive assembly of sailors. The names, I think, are music in the ears of every friend of sailing. Here tonight, Mark Reynolds, Torben Graal, Bruno Prada, Mateusz Kusnerevich, Vasily Soba, Max Salminen, and Jonathan Lobert. All great names with great donations, and we are proud to display all what so many athletes have achieved in the star class, but of course also in other classes. And there I would like to thank your honorary president, Dennis Connor. It is always difficult, to say to a living person, being a legend. But I think he will accept it, that you are a true legend of sailing. So thank you for donating this equipment to the Olympic Museum, but thank you even more for sharing your stories, your sporting life with us tonight, and with the hundreds of thousands of visitors who will therefore be able to experience what it means to be a great star sailor, what it means to be a true Olympic athlete. Welcome to the Olympic Museum. Thank you for your generosity. Welcome to the Olympic family, and have a nice evening all together.
So Thomas Bach there, the president of the Olympic Association, the boss of the Olympics, one of the most powerful men in the entire world of sport, giving some very encouraging words to the star class and the sailing exhibition in the Olympic Museum. And we saw Torben Grail there signing his shirt, and two waxwork models of Torben Grail and Mark Reynolds there in their Olympic glory days. Quite interesting. So now we're looking back on the water. Race 4 still postponed, and I think we should fly out to Lue on our TV boat out there on the water. Lue, just while we were watching that little clip, any news, any updates from you?
Yeah, absolutely. Francine and Ollie have just done a marvellous. They've just brought out let another cup of coffee and some delicious biscuits. So we're watching the sun slowly glide down the side of the Swiss Jura Mountains with this beautiful visionary of 70-odd stars, sort of completely framed by the Chateau de Grandson, a very nice bar we went in last night for a glass of white wine called I Like Bar, which is very aptly named. I think you got the round in there, Diggers, let's be honest. But sorry, I should also say that there is a little bit of wind here. So it's really teasing, though. The wind speed's gone up just a touch. This is saleable. This is definitely saleable. But the top mark and the spreader mark now are virtually on the shoreline. So the problem that they've got is that, to actually try and put a fair race course, they're almost running out of lake. The first ley line is going to be so early. It'll be a hell of a bunch up there right in front of the Chateau de Grandson. The problem they've got is that the wind has shifted, and we're almost out of lake. So it would be a really tricky one to pull off this. But there's definitely enough breeze to sail. We've got about 6-7 knots of breeze. So they could actually race this. But at the moment they're holding off, and it's going to be an incredibly one-sided racecourse if they do. But at the moment the boats are just zooming up and down. At one stage they were all pointing towards the yacht club as if to point the way to the race committee. But now there's a bit of activity. I think they realised that the breeze has come back a bit, and we could still see race 4 here. So still out here, Digby, still no flags, but slightly more promising.
Well, Lue, I'm glad you're being looked after on our TV boat out there, and as you say, we're looking at the grand sight of the Starfleet circling around, and I'm hearing oh, there we go, we've just seen some
star flag up,
star flag, kaboom, 5 minutes.
Yep.
All right,
here we go.
So we are in
time.
sequence for race number 4 of the SSL Grand Slam of the Lake on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. And This is going to be good. As Loué says, it does look to have picked up a bit. The boats are moving around a little bit faster, and Sharon, our principal race officer, has stuck to her guns, and she's going for it. Race 4 following in just over 4 minutes, and if we look at the committee boat, we'll see that probably another black flag go up, I would suspect.
Yeah, this start's going to be interesting because with the course shifted to the left, you've had a lot of the top players coming out of the left side, starting at the pin end. We see Torben there almost every single start. That's going to be a little more risky this time because they're going to run out of runway on the left-hand side.
Very quickly, very quickly.
Okay, so we're looking at the whole of the start line actually, and the committee boat there with that little orange flag at the back. That orange flag is one end of the line. I can't see the other end at the moment from this angle on our TV boat, but virtual will give us. There's the black flag going up. We're under 4 minutes to go, and black flag start. And as Tyler mentioned earlier, that means any boat over the line with 1 minute to go is on course side and flicked out of the race. And that happened to Torben Grail and Guillaume de Almeida as they hit the line at full chat and just ever so slightly too early. So quite a spread across, and we're picture in picture now with the race committee boat and Virtual Eye showing us the boats all buzzing around that start line, getting ready, finding their spot, jostling for position. Kind of interesting, Tyler.
Well, it's going to be very different now because momentum and keeping your speed is going to be essential to being able to separate yourself from your competition. So everybody, don't stop your boat is basically the play of the day. Keep it moving at all times. Your line, time and distance to the line is going to be crucial to having a good start. And if you can keep the momentum as opposed to your competition who maybe has to pinch up a little bit, that's going to be able to separate from the guys at the back. And if you have some clear air in a race like this with the conditions that we're going to experience, that's going to be a huge advantage just to get a bit of a lead.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to get caught in the middle because there's not going to be any air there.
No, not exactly.
But as we said before, working to the left edge will not have the advantage, should not have the advantage to the extent that it has in previous races.
Okay, that's interesting, and we saw quite a few of the top boats head right up the track in race number 3 and come out looking fairly good at the top mark. Let's very quickly check in with Loué out on the water. Loué, we're under 2 minutes to go, and how's it looking to you?
Well, it looks like a very big queue at the back of the committee boat here at the moment. There's a lot of boats that are looking like they're going to start at the committee boat end. There is no runway over on the Grand Son side. So this is going to be very interesting because this is going to be probably a two-tack beat at best. So it's going to be all about boat speed. The breeze has definitely come up. It's probably six, seven knots. The black flag's just gone down, so we're into sequence now. I do think there's a bit of tide, not much, and it'll be interesting to see whether that does anybody at this end. But it's very much a committee boat end start, this one. Kuznetsky and Jutski are looking well placed. The Swedish team 8-4-3-3 are the nearest to the committee boat. I can see some early bow numbers there, but not too easy to pull out. But definitely Kontides and the Poles, Kuzniewicz and Jutski are trying to hold station off that committee boat. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight.
Holding them up.
I tell you what, if Kontides goes any further forward, he's going to be done. And quite frankly, there's no way they're going to be able to see anybody around him. Somebody's bolted out there.
Oh, nice start by the Swiss.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful 7-8-5-4. He's launched.
In fact, 3 Swiss in the middle there really got away.
Yes.
A big
looking good.
Big bunch up at the committee boat end. Not a good start. But yeah, there we saw the Swiss team. You'll have to work that one out for me, guys. The Croatians in there as well. But there's plenty of breeze here, and
yeah, Reynolds is just to lure to that group. That's a fantastic start. I mean, that's exactly it. You get your speed going. As you can see, he's got clear air, clear lane. He is launched.
That's Danispo and Bonhoeffer, and we've seen them in the top of the fleet for the last 2 races, so not a surprise that they're able to get off the line like this.
No, but they've got to be pretty excited about that start, and it's got to be, the adrenaline's got to be flowing in a day like today, in a condition like this.
Precision timing, wasn't it?
There's excitement on that boat for sure. But there's Grail right in the bottom of the screen, so he's, the veteran is still in there. I see Reynolds just below the 2 Swiss boats, just behind that leading Swiss. And as you can see, the separation is really starting to show for the guys that had a good start and have some clear air. All of a sudden, you've got to race yourself right to that shoreline, and then it's all of a sudden, depending on how close the mark is, all of a sudden that shore becomes a huge factor in how close can you go. There's going to be some depth issues that you have to be thinking of.
Well, news from the committee boat, the Swiss boat of Roman Jukli and Philippe Jukli, they were black flagged, so they were over the line. And
bow 19?
No, I think Jukli's bow 54.
Okay, so bow 19 still going pretty.
Danispo and Bonhoeffer were okay. They got off to the perfect start, but it's the Juklis who have been black flagged by the committee boat.
Look at the tightness of that fleet.
That is very, very evenly spread, and it will be interesting on this race to see whether the left side or the right side is paying, and who's going which way and who's going to play the middle. But here we go. Look, the Swiss there, and Grail and Diomeda doing rather nicely over on the left-hand side of the track for a fleeting second, but mathematically kaboom down into 13th. So it's touch and go, left and right, not quite sure. Louis, over to you, eyes and ears on the racetrack.
Yeah, well, we're about halfway up the racetrack at the moment, looking down the fleet. We've had to bang out quite a long way right because there's a lot of boats coming this way as well. So we're a long way away, probably a mile away from the boats over on the Grandson side. But just looking down the track, it's pretty even. I wouldn't like to say there's any advantage on either side. Talking to Sebastian Guidou, he was telling me there might be a bit of a hold down by the castle. So it'll be interesting to see if those boats over on the Grandson side keep up the pace, or whether these boats towards the middle of the lake do well. It's a really difficult one. If I had to put some money on a boat at the moment to make it to that top mark, it would be Mazur and Barak from Croatia. I think they're looking good. They've popped out in the middle there quite nicely. We've also got, I believe that is that's Medenblatt and Fatty as well, looking good, but they're a little bit bowed down for speed. But it's very difficult for me to tell you what's happening over on the Grandson side. But over here on this side, Medenblatt, Fatty, and also the Misura Barak Croatian pair looking pretty good, and the Ukrainians as well going extremely well over this side as well. So it's difficult to tell you from a mile away what they're doing there. You can probably best see better on Virtual Eye.
Indeed, Louis, we are looking at Virtual Eye as you were chatting away, and Mendelblatt and Fatih had just taken the mathematical lead going up towards the top mark, but there's everything in this one. It's really close. I think this is the closest race we've had so far, Tyler.
Well, we just haven't had time to get any separation either, because the course is going to be so slowly covered. As well, it's going to be very short. I mean, we're probably going to have close to just the 3/4 of the length, maybe even half the length that we had today. There goes one of the first tacks. So that's Mendelblatt going over. So it's going to be interesting to see how he crosses. But he's on starboard, so he's nice and clean. He can hold his lane very easily. There's the bow number 19, who had the great start over on the onto the left-hand side. So look, it's going to be a close race no matter how you slice it, because there's just not enough wind to get some separation.
Okay, well, let's go back to that live shot. Really nice, fantastic sailing from the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih. And remember, these guys won the Star Sailors League final in the Bahamas, the Sea Championship, and they just came out They did an amazing job earlier in the 4 days, and then they kind of dipped, and then they managed to kind of pull it back on the final day, which was really quite cool. And they were, you know, going into the final 4th day, they were like, oh my goodness, what's happened? The wheels have fallen off slightly, but they managed to regroup and win that championship, and they were delighted to do that. Absolutely class act, the American pair, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian, the crew, and nice guys all, and looking pretty good at the moment with the Croatians. Lavrovics in first position. The brothers there, and so that's where it's at the moment. Virtual Eye can tell us whereabouts they are on the track. They're kind of middle-ish at the moment, working their way over into the middle of the track. Polgar and Coy heading out to the right-hand ley line, and a much shorter course, this one.
Yes. Well, of course, with the lighter air conditions, because you're going for that time, right? You want 75 minutes sort of length of course, the duration. So of course they're going to have to be shorter distance, but that's just going to make it so much tighter when it gets to the top mark. And as you can see, I mean, there's just no space.
There is Marin and Dan Lavrovic, brothers, did you say, Tyler?
Yeah, brothers. Yeah. Two Olympic Games under their belt. So look, they're as young as they are. They're still veterans of the class and this boat. So they've got some skill.
Okay, we just saw Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Petit tacking over onto port tack, leaving the Croatians. So heading over the other way, making some separation.
Well, I guess he just got pinched out too. He wasn't into a really good, favorable spot right to windward and behind of those Croats.
And on Virtual Eye, just look at the top of our screen. There's a boat up there looking particularly tasty, heading left up the course. So there's going to be full engagement at the top mark. It's going to be a real bundle around that top mark, and Virtual Eye will tell us any second now who that boat is. It's Danesbro and Bahnhofer, who had that fantastic start, and they are looking very good indeed in second position, and I bet you as we look at them and talk about them, they claim that top spot, because left is becoming favoured, and kaboom, there they go, taking the lead line on Virtual Eye. So Louis, interesting scenario here, both left and right hand paying off. It's going to be fascinating at the top mark.
Yeah, indeed, but just looking at the angles of the boats here, the boats that went up the middle are just taking a massive header at the moment, and they cannot tack onto making a lift, because they'll be way over the ley line. They're on the ley line now, and they've just taken a huge Uber header, which would suggest that the left-hand side are on a big lift. And I would say that it looks like lucky left at the moment. I think that the left-hand boats there are going to make some big gains. I think there's been a left-hand shift. We'll see, but as you say, short race course. You know, the fact of the matter is, Kathleen was pointing it out. Short race course. There's just not enough, runway to separate these class act boats. Racing here, and it's going to be one hell of a bun fight at this top mark, and it's late in the day. They're tired, they're probably a bit frustrated, and I wouldn't mind betting that we do hear a few noises, but they've got a bit of a way to go yet. The breeze is good up here. It's probably not far off double figures, so there's definitely good breeze up here, more than at the bottom of the course. So it's going to be interesting, because it's going to be difficult to stay on the Grandson side, because it's the top mark is so close. Sorry, the spreader mark is so close to the shore. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens here, but at the moment it looks like lucky left, Diggers.
Well, I think you're right, Louis. We can hear the wind. We can hear the wind on your mic as you battle your way upwind towards the top mark. Danesbo and Bernhofer from Switzerland are holding that top spot now, and they are pulling out an 8-9 meter lead over Torben Grael and Guillaume de Almeida. Now that's kind of interesting, Kathleen, because they'll be able to discard their OCS at the end of this race, and they'll be looking pretty stellar on the overall leaderboard at the end of today.
Yeah, and they've been no stranger to that left-hand side, the pin in all day long. They've stuck to their game plan, which is one of the toughest things to do in sailboat racing. But they've clearly made a decision to stick to the left, and it's paying out right now. But one of the things is you've got Mendeblat and Fatih over on the right-hand side on starboard tack. As we said, all these boats are going to be very close coming to the windward mark, and it's going to be tough for some of these port tack boats coming in from the left-hand side to get across the starboard tacker. So they're going to hope that this left-hand shift holds for a little bit longer just to get them over the starboard tackers.
Well, virtually, we can get the bird's eye view of what's going on and what we're talking about there. Interesting to see the reigning world champs, Staniek and Klein, bottom of our screen. The Germans who have gone right, as they did in race number 3. We're in race number 4, hammering to the top mark. There are my German friends.
Your doctor. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Merkelbach and Gerrit Bartel. They're looking in a stellar position as well. I'm fancying them today, and away they go. And at the moment, it is the Swiss pair of Danisbo and Bonhoeffer leading the pack, heading to that top mark.
Oh, it does look like the wind's picking up.
Has very kindly picked them up for us as they tack onto starboard.
Nice crew work.
Whoa.
Well, Danisbo, I mean, he was one of the players back in the run for the 208 games. He was a top player. So he's no stranger to the class. I guess he's taken a little bit of a break, but I know when I heard the name Danisbo, I remember that guy was always he was up there, and he was a fighter. So I would see him giving a good shot at this one with the start that he had.
Henrik Danisbo on the helm there with Jan Bonhoeffer and from Switzerland. And away they go, and look at him, he's really hiking out now. They're putting max effort into this one.
Yeah, well, when you have a chance for a bullet in a race like this, and it's going to give you those opportunity to move up the leaderboard, it gives you that little extra oomph to want to put out. And it's going to be interesting because this is, like I said, or we've all talked about, 7 hours on the race course today. That little bit of extra effort is going to make you just move that little bit ahead. And if you can get that crossing lane, it'll make a huge difference when this group comes in.
And Louis at the top mark there, the leading Swiss going around. Talk us through it from Louis.
Well, as you say, yeah, there were at least, I'd say, probably 2 boat lengths ahead there. And it was all about that start. I think, the left paid, the right paid, the left paid, but it was all about that cracking start they got. Big bunch of boats behind. I can see one Brazilian in there. I think it's Torben Grael and De Almeida fighting it out there. I can see the Croatians, the Swedes, USA. We've got 22 different countries out on this race course. And as you say, 7 hours on the water, and just look at that. There's no quarter given, no quarter taken. They are still battling it out. And, you think a marathon takes 2 hours. They've been out there 7 hours, these guys. So incredible. By the way, there's some girls out here as well. We'll try and pick some of those out earlier. I did see some ladies out on the star course. It's not just all guys. But look at that bunch up there. And there's some serious traffic with some boats deciding to jibe early and go left. So that's going to be very interesting. It's an absolute bun fight at the top mark, but the leading boats have got away clear. You're going to have to call off the numbers. There's no possible way I could without virtual eye in front of me. But this is one hell of a race to finish the day, and we've still got 3 laps of it to go. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thank you very much, Louis. And we're seeing the mass of the fleet rounding that. Look at all those Swiss flags on virtual eye. That's a wonderful sight for our host country here at the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel here in Grandson. And energy's picking up because the breeze is picking up, and good on Sharon Burke for holding out and holding a race number 4 as the mass of the fleet go round. Now we do understand, Virtual Eye are just telling me that they've moved the bottom gate further up the track so that there'll be quite a relatively short downwind leg here, and away they go. And at the moment it is the Swiss pair of Danisbo and Bonhoeffer leading over Grael and De Almeida, with George Szabo and the Duke in 3rd position, and Gaspic with Revkin in 4th. Salminen and Milne. Stevie Milne from the UK sailing with Swedish buddy Salminen, doing very well indeed. Inez Diaz and Bolton in 6th. So they're having a stellar day. The Americans, Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins, they'll be very, very happy with any top 10 result in this final race today. And Winkler and Thielemann from Germany just ahead of Merkelbach and Bartel. And little overtake as we speak. So there's the front of the pack in virtual eye. We can cut to the live shot and you can see with your own eyes what is going on at the front of the fleet.
Yeah, it looks well. It's not too far off from what we saw last race. Nice and calm, easy going movement. Just a little bit of a pump. There you saw Danispo do a little bit of a pump, just like that. It's nice and smooth. It's easy. Just follow down the coast. Got a little wave action just to scoot a little bit. Not many. There's definitely no overtaking lanes.
Nice garden in the background, must admit. That's
Very
sweet, isn't it?
Swiss.
Hey,
Perfect.
well, I wouldn't mind that lawn, but never mind. Back to the racing. Danispo and Bernhofer heading just ahead of Grail and D'Almeida. Oh, look at that. Look at D'Almeida right on the bow there.
Balancing, interesting. And you can see the difference in the jib heights. Danispo's got his a little lower. Grail's got a little more traditional or historical set of a high jib. And just getting that weight as far forward. I mean, look, he's standing on something
look
smaller
at the sterns. Compare the two sterns.
Yeah.
The Brazilians are lifting their stern out
Bow
of the
down.
water, and they're getting their bow down, and they're actually taking them. They're covering them with their wind shadow as they go downwind, and they're playing an aggressive game. And I think the Swiss are just about to get a taste of Brazilian medicine here on this downwind leg. We're in race number 4, the second leg of 4 in race number 4, so they'll have another lap to do, but some aggressive sailing going on at the front of the fleet. And do you know what? My money is on Torben Grail.
You know, every inch here counts. The Swiss have really got to make a little bit more distance because they're going to run out of room and they're going to have to jibe. And when they're jibing, they're going to be on poor tack and will not have the right of way. So they've got to be sure that they can get across the Brazilians. So all these boats have got to be working to get just inch after inch as much as they can because they're going to be jibing onto port and they're going to lose the right of way to the boats on starboard behind them.
Kathleen, look at that squirt of speed there from the Brazilian boat. I mean, I know it's slow, but it's tactical. It's boat-on-boat racing, and these guys are eyeballing each other. And Virtual Eye giving us the speeds, 4.6 to 4.7. Both boats 3 meters now in it, and we are just watching a masterclass of downwind sailing here by Torben Grail and Guillaume D'Almeida, his buddy who's talked Torben back into the star class. Torben cool as a cucumber, and I think he's got the Swiss guys on the ropes.
Well, there's a huge difference in their jib shape too. If you look at Danispo, he's a little too tight. The jib is actually down. Here goes simultaneous jibes. Nicely done. A little bit of a squirt. Yeah, a little shaky on Danispo's, but I mean he's got a nice spot. He's got inside line on the mark, so he's got a good position. It'll be pretty hard for Torben to get inside. Little separation there. I guess like Zabel
Is
going
that
a little inside.
Torben trying to get separation, do you think?
Well, they're all trying to get a little separation because the closer you are, the less maneuverability you can have. And I think Torben's probably taking a little bit of a tighter reach to keep the speed going. We did notice, as Louis said, just a slight bit of current that maybe is going to bring him down. This is something the sailors must have observed throughout the day. But again, you just have to keep the boat moving. You know, as much as you want to win that race, it's more important separate from the pack in the back because a first and a second are still pretty good results in a fleet this big.
Well, the Swiss managing to hold off the Brazilians at the front of the pack, and Szabo and Ducomont, the Duke, in third position at the moment, having a super race and a super regatta so far. Gaspich and Revkin also having a super regatta in fourth position. Salminen and Milne in fourth spot there. So that's the front three, Kathleen. What can you tell us?
I was just going to say, it's nice to see Max Salminen and Stephen Milne there. They are actually two crews sailing together. I think this might be Max's first big international, or maybe even first ever, star event that he's driven. He is a gold medalist from London, but as a crew. sailing with Freddie Loof. So you've got 2 crews on the boat, and this is definitely interesting. They've had a tough go at it the first 2 races, but I expected to see them actually do quite well here. So it's really nice to see them up there in the top 5.
Yeah, two crews are always a tough match to beat, no doubt.
Oh, we are so flying the crew union flag today, and actually quite rightly, Tyler, because I don't think in general in any 2-man boat, in a 2-person boat, the crews get enough recognition, and quite often they're calling the shots and giving the tactical analysis, and every 2-person crew has a different way of working, but the crews never get enough recognition.
Well, that's always the way it is. It's like O-line in football or something. I mean, it's your supporting cast that really help you have your success. But the other thing that I find really interesting is a lot of the crews are skippers, right? They all come from the Finn class. Bruno was a skipper. I was a skipper. Sam's was a skipper. Milne was a skipper. So they've all sailed. It's just that there's only one guy that can steers. So if you really don't mind, but you want a good teammate, you let the other guy steer. I mean, it's still the crew's an important job, just like steering. So it's the team chemistry that really counts in this boat.
And it's better to have 4 eyes on the boat rather than just 2. So if a skipper can trust their crew's advice, also if a crew has been a skipper in the past, they understand the role of not only their role, but the role of the skipper and what the skipper is going through. So it really just makes for much better teamwork when you can have 2 skippers on the boat.
Exactly.
Well, that never worked with me and Mrs. Fox, I'm telling you that.
Yeah, the Foxes.
Sorry. We were 2 skippers, and we'd alternate the skippering role every race, and it was a disaster. But never mind, that's enough of the Fox family. Not family politics there. We're looking at a fantastic race, number 4. Loué out on the water. At the moment, the Swiss, Danisbo and Bernhofer, are 11 metres ahead of Grail and Diomeda. And they've got a little bit of a comfort zone ahead of the chasing pack of Szabo and Gaspich. What can you tell us, Loué?
Well, Digby, the way I'm reading it is I think Torben Grail and De Almeida have just got the wrong side of another shift to the left. I think it's gone even more left, and they just got the wrong side of it jibing earlier. And the Swiss team have got inside it. They're both going to the gate mark nearest the shore, which would suggest that they're going to go up that side. A lot of traffic there, but interestingly behind we saw quite a lot of boats jibe out as well. So it's interesting. I think we've had another shift to the left, which will make it an even more one-sided racetrack if it could get more one-sided. But there we go. Torben Grail is going to be hunting that guy down because he's had an up and down day and he wants to finish with a bullet. And as you said earlier, Diggers, you wouldn't put it past Torben Grail and De Almeida to get on them. But the breeze looks like it might have gone up a touch, but it's definitely gone more left. And I'd anticipate that a lot of boats are going to go left up this racetrack. Yeah, it's all on like Donkey Kong still. We've still got 2 more legs of this. And, I would like to say, just look at that scene. You've got, where would you get that many boats packed up together, in these sort of conditions? They would be spread out all over the place in any other class. It's quite incredible to see the standard of the competition here at the SSL Grand Slam. But at the moment, we're watching maybe a Swiss victory, but maybe Torben Grail is going to grunt one out here and get by him. But as I say that, the Swiss team of Danisbo and Bonhoeffer look like they're pulling away a little bit from Torben Grail, and that's again down to being in clear air. Torben Grail is in dirty air from the Swiss team, and he cannot tack. He has to just stay there. There's nothing he can do. So it's still a great battle at the front, but look at the battle in the rest of the fleet as well. Quite incredible after all these hours out here, but we've still got 2 more legs, Diggers, and anything could happen in the next half hour, to quote Thunderbirds.
Nice one, Loué. Another lap of the track to go in race number 4. This will be our final race today. We've been out on the water for 7 or 8 hours. It's been quite a marathon day, and these guys are still giving it rocks out there on Lake Neuchâtel. And interesting racing. I mean, it's a great performance by our Swiss friends Henrik Danisbo and Jan Bernhofer out there in the front, but they have the mighty Torben Grael and Guillaume de Almeida breathing down their necks right behind them. But they've managed to pull out about 48 meters or so, which is rather good, and it'll be interesting to see if they can just keep their cool, keep their calm, and stay at the front of this fleet.
Well, it's nice when you get around first, you don't have to worry about Claire, and that's probably the easiest way that he put that little 42 meters on, is that Torben had no way to tack. He couldn't tack onto port tack because all the boats are coming downwind, so he had to sort of actually sit there in his bad air. It probably still is in there, so it's just for every little bit that goes by, he's getting a little bit of a lead. So it'll make it comfortable for Henrik for sure.
Well, that's just over half the fleet around the bottom gate. They can choose which way to go around that gate, left or right, as we look up the track to the top mark, and quite a split actually, and quite a bit of that is just really trying to avoid traffic coming down at you, as you say, Tyler. A lot of bad, disturbed air coming through the middle of that fleet down towards the gate, so you want to get out of that way and try and find some clean air as you mark your way up the course. And our leaders in the middle, they are in a covering game again. Nicely played there, covering Grael and de Almeida, our Swiss friends, Danisbo and Bernhofer, and they are inside the course. Gaspich and Revkin, they're firing right across and trying to get into some of their own clean air into the middle of the track, just bottom left of our screen, going off the screen there. But the leaders favouring the left-hand side at the moment, and Grael and de Almeida on a charge. So Virtual Eye just pulling wide. There we see the left-hand side of the track, and on the right-hand side we have a bunch of boats, Diaz and Boltins, Merkelbach and Bartel, Polgar and Coy, with the French Bernaz and Rambaud heading across the right-hand side of the track. And there's Winkler and Thielemann from Deutschland in 7th position, taking well, I wouldn't say a flyer, they're just taking the right-hand track. Arnie staying inside, Augie and Arnie staying inside, which is rather not hitting any edges, which is tactically a good decision. And in the middle of the pack, you can see Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy just weaving their way through traffic in the middle of the fleet, as are the Lavrovics and as are Gaspich and Revkin. And the Brazilians, Zarif and Prada, they're heading out to the left-hand side and trying to get into some clean air. And at the moment they are in 15th position, which is not too bad. Grael and de Almeida are going to have a super overall result at the end of this race, because they'll be able to discard their 60, whatever it was, their OCS. But as we look, it is the Swiss pair, and it's good to see some local heroes storming up to the front of the pack. Henrik Danisbo and Jan Bernhofer.
These guys have also been doing the circuit this year. They were at the European Championship and had many top 10, top 15 finishes. They just competed in Holland.
Okay.
And so they've been sailing a lot, and they've been sailing together for a while. So I think they've just got their teamwork down, and they clearly had a great start. So even if you're really fast, if you can't get off the line on a short course like this, you don't have a chance of being in the top. It's so important, A, to have speed, and then B, get off the line. So there's not a lot of room out there, so the start is key, and they nailed it. So I think with their consistent good speed, they've been able to maintain the lead.
Yeah, it was that start actually. I mean, they absolutely flew. We don't have the video ability to play the video start, but Chris, we could possibly virtually replay the start, and we've got a little bit of time. We'll stay with the live shot of Shane out on the water with our lovely America's Cup camera, and Chris will line up a replay of the start. I think it'd be quite cool to watch that.
Yes.
Because that has actually explained how Henrik and Jan, our Swiss friends, have shot out to the front. And who are we looking at here, Kathleen?
I'm not sure yet. We've got the Germans, bow 17. That's Winkler and Thielemann. They've been sailing the Star for 5 years together. They're from northern Germany, from Hamburg, and before the Star, they were in the once again the Finn and also the Soling class. So I believe the crew was a Soling crew as well. So these are our northern Germans showing their colors.
A lot of Germans down here. I mean, it's not too far for the German fleet. I think it's the second biggest star fleet around the world. And there they go, tacking away onto starboard. And good, strong German contingent, including the reigning world champions, Staniek and Klein, which is great to see them.
And
so now I'm just, forgive me, Kathleen, you go ahead.
No, I was saying I was speaking to many of the Germans, and the Star class is growing in Germany.
Yes.
You've got a lot more Germans coming in. They've got a lot of regattas. They've got great venues to sail in, but it's definitely a healthy place for the Star class. So that's, I think, why we've seen so many of them up here in the top 20 today.
And they had some great teams as we approached the 2012 games. The Germans had like 6 teams vying for the spot. So, I mean, there's some great sailors, especially great star sailors too, coming out of that country.
Okay, Chris from Virtual Eye is giving me the nod. We're going to replay this start from 30 seconds and vary the speed, and Chris is going to walk us through. So there's Danisbo and Bonhoeffer. They're at the committee boat end, and there's a lot of traffic around there, and that would be quite a frightening place to be. But let's just see how they do this. They've got something right underneath them.
But if you have the momentum, as you see, the German guys, they don't have anywhere to go. They can't bear off and get speed. He had enough speed to go over them, and then he hits the line beautifully, almost a little tad early, but still, he hit the line beautifully with momentum. And anybody that does not have momentum, you just can't, I mean, you can't force the boat to go fast.
So he rolled the Germans there. The Germans have been left for dust, haven't they?
Exactly.
In the dirty air of all that front rank, he had a little bit of space to bear away into. He had a little pocket. And there, as we look down, you can see he's got a little bit of space to the right of him, little space to the left of him.
And he's got a lot of space just to bear off and just keep momentum.
And you can see him bearing off there, can't you? Just getting
keep
some
up
speed gains.
Yeah, no, it was a beauty. That was a textbook light air start for sure.
Yeah.
You cannot do much better than that. So good on him.
So now back to our live shots. That was a replay of the start of race number 4. Fascinating, Kathleen.
We've just got Augie Diaz and Arnie Balton's heading upwind there, and then panning over. It looks like we're probably on the right-hand side of the course.
So Virtual Eye, and showing us the lead line of 46 meters with Danisbo and Bernhoff after that fabulous start. They are maintaining their grip of race number 4 ahead of Grail and Diarmada right behind them. And have a look at this, bottom of our screen, Virtual Eye, Diaz and Boltins charging in on that ley line, and they're going to be clashing with the guys on the left-hand side of the track as they look up the top of our screen. So right now I think the Swiss pair of Danisbo and Bernhofer looking very tasty indeed in this race, doing after their textbook start. They've played a good game, this one, and it's nice to see some local sailors, Swiss sailors on Swiss turf, doing such a great run. Whoa, he's stretching out there and really, that's a lovely sight to see. And he's just kind of giving himself a bit more leverage over the side, eh?
Well, look, when you're leading the race like that, you've got a little more. The camera's on you. You want to put a little bit more of a show on. You want to look good for the camera. I mean, it's not hard. I won't lie. That's out there. So it's a good opportunity. And he's back in.
And he's back in. Oh, good spot. Nice one, Shane. And Louet's on the water. You can see. What sort of lead do they have, Louet?
Yes, Digby, about 4, maybe 3 boat lengths on Grail and De Almeida. Hey, come on there, Bjorn. It's Tyler, I beg your pardon. He was just hiking a bit more for the bear away. Come on, he was getting a bit of speed up. But I tell you, the big news is Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins. They decided to go up the middle of the course, and I think they made a big gain there. So I think the actual middle of the course paid quite well for them, and also Winkler and Thielemann. They definitely got a few places, and as you said earlier, Kathleen, coming in on starboard, the boat's got to give them rights, and one boat just has. But I think they've taken quite a few scalps there. I bet you any money you like that Diaz and also Winkler just zoomed up that leaderboard for this race, but we're seeing quite a big spread out in the fleet here, and I wouldn't mind betting a lot of it's to do with fatigue after the we've been out here for God knows how long, what, 7 or 8 hours now. So there's a bit more of a spread out in the fleet, but I'll let you to look at the scoreboard. But I bet you Arnie's pretty happy with that.
Well, Diaz and Bolton's up to 5th place now, and Danisbo and Bernhofer maintaining their lead over Grail and De Almeida. George Szabo, Patrick Dukerman in 3rd. Gaspich and Revkin, who came together for this regatta, in 4th, having a great day. And then Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons in 5th. Our Swedish friend Salminen with Stevie Milne from the UK in 6th position. And Hubert Merkelbach and Gerrit Bartel in 7th. And then Winkler and Thielemann from Deutschland in 8th, with the Lavrovics in 9th, and Xavier Rohat and Lilia from France in 10th position. So there they go, round the top mark for the last time today. Just a reminder, if you have tuned in, we are in a 4-day competition, the first of 4 days at the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake, Lake Neuchâtel. And we'll have 3 days of all 76 boats racing out on the track. And then on Saturday, for 4th and final day, the top 11 go through to the quarterfinals, 7 to the semis, and the 4 to the actual final. And the biggest slice of the prize pot, $100,000. So back to the live shots as they go round, and our camera boats making their way downwind and in transit and moving around. And if we go to virtual, we can stay with the mark and just get a feel for there. We're back with the leading pack on virtual eye, and some of the back markers still making their way up through the fleet coming downwind. So 25 meters should be enough, shouldn't it, Kathleen?
One would think that we just hope that they keep it going and they don't sail into a hole. We've kind of seen that a little bit on the edge in the last race, but they're just they've done this before. They're fairly confident. I would say even the last downwind with the Swiss. If I were the Swiss next to Torben Grail going downwind, I might be slightly intimidated.
Slightly.
So definitely for the Swiss to be holding their own here, this is great, and they're definitely making Grail and De Almeida work for everything. But you have George Szabo, who's been pretty consistent this whole race, and then behind them, very close, only 8 meters apart from one another, are Gaspich and Diaz. So right now the first 3 boats, their positions are fairly set. There aren't waves here, the water's flat. It's going to be very hard for those positions to change. But back a little bit further in 4th and 5th, you have only like 3 meters separating the boats. So that's where a lot of the battle is going to be going on. But nonetheless, the boats in front are looking behind to keep their air clear of that massive pack of boats behind them.
Well, Virtual Eye giving us a superb view of what's going on the racetrack, as they all pretty much follow the same line. I suspect they'll start to spread out and find their own track a little bit further down, but already that lead down to about 14 or so meters from 25 just a few minutes ago, and you can see the Brazilians putting the heat onto the Swiss pair at the front, and holding that front position is quite hard work. And boom, look at these guys. Perhaps
Speed
we can
difference.
jump to the real picture and just see how the Brazilians are attacking the Swiss team.
Wow,
And the
look at
Swiss
the
team
difference.
looking behind them, and the Brazilians, it may not look like much going on, but Tyler, there's a lot of thought going on here.
Well, I mean, my first observation is that the Brazilians have their main a lot more out than Danisbo. The mast looks similar as far as mast forward. Jibs look a lot tighter on Danisbo as far as the jib down adjustment. The crew is squatting. I'm sure the pressure is on and the stress is there. As you know, you've been leading this whole race. Your opportunity to win is now, so let's take advantage of it. But they're going well. But you know, I think Torvald, just calm, collected, just going to sit there, wait for his opportunity. Maybe try and just get a little bit on the inside so he can get the inside on the leeward mark. And I think that's just basically his strategy right here.
So on virtual eye, we'll see them getting towards the edge of the lake. So they're going to have to jibe fairly soon to come back into the middle of the track. And there the lead is down to 8 meters, and Torben doing some really nice match racing with the Swiss pair at the front of the pack. And the whole fleet beginning to stretch out downwind. There's our eagle-eye view of the racetrack. Gives us the full story.
Yeah, no, it's going to be close. It's definitely. I mean, it looks like Zabel's actually closing in a little bit on him as well. You know, it's a tough position to be in when you're this close to the finish, and the heat is on. So I'm sure the sweat is pouring down poor Henrik's forehead, and you know, the crew's just you know, you don't have much. You can't really do much as a crew as far as the speed is concerned at this point. You know, you can just keep your helm calm and collected, talking to him. But I mean, when you have to tell him, yeah, he's going to leeward, he's coming close. Simultaneous jibe again. This means Torben's got a nice little wind blanket on him there. If you can just nicely done. So much flapping in the sails. It's just so critical to have a nice, smooth jibe.
And you'll notice that the crews on the bow, they're very cat-like. They're really large men. These men are 110 kilos, 240 pounds for those Americans listening. But they're super smooth and light on their feet, and they have to be, because every little movement that the crew makes on the deck disturbs the airflow on the sails. So even though they're very large men, they're ballerinas on the deck. Isn't that what you would say?
Yeah, we like to think of ourselves as the big ballerinas out there for sure. But yeah, no, exactly. This is actually a new technique in that the crews actually stay on the bow. I mean, new as in the last 4 years, the last quadrennial we had for the Olympics. But we've developed a technique. It's just a lot faster. It's probably a Brazilian skill that was developed by Robert Scheidt, and we stay on the bow. And you have to, not only do you have to change the pole, you have to heel the boat, and you have to watch the line. So it's tricky to be doing that up there, and it's all about smoothness. It's not like you're going to slip off, but it's being smooth and not disturbing the air and shaking the mast.
Good info, Tyler. Well, I think right in front of our eyes on virtual eye, we are seeing a rollover by Grail and de Almeida of Danisbo and Bernhofer. So the Brazilians, as you say, have mastered this downwind technique. Bruno Prada sailing with Robert Scheid earlier, and now with Zarif, one of the master crews in the class. They're lying 16th at the moment and having a pretty reasonable day. But right now, Grail and de Almeida have just taken the lead from Danisbo and Bonhoeffer. And talking of ballerinas, Loué out there on the water, what can you tell us?
Well, Digby, we're just heading towards the last leeward gate here. And we're trying not to make any wake because it's quite slow, getting glassy. You can see the reflection of the sails on the water here, so it's tense at the front there, and Torben Grail and de Almeida are desperate to get that win. At the moment, they may have the advantage. They are the inside boat, so they definitely have the advantage at the moment. We're just getting into position up here. We should give you a really eagle-eye view of this leeward mark. We're just going to have to cut our wake because we don't want to give them any disturbance. But yeah, these two, are, particularly Grail, he's had an up and down day, and quite frankly, that's not what you want on day one. You look at Staniak and Klee; they haven't won a single race. I don't think they've come top 3 in any of the races, but they're right up there on the leaderboard, and that's the perfect scenario for day one, is to be very much in touch and be consistent. So they're just jibing now.
Here they go.
So I'm gonna hand you back to the studio. There goes Grail. Let's see this happen.
Yeah, exactly. And he's just gone. He's gonna really heat it up, get in front of Danisbo. Nicely done. There they go. Ooh, no, there he comes back in, so it's close. He's on starboard. Okay, they both jibed, leeward boat. It's going to be interesting how they get around this mark. Definitely, it's going to be crew against crew because they've got about 15, 20 jobs that they have to do once they get around this mark in order to head back upwind to the finish. And well, no, Grail's done a nice job here. even though he has room, he's going to have beautiful. Beautiful.
It's great finesse, Tyler. Hey? As
Yeah,
they
well,
come down.
it's all smoothness. Ooh, starboard over port there. Double jibe. And yeah, it's going to be tough to yell at Torben when you have a guy like that and you want to give him a bit of the business, you know. But that was but there you go. There's the wily old cat coming in, doing a couple little moves, taking the
and the
lead
Swiss.
away from the poor Swiss who's been leading all race.
They
and then all of a
did a
sudden,
very
last
nice
little bit.
mark rounding there, and they, to use an old-fashioned term, they've pretty much got the weather gauge a little bit, trying to climb their way up and climb their way ahead. Not sure if they're going to make it. They're now just heading to the finish line. There's a short little upwind leg for an upwind finish, and we're still on Shane's camera. We could Virtual Eye is giving us that picture now as Grail and Almeida have taken the lead and held on to the lead, and I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, no, for sure. You're not going to lose that unless the mask comes down. So that's not going to happen today. But that's that's a testament to Grail's. I don't even want to say 30 years in the class. I mean, he knows how to maneuver that boat. He knows the speed, the finesse that you need, the angles you need to take. All due respect to Henrik and his crew, but he got schooled there a little bit, and he's going to be a little disappointed. But still, I think a second in this race is going to be great for his score, and he'll take it. And then we got Zabel in third.
And there is the finish line as Grail and Almeida work their way up to that finish.
Nicely done.
Just about to cross the line. Let's see if there's any counter reaction. I think they'll be pretty cool as they take that bullet. Yeah, nice handshake there. Excellent, well caught, Shane.
Well, it's a great feeling when you trail like that the whole race, just keeping yourself within fighting distance, and all of a sudden the last possible opportunity you have to take the lead and you do it. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, and after the over early on the second race today, coming back, I think that's enough to put them in podium position after today.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you don't need podium position, right? It's top 10. As long as you get top 10, you're in the hunt for the money. That's not why we're all here, but yeah, exactly. It's the top 10 that's key because of that whole new fashion of elimination round.
Okay, Zabel and Ducamont through. Very valiant battle by the Swiss, Danisbo and Bernhofer, but they were pipped on that downwind leg by the Masters, Grail and Almeida. Zabel and Ducamont in third, and Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins.
There's the
fourth.
doctor.
And then Dr. Hugo Herbert
That's
Merkelbach. We love
two
him.
good races for
very good
for the good man there. He's definitely going to be in the hunt. He's
going to be in the hunt, and at the moment he's making that cut, that top 11 cut, and that is what it's all about. This, we talk about the winning bullets and getting first and seconds, but really all these guys, they just want consistency, and that's the name of the game, and they just want to be in that top 11 by the end of the first 3 days racing.
Yep.
And then they go through to the final day. So Salminen and Milne, great day for them. Good job in race number 4. Rohart and Lilia just crossing the line behind the Lavrovics, and Winkler and Thielemann did a great job. And the Croatians, Misura and Barak, also in that top 10 mix.
In this race right now, we really haven't seen the Polish, and this is definitely not a good thing for their overall score. They were up there in the top, but this is definitely going to hurt them.
Good point. Kuznerovic and Zitsky.
Stanchik and Clean are just coming around the leeward.
Holgar and Coy crossing that finish line. They'll be happy with that. And you've just spotted who the
poles are right
there. Kuznerovic just around the bottom mark. Stepanovic and Kundrunjic from Croatia. Somehow. And there's Zarif and Prada. George Zarif, Bruno Prada. Nice little result there, 16th. Very impressed with George Zarif. And he has the mighty Bruno Prada as his crewman today. Bernaz and Rambaud from France, ahead of Solner and Schaefer. And then the Americans, Mendelblatt and Farty, just pipping Kushina and Mechtin from Ukraine. And Contides there, Cypriot with Mark Struby, the American, putting in a pretty solid 20th or 21st or so. as they cross the line. I think he can be pretty proud of himself today, our young Cypriot there, Contides.
Yeah, well, look, having a day like today for him, he's got the whole spectrum of, well, not the whole spectrum. He didn't get the big breeze, but at least he had some breeze. He had a little bit of light air, so he's got a little taste of what's going on. He's obviously going to reflect a little bit tonight after maybe a good glass of water or something like that.
Maybe something a little stronger.
Maybe. Well, he's probably, he's a laser sailor, so he's probably going to go for a jog, do a little stretching, and get to bed early. That's how the laser guys survive. But he'll come out fighting tomorrow for sure.
Well, I know Andy next to me is doing some mathematics for some overall results, but we still have half the fleet to finish race number 4. And as we see Lebert and Meyer cross that finish line, and some of the rest of the fleet, Swiss sailors going through and Germans. And we could cut to the live shot just for a minute, just for a bit of flavour as they go around that bottom gate and mark their way up towards the finish line. Wind very, very light now. And some of the American superstars just going around that bottom mark, not having the best of the day there. I can't quite see what that cell number.
I think that's probably Mark Reynolds.
Mark
with,
Reynolds.
Hale Hanel.
Okay.
Olympic medalist.
Double Olympic gold medalists there. Suffering a little bit in the lighter breeze. Is that Benamati?
And Lambertenghi also having a tough race.
And Lambertenghi not putting in a great result in race number 4. Hard work for these guys, and they would possibly wish for a bit more breeze, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think Sergio Lambertenghi, the number 2 ranked Star Sailor League crew, is hoping for a little more breeze today. They had some really nice sailing earlier on in the day, and with the breeze going down, they're from Torbole, where the breeze just fills in there every day. They've got 15 to 25 knots every day like clockwork.
Yeah.
I don't think this is exactly their favorite condition.
There's the poles now coming around.
Kuznirovic, is that right? No, I don't think it is actually.
Right above the Swiss. 84.17.
Is that Kuznirovic?
Do we have more than one pole? No, it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's his old boat he sold. So yeah. So I was right there earlier when he finished, but Dansk.
Okay, back to Virtual Eye for a sec.
That looks like tough sailing.
Yeah, it does indeed. It does indeed. So the bottom quarter of the fleet heading across the line will stay with Virtual Eye just as they go across. And there's Reynolds and Haynal not having a great race number 4.
Just ahead of him, Payne and Coleman, the young American fin sailor and young American crew, also having a tough race after having quite a few top 15 finishes today.
Well, like we say, there's a lot of racing to go, so everybody can still, pull in a bad score. So it's interesting how it'll all even up, I'm sure, as we move into tomorrow, especially if we do have light air conditions bringing it in.
Okay, sorry, Kathleen, go ahead.
It's interesting. We've got a Swiss boat here on port tack coming
bad.
across there. Not sure if they've already finished or just trying to reposition themselves. No, it looks like they haven't finished.
Oh, another one, the German. Well, I guess there's not much air.
Benamati and Lambertenghi just crossing that finish line. They've had some good races earlier today, but not such a great finale. And again, they're big guys. Those two, Lambertenghi, would probably wish for more breeze and will do better in more breeze. And they were suffering a little bit in that light wind.
And very fitting for our French-speaking part of Switzerland, we have Eggenberger and Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour to you all.
Okay, we're staying with virtual as the fleet comes through, and let's Shane is finding us a lovely beauty shot there. Let's cut to Shano's camera. There we go. There's the time. How nice is that? A little bit of Swiss art.
Swiss clock.
A fairy tale ending to a fairy tale day. There's a little cuckoo ready to pop out there, I imagine. Nice one, Shano. Back to virtual. And the last few boats crossing the line of race number 4. Just going to ask Andy next to me if we're in any shape to show a leaderboard. No way. All right. We are waiting for provisional results after race number 4, and we might have to wait a little while, actually.
Yeah, well, definitely a really fantastic day for the team of Arnis Baltons and Arnie Diaz. Arnis Baltons and Augie
Bolton,
Diaz.
Augie.
And
Augie.
also Torben Grell, I think with his last race, he's made his way back up to the top after his over early start in second race. And George Szabo was also American, had an excellent day. With Diaz and Szabo being probably two of the most consistent boats out there. And as we've been saying throughout the whole day, consistency is really what pays. George Szabo hasn't won a race, but being consistently the top will definitely keep him up there.
Yeah.
Kathleen, just back of the envelope calculations, you can find out on starsailors.com. You can see the provisional overall results in a few minutes. We don't have them yet here. They haven't been calculated. We'll have them on the move, on the go, for our coverage tomorrow. But for right now, you can look on the starsailors.com and check out the overall positions. Who's top of the leaderboard in your view?
Well, it looks like it's going to be Augie Diaz and Arnis Baltons from the United States, followed by George Szabo and Swiss Ducomont. And
the Duke.
And in third place, it looks like we're going to have Torben Grell and Guillermo de Almeida from Brazil.
All right.
That looks like that's our top 3. Again, those are provisional. We're waiting for all the boats to get to shore. And the sailors will actually leave their boats in the water tonight. Usually there's a lineup at the hoist, and one of the best things about winning the last race of the day is you're also the first to the hoist. But for this event, all the boats are staying in the water, and usually the sailors don't keep their boats in the water because most skippers and crews are very meticulous about their starboats. They bring them out of the water, they take soap, they wash the bottoms, and so. But here, because it's only to hoist, and we have such a large fleet.
There's not enough territory.
Boats are all staying in the water overnight so that they're all even. Sailors don't like to leave their boats in the water overnight because they could gain weight. They don't get to dry out as much as they could. But as long as everybody's in the water, then it's a fair game.
Yeah, then you have to send the crews out to wash them in the morning. And I guess at 8:30 in the morning or 8 o'clock, it's not always better. It's not always comfortable on a Swiss lake. 8 o'clock in the morning, you have to go in there and wash that hull. So it's just another job the crews do, but that's our job, and we do it.
We love the cruise. Up the cruise. Now, this is our last shot, Shane. We're on, Shane, for our final finale shot as the boats go into the harbour. We're going to wrap it up here in Grandson in Switzerland for the first day, the end of the first day of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam final on Lake Neuchâtel. And a stellar day for the Americans, Augie Diaz and Arnie Baltons. They're going to be looking good going into tomorrow. You can see the results on the starsailors.com website, starsailors.com website. You can see the overalls in a minute as the race committee puts those online. But for now, I'm going to say a quick thanks to Tyler Bjorn, Kathleen Tock, Louis Habib out on the water, Shane operating our camera, Andy vision mixing, Chris and James doing the virtual eye, Seb doing all the trackers, and all our crew here doing a wonderful job. Thank you. Tune in tomorrow, 9:30 will be the warning signal, local time, Swiss time. Not quite sure which European time that is, but you can Google that one. Come in to we'll probably get 3 races, 2 races, not sure. Forecast a bit iffy, but tune in tomorrow at about 9:30 Swiss time, and that's when the 5-minute gun is due to go, and we'll come back with more commentary, more virtual eye, more America's Cup cam. But for now, that's it from me, Digby Fox. Bonsoir et tout le monde.
Au revoir.